All right. We are live tonight for another Any Given Sunday. This is Kev, and this is Black Men Being Brutally Honest. And thank you for joining me. And hit that like button as you come in. And we are going to get to one heck of a show. Now, this show in particular is called A Good Man is Hard to Acknowledge. And we know goddamn well that's true in our community. So I don't even want to hear all this little stuff about, this why you calling yourself a good man and all this other. Like, I'm not calling myself a good man. I spent most of my early life being called a good dude by other folks, and it always seemed to be to my detriment socially, and not so much, and not so much a good thing. So it's like this. It's like this. Not only do we ignore the fact that there are good guys in the black community, we punish guys for it. We do. We punish men for it, especially if it's black men in the black community. So we're going to talk about that tonight. But let me get this link out to a couple places. Post this, let people know that I'm on the air, and we're going to have another great show and another great Sunday. Sure y'all all know that. So anyway, I wonder have you ever in your life been called a good man? If you're a man and you're watching this broadcast, have you ever been called a good man? And if you've ever been called a good man, how have you reacted to it? It's very simple. It's not an easy title to carry, whether you call yourself that or not. Now, I don't suggest you call yourself a good man, because then you have the burden of trying to prove it to people. If other people call you a good man, that means that they have acknowledged something that they see in you. You would think that would be a good thing if other people could see it, because one thing that is very important to us as a people is image. And it's like, and you could care about your image to a good level, or it could be to a sad level that puts you in a state of denial. Now, am I a good man per se? I mean, I would like to be perceived that way based on the way I carry myself around folks, but I feel like that right there, people know good from bad, right from wrong. So you can people kind of know for themselves whether they're a good person or not, just by how they react to being treated certain ways. And they know if they don't like it, they don't want to treat the other person that same way. So, I think people do have a general understanding of what good and what bad is, and what right and what wrong is. But, it seems, I don't know, and this is the way things are structured these days. It seems kind of cocky to call yourself a good man. Now, I believe that is kind of a feminist trope, just to convince yourself that you are that you're inherently bad, that you are a person that can't consider yourself as good. Like, is it cocky? Is it conceited to consider yourself a good person? Especially if you're a man, especially if you're a black man, because it's preconceived that you start out, in the way it is in the social climate of 2020, that you start out not really, you start out having to earn your respect. You have to earn it. You're not automatically respected. You're not automatically seen as good. And yeah, I do admit that it has to be something that a person has to earn over time with people. I think you can put that in the area of trust. You have to earn people's trust. But for some reason, people feel like that you don't have to earn their disrespect. Yeah, I think that's just on some petty shit. I really do. I think it's just on some petty shit, and I think some of us do just kind of, we got a little growing up to do. So this is what we're going to talk about tonight. For those of you just walking in, hit that like button. And if you're not subscribed, hit that subscribe button as well. Because a good man in the black community, in the black diaspora, in Western culture, a good man is hard to acknowledge. Hmm. So, yeah, just I don't know. I guess what I can do is I can kind of talk about my experiences growing up as kind of an introvert and how I was always given that label. And I said this a few minutes ago. It always seemed to be to my social detriment to be called a good guy or a good man. Because when anybody like it was shocking to for people to see me get in trouble in school. So I guess since I didn't get in trouble in school, that I was quiet and I wasn't trying to get like I wasn't trying to look up every skirt, then then that right there, I guess that made me a good guy. But for real, I'm not saying this as a complaint, but when you get that label, and especially as a black man, it makes it really, I don't know, kind of tough for you on the dating scene. It's like you're this. They want to they want to try to be your brother. you know, they want to be now. They treat you like they almost treat you like you're the alphabet dude when they when you are a level-headed young man who only wants to get through life unscathed from day to day. I don't get that. I don't get why being called a good guy or being labeled a good guy was so bad. I didn't get it because it was like I could sense the energy when I went around other guys and they labeled me the good guy or whatever. I'm talking about on some man shit right now on some social shit. When they label you the good guy, they view like especially with young black people. Shout out to No Sweetheart and Brian Tolbert here from Roger Report. Yeah, he was running a pretty good show over there. Yeah, he the good guy, got great content. Please support that guy, and he's over 900. We need him to get to 1,000. So let's get it, and long live the habitual line steppers. But what I was talking about was when you're in a circle with other men and you're labeled that good guy, you're considered weak, especially if you're a black guy. They think like they go along with this trope, like they think that you're supposed to be some kind of hardened guy, or you're supposed to, speak very ebonically or wear your clothes a certain way. But because therefore, if this, all right, if you don't follow I guess the status quo, then you're considered quote unquote late. But Donnie, what's going on, man?
Man, just out here living my best life, trying to find me a white woman. Now, boy, be quick playing for my black wife coming here and karate chop my ass. What you say, nigga? What you say?
Yeah, but long live the habitual line steppers.
Yeah, long live them niggas. You missed it. We had a terrorist come on the Roger Report and throw a little shot.
A terrorist? Oh man, I missed that. Damn, yeah. I must have just left because I'd be like waiting, like I'm kind of like the guy that's in the like you really are the unfiltered one. You're the one that really has to be that guy. But I'd be waiting on stuff like that to happen.
Yeah, because y'all be trying to be nice and politically correct. Fuck all that. I ain't shit. Y'all ain't shit for watching.
Y'all ain't shit for watching. And shoot my boy sub too. We're the habitual line steppers collectively. Myself, Roger, and Donnie that's right beside me, and on the screen, and Darth Skater 7 and Sister George from the Breakdown a Woman's Perspective. We are the habitual line steppers. And Cynical Optimism, thanks for the sub. Thanks for supporting this effort of growth, and I'm sure you're already subbed to. And Speaking of, we're about to just mention you.
What's
The
happening?
Roger Report.
What's happening?
Long live the habitual line steppers.
Yeah, Roger was over there fighting off a hair-hatted hooligan.
Man, brother.
Yo. Hey, is this the person that we're talking about here? That's in the chat. Hold on 1 second.
The crunchywig.com.
The dude on the right is a low life. You wish you were in my position. Trust. I'll be so okay. All right.
You wish you was in my position with no views and 100,000 subscribers. Sit your ass down. Imagine having 100,000 subscribers and 1.5K in your videos.
That's rough. That's all I'm saying.
But you over here talking reckless to niggas with no subscribers doing better than you, nigga. Stop.
Okay.
That's kind of rough.
But you know that adds to the excitement. But you know, so you appreciate it whether you know it or not. But this is a show. A good man is hard to acknowledge. All right, Roger, okay. You said it. You said it earlier. You can. Yeah, I mean, you said you really wanted to dive into this, and you said this was a great topic. What do you think of it?
Oh man, I think it's definitely a great topic, and it definitely hits home because we got so many of our beautiful black sisters, you know, just showing up out of nowhere. Even the ones with 100,000 subscribers. That a lot of times in these cases, and I'm not saying this particular one said that, but a lot of time in these cases, these women, they swear they can't find a good man, you know, and I feel bad for these sisters not being able to find a good man, you know. So if there's anything I can do to help these beautiful black women out, I want to be able to help them. That's all. You know how that go.
Yeah, we love the sisters, man.
We should open up the chat so anybody with a crunchy wig can come on and ask questions. So we can help them out.
Hey. Hold up. Hey, hold up, man. Hey, everybody, please, like, what we're going to try to do is we're going to calm down with the B words, like, because it is as much as these people say, there are types like that also target places like this. So, I mean, I spent too much time trying to build this little environment up. So, you know, I mean, screw them anyway, but, you know, we got to kind of carry ourselves so they won't play the role of the social justice warrior.
Oh, my God. You know what, though? Well, we gotta pay attention to the fact that at the end of the day, there's gonna be some women who gonna come to our spaces. They're gonna need help with men, but they're never going to admit that they need help with men. So, brothers, my thing is let them come. I'm gonna suggest on my channel, let them come in peace. Let them say what they're gonna say. They ain't really hurt nobody by saying it. I mean, we know what's up, but a lot of these sisters just need help with men, and they don't know how to. They don't know how to just come to me and just ask nicely for help. That's what the situation is a lot of times.
They don't know because they self-sabotage. We can help them all day. We can help them. We can protect them. We can do all kind of things. The only person we can't protect them from is themselves, and they are their own worst enemy.
Oh God! Sorry.
She bought her wig at 99 cents for so it came crunchy. Unfortunately, it's just a quality issue right there.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna pray for her channel. That's what I'm gonna do. Cause you know what? And keep in mind this Kev channel, so I ain't making no rules over here. But I'm gonna tell you, I am Cleo. Since you came to my channel, don't worry about it. I love black women, including you. So I'm gonna pray for your channel, okay?
Well, I have sort of a different take on it, but you know, we'll cover that periodically throughout the broadcast. But this is Black Men Being Brutally Honest, and if you haven't, please subscribe to the channel. Just a small, humble channel, just over 1,000 subs. But you know what? I got the greatest chat on social media. You know, some may beg to differ, but I just so happen to think that I do. And you know, and everyone that's in that chat right now, tell your friends so they can join the greatest chat in social media. So, yeah, good to see you, Roastmaster One, Gerald, Absalom Pianki. Shout out, thanks for joining the show. Pretty Kelly, yeah, I've been hearing a couple things about you, so thanks for watching as well. Donnie will probably be back. You know, he so. All right, Roger. Let's.
I'm just laughing because you ain't no telling what Donnie doing. That's all. Because we know Donnie.
Yeah, we know Donnie. We've been knowing Donnie for quite some time. You know, and that's why we're the habitual line steppers. So what I was doing was I was kind of getting into my early life. You know, about how there was certain times in my life where I was called a good guy, a good dude, and it always seemed to be in some kind of way to my social detriment. It's like I'm not Obama black. I don't rely on the symbolism of the moment to to get me through. I'm with tangibles. I'm with what I actually see. You know, if you want to call me a good guy, that's fine, but that should not be to my social detriment. That's all I'm saying. Like people act like people act like that, that you being a good dude or not having any thug or gangster in you, or what they perceive as thug and gangster is they think that's a bad thing, and it's not. It really honestly keeps you alive. D. Scott, thanks for joining. I mean, so I don't understand why would you give a guy that is smart enough, or any man? I'm not talking about just myself. I'm sure there are plenty of black men out here in Western culture that has experienced this. You're told all your life that you have to be a good person, you have to be a level person, you have to be driven. Nobody ever told me I had to be bad. I mean, except for the young people, of course, in the social level, the social crowd a lot of the social circles that I was involved in. Nobody growing up that really meant something to me ever told me, hey, you gotta knock some girls up or something. You gotta get in a few fights. You gotta experiment with alcohol and drugs at age 14. Nobody ever told me that. But when you get you have all these people that you look up to and trust telling you all this stuff, but when you get out here on your own and start to swim, things are quite different, honestly. And I'm just like, I got a very young daughter, and I'm gonna put her on game because I know you niggas out here. Honestly, I wish parents would just be shred some of the little sugarcoating away. You ain't gotta shred all of it. Because I was deadly close last night. Not deadly close, but I was very, very close to telling my daughter, hey, ain't no Santa Claus and ain't no elves. What does it look like? Funny looking, demonic looking white men walking around your tree in your house. I about went there. But I had to start thinking I can't steal her joy. Yeah.
Don't let her be a kid, huh?
yeah, just let her be a kid a little bit longer, Kev. I really want to tell her. Oh, Donnie's back. Oh, we knew he would.
Yeah, I had to leave. I went to go check out Crunchy Wiz concert. It consisted of her wearing a crunchy wig and walking through her school hallway, asking boys what they
got started.
Like, is there another option?
I got a super chat. Mr. Thank you for supporting the channel. He says the title of this video is an instant classic. Thank you. I'm a brutally honest person. I will not take all the credit for that. It was originally called a good man is hard to find excuse. Donnie suggested that it be modified to a good man is hard to acknowledge. So, like I said, we're brutally honest over here. So I had to be brutally honest about that. So thanks, Donnie. You helped me come up with an epic title for tonight's broadcast. We got to make tonight's broadcast epic. So
okay, well, can I give a quick shout out to the new fan? as a content creator, and y'all know me, I try not to be negative, right? I try not to be negative at all. Okay. Um, but as a content creator, shout out to I am Cleo. Okay, shout out to you. I love you, sister, and I appreciate you, sister. Um, you've inspired me because you know messing around with Donnie. I done went over there to touch. I done went over there to her channel real quick, and
Did
I
you get
see
some
she's.
crunchy wig tips?
Hey, no, bro. I'm saying it. She's doing some views. I see like the last three her last three videos. You know,
1.5, one. She has. Now I won't cap. It's a couple videos on there like around 400,000. But again, this is clickbait shit. And I think
okay, I
that's
don't see those. I don't see
okay.
those yet.
It's the video I seen. That's the one I clicked on where she was asking boys would they date her, and they was looking off to the wind, huh? There's a bit of white women there.
Well, she's inspired me because I out of her last of what's this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 they just happened to pop up on my phone, and when I went to look, I see a 1.5, a 2.2, a 2.7, a 8.7, and 6K. Now I have not done the 8.7K on the video yet, and I ain't done the 6K on the video yet, but she's inspired me to know that I don't have that much further to go before I catch somebody who got 100,000 subscribers. So I'm gonna take this as inspiration. That's how I'm gonna take this.
Hey,
I ain't gonna be mean to a lady. Thank you for allowing me to know of your existence, and I appreciate you letting me know that I'm definitely on the right track and I'm getting some things around. So, but I will suggest that you continue to come to my channel at the Rise Report Live because it will help you be a better content creator. It definitely help you with that.
yeah.
Now,
I think we can help each other.
now let me apologize. I'm just playing. I tend to be an asshole sometimes. I don't have no malice towards you, little lady. I'm not even gonna crack on your teeth. I had full opportunity to crack on them teeth. I left it alone. I just wanted to play with you because it was funny to me that you popped on our platform talking reckless and you got so many more subscribers. But proceed.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's like I don't have a video yet that has hit 10,000 views. I mean, I will say that, but I am happy with the progress for the level of content I do have. I mean, when you say you're a black man being brutally honest, it's a challenge. It's a challenge because it's oh God. I'm sorry. I gotta do this. It's like first of all, hey, but shout out to Black King for the long lived habitual line steppers. For Roastmaster One.
Okay,
Oh,
man.
oh Jesus. Oh
Okay.
geez. Oh gee.
All right. Well, his name is Roastmaster One, so
Yeah. Roastmaster One. That man. Okay, we gotta get on with the show, man. We gotta get on with the show. We gotta get on the show.
That's
All
right,
right.
fellas. We can't talk about crunchy wigs, big ass foreheads, or fucked up teeth no longer. We're gonna let it go. The past is in the past. That girl's forehead is in the past.
But you know what though?
We're gonna let
You know
it
what
go.
though? Maybe she hasn't run across a good man yet. You
Nah,
know?
she said she was young, so she probably, she's in that generation of got to take a couple hundred losses before she can realize what a good man is.
All right. I hope it
Well,
doesn't come with 2 or 3 kids that look like all the homies. But you know,
well, yeah. I mean, you know what? I'm looking at a picture. She's probably a younger lady, so maybe the fact that she came across a good channel, she didn't recognize that since she was talking crazy. But she's got time to grow up. She got time to grow up.
yeah. I mean, as long as you get to wake up in the morning, there's an opportunity to be better.
Yeah.
And I mean, like hell, I guess obviously she let us know that we got to do better. Seeing that she has 100 grand subs.
Fellas, if you do just by chance come across her content, go ahead and leave her a comment. Hashtag crunchy wig, just so she knows I mean the habitual line step said hello.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this.
A swirler. Oh yeah, those swirlers. I tell you the truth, they tend to be a bit aggressive, like liberals.
Oh, somebody saying she a swirler, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, my thing is, at the end of the day, I love all the sisters, and I'm gonna tell her this. I don't know what she was so offended by on my channel, but I didn't even know you existed until tonight. So, and if
She's a
I ever seen you
swirl.
before, maybe I seen you before. I don't remember you. If I did, you know. So I'll just say this to you. We're not in a competition, young lady. You know what I'm saying? Because you started throwing all that stuff about how many subs you got and all that. We're not in a competition, you know. Everything is cool. I didn't even know you. I didn't even know you existed. I didn't know I
Well,
was.
you know, these algorithms, man, these algorithms let people know that you're out there, you know, and it's obvious that the same algorithm that led her to us, you know, is what leading people to her videos.
What?
So
Yeah,
we're
maybe she'll pop up in my algorithm one of these days.
yeah,
Roger gonna get a
she
crunchy
did.
red response video. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but I just want the young lady to know that just because I have a channel or any of you guys have a channel does not automatically make us in competition. And obviously, based on the comments she made on my channel, she wasn't aware of that. But we're not in a competition with you, sweetie. Okay. Yo, I hope you can actually live your life and understand that not every person is thinking about you at all times. Okay. It's cool to be cool with other people. It'll probably get you a little bit further than where you're going right now.
So her name is I am Cleo. Let's see.
Yeah. But if she's a young woman,
Oh,
this does suggest something about the culture because if to be a younger person and to come into my chat room with a bunch of aggression when no one's done anything to her, that's not a good look. That's not a good
uh,
look at all.
well, I tell you, she salute like yes, sir. Like
Pretty Kelly said it's not the algorithm, it's the search engines. So if it's the search engines, maybe she looking for. Damn, was she looking for me just to come?
well, no, she
She
probably was looking for B Simone content.
yeah
You know, I mean, but you know, you know how the sisterhood is. They always looking for shit to try to crusade for. Right?
yeah yeah. I guess she was just had anger on tap. You know what I'm saying? She look she looking for somebody to unleash some anger on.
She has a
Sister,
video say she has a video that says, "Am I pretty enough to be your girlfriend?" Do you really want people to answer that question?
ooh, okay. Well, I'm sorry she has to ask that question. But I just want the young sister to know everybody is not your enemy, okay? You know,
No,
you
we're
can
not your enemy. We only want to help. You know, we want to make things better for you. You know, we want to make better for all of us.
yeah.
Cortez. Oh man. What's up? Brian Tolbert. Shout out.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna tell her this: if you ain't already subscribed to my channel, make sure you go back and subscribe to it, and definitely subscribe to this channel. It'll help make you a better person. Okay, you're a young sister with a whole life in front of you. Ain't no point in being miserable right now. You're too young to be miserable at this age.
Okay, well let's get off her because you know we know that a lot of sisters that do that they do in sort of a demented way appreciate that energy. You know, they'll say stuff like, "Oh, I got them nigga twigger, I got them twigger." You know, I mean they do that on Facebook. Like they say dumb stuff and it's like, oh, I got these niggas in their feelings and all this other stuff. And you know, but for a person who has that many subs, like our message is potent. What do you lay a stoic one down there?
You'll figure it out eventually.
Just right, just keep the show moving, man.
Bruh.
let's just keep let's just keep the show moving, man.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna tell you how to run your channel, but
yeah. Hey man, it ain't happening. all right, bro. All right. All right, a good man is hard to acknowledge. And Donnie, let me ask you a question. If you're a good man, do you think that they will be able to acknowledge it? You know,
Not at all.
right
Not
away.
at all.
All right, can you give me some kind of clue as to why this is?
I personally think that sometimes the crunchy wings get in the way of their vision.
Oh, man. hey, bro. All right,
I had
man.
to mute up for a
Have you
second.
ever, hey, have you ever been called a good man at any point, Donnie? And the second question is, why? Why? Well, how did they figure this out?
They figure it out because they.
Man, we can't. Hold on. Let me.
Come on, y'all. We doing a show now.
We doing a show, man.
Let's be professionals. Let's be professionals now.
I remember when he did somebody like that before.
You know I ain't shit. Come on now.
Let's be professionals here, y'all. Let's be professionals. She's a young sister with a whole life ahead of her. Come on now. Let's set a good example.
You're goddamn right. Oh, she finna screenshot it. Make sure you put it in the video. You're gonna get like 100,000 views for this one.
Y'all watch this. She needs the likes. She needs the attention. Watch her videos. Hashtag crunchy wig in the comments so we know we care. So she knows we care.
Make sure you stand right at this thumbnail on this video too, because that's exactly how we feel. Hey, but you know what though? I get Absalom Pion. I guess she has a sense of humor. She got some.
She gotta be. Somebody drop her the link so she could pop on the channel.
Man, I've been dropping that link, man. I don't know what she. Let's see. I saw Rogish the Billmonger earlier, man. You know, shout out to Rogish if you're still there.
Well, look, Kev is your show, but I'm ready to get on topic, man.
Hey, see, the difference between you and me is when you search me, you'll actually see me pop up. But when I looked up yours, I don't know if she's talking about you, Donnie, or me, but you can Google me. I pop up. Anybody imitating me pop up. You know, I am an impact player. If you don't believe me, why don't you ask a lot of people in this space? So that's cool. I never wanted to come off like that because I'm usually a humble guy.
Listen, hey, I can't take her serious. She looks like RoboCop in a wig.
Y'all come on now. She's a young sister. Y'all gonna
let's compare y'all daughters to me. My daughter is 6.
I will say yes.
And the fact that my daughter's scenic structure is at the level that it is right now. I mean, she's probably a bit ahead of you at this point. Hey,
wait a minute. She got a daughter? She didn't say she got a daughter, did she?
Man, talking about how y'all daughters look. Like, oh God, here we go with that little book shit that we've seen a million fucking times. You the first one to do this, huh?
You know what? It's a young sister, man. She's finding better content than she's previously found. So my thing is just let her sit here and enjoy it. You know, she's definitely on better channels than whatever channel she's been on. So just let her enjoy it.
Y'all supposed to be uplifting black women. Yeah, okay. Yeah, y'all degraded me in 18. She's 18. It's 18. So basically, what you needed to do is stay at the kiddie table instead of coming to grown folk spots. Okay, because this is what we do. Does this make you feel good? Yes.
Wait, she's
18. Hey, let's be careful. She's 18. You know.
No, she crossed the adult line, right? She crossed the adult line. Ain't no kid stuff no more.
Gun line, boss.
But I'm gonna tell her this though. As a positive as I try to be, you don't know nothing about what we're supposed to do. So to tell us that we're supposed to uplift anybody, you kind of off. You don't even know us. So you may want to just learn to chill and relax because you came into my show making a negative comment for no reason and nobody had done anything to you. So you came angry. You look for anger. You're an angry person. Okay, and you're a young, angry person. You need to get you some help now why it'll still be a benefit to you. You're a young, angry person, and it don't make sense. Nobody should be this angry at 18.
And yes, I'm pretty subtle, but I have a twisted sense of humor. So I mean, it's open season over here. Like you bring the smoke. I mean, I'll inhale and blow it right back out in your face. I mean, what the fuck you want me to? What do people want me to do, man? What do black people want me to do?
You're supposed to uplift her. Don't you see her forehead is in need of upliftment? Her edges is already tried to
How come
uplift.
you shitting on? How you shitting on me though? I left and still you still talking about me. I mean, you kind of made yourself. I'm definitely not angry. I'm behind the screen laughing. Actually, well, that's what they all say.
Well, I'll say this.
She is saying something that they all say, and she's supposed to be something special because 100K subs.
Well, I'll say this for her. I'll say this. If she's probably the woman that would not recognize, or she won't recognize a guy for being good. This is probably that kind of person right here. So she's just, right now she's an example of what not to be. But I'm gonna tell you, young sister, if you're only 18 years old, it's never too early to get yourself some therapy. I'm gonna hit it with the Kevin Samuels stuff. Just get some therapy. Because you are angry. You did come to my channel being mad for no reason. And now you're upset that people are responding to your anger. You can't be upset that people respond to you being angry. No one told you to come being angry in the first place.
After she follows you to another channel.
Right. It'll be, you're only 18 years old. Like you should be like focused on getting ahead in life right now. Like you got young guys that want to, I suppose he want to go out with you or something like that. Like, you trying to learn how to recognize a good man.
Nowhere. She don't need no help getting ahead. Nowhere. That nigga's probably the top of her class. She's the head, some might say.
Let me tell you, like you're talking about a teenager. Well, you're 18. You're legal in all states. White cops will treat you like an adult. Seriously. I mean, it's no question. Once I was 18, I wanted to step out the house and do grown man things. I mean, shit, like this 2020 mentality. I mean, you wouldn't survive in like 1990 or even early 2000 with that bullshit. Like, seriously.
Well, I'm gonna suggest you sit right here and listen to grown folk talk. So she's new. She a rookie at being a grown up. Yeah, we gotta. Well, she's a rookie to being an adult. She's probably not grown, but she's a rookie to be an adult. She in her rookie year. She's making mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes in their rookie year. So as your elder, I'm gonna suggest to you, young lady, that you don't go around the places and then start showing how angry you are immediately. Your comments come out of what's in your head. If anger's in your head, it's anger gonna come to your comment.
Majoring in creative writing. Thank you. I'm very intelligent. Okay.
Listen, baby. Don't nobody care about what you're going to school for. We really just don't. We're trying to help you out. So if you want to come to our platforms and you want to seek the guidance of older men, come in. Don't be objective. Don't be angry. There's no reason you should come and tell grown men what the fuck they should be doing.
Hey, but you know what though?
We don't know shit.
But you know what though? Just the fact that she came over to our channels, that puts her ahead of the curve. I told you, don't be coming on this. But let's.
She's heads above the rest of the women.
Head and shoulders.
No, really, if you come on these panels, we can talk to you. We cracking jokes just to be funny because it's really good content. You just happen to be the unfortunate victim that popped in and stitched your neck.
Can't call her victim when she asked for it. She literally came angry to one channel. You know what I'm saying? Tried to be cool. She didn't want to be cool, and then she came over to this channel. So she was looking for smoke. Now I'm trying to tell her as an older man, just calm down, stop looking for so much smoke. You know what I'm saying? And try to learn something because you got a full life ahead of you. You're only 18 years old. You ain't even out of college yet, I'm sure. So, you probably just going if you graduated high school, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? You may not even graduate high school yet. So why don't you just try to learn something So as you get older, it won't be a bunch of other men laughing at you.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
clearly the young lady is bullheaded.
Hey,
That's
but
just
let me hold on. Let me call this out. Brian Tober, thanks for the super chat for the collection plate. Awesome. Because I always said that YouTubers were preachers of a different faith. And what faith is well, what faith is what's her name preaching? See, I already forgot. Oh, Cleo. Yeah, that's her name. What faith are you preaching? You know, you know what I'm saying?
she belongs to the Church of Crunchy Wigs. Uh, if you've ever read the book of Brazilians, it says right there in chapter 2, verse 3, "Thou shalt spray armor all on thy wig to keep it shining." And that's all she's doing. She's on here trying to keep that armor all fresh and lubed up, so that she's seen on
Hey,
other
but
platforms. People come and check her out.
here's yeah, they're starting to give you advice in the chat. We're only trying to help. Nobody laughed. Yeah, everybody laughed. Stop. I mean, nobody laughed in your room where you can hear because it's quiet in there. But they see they're laughing right now. I mean, it's fact versus it's logic versus emotion at this time. Hey, so let me give you a bit of advice. Number one, stay in the gym. Nothing attracts a man like an in shape guy with a woman with a nice body and a great attitude. And that's the second thing I was going to say. Change your fucking attitude. Period. I can say from my life experience up until this point, I don't know everything, but I know something about something. Change your fucking attitude. And number three, I don't know. You probably got to go to a rainforest somewhere and put something across your forehead so that hairline can, flourish. But take care of your damn scalp. Because black men love beautiful natural hair. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. Period. I mean, she's laughing now. I mean,
You got to keep on bangs.
but
You got to
don't
shave your
cry.
head wraps,
I mean, she's
hats.
laughing now, but she'll cry in a pillow later. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm trying to stop that from happening.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna let you know this as a young lady, because if you actually listen to this information, you can help you and a lot of your friends.
Hmm.
The reason, since you young, you're only 18 years old, so it ain't happened to you yet. But the reason this has happened to a lot of older black women that they are unmarried and they should be living their lives with their husband, they weren't able to get it done. A lot of older black women, you're gonna have to watch out for this real soon if you're not already in college. A lot of older black women, they got college debt, they have children out of wedlock, they're fat, or they have a bad attitude. Now at
Hmm.
18 years old, hopefully you only got one of these issues. We see you have the bad attitude already, okay?
Hmm.
But you're
I
only
mean,
18. You can learn to shake that off. Hopefully you ain't got no kids already. It didn't look like you were fat. You know what I'm saying? Looking at the thumbnails I saw when I looked at your page. I'm not
She
gonna
looked at
subscribe or anything, just so you know. I ain't gonna subscribe. But
she looked
but
at
it didn't
it
look
looked
like
like
you
she
were
was trying
fat.
to get
but you know
And
what
see,
though?
and hold
You,
on, let me
you,
say one more thing. Let me say
go ahead.
one. And seeing that you're only 18, you're probably not in a bunch of college debt yet. So if you are attending college now, Brian Tolbert suggested in the comments, but I'm gonna reiterate the fact: if you're gonna go to college, you might as well go under something in STEM. If you're gonna spend the money to go, you might as well go under something in STEM. That way you will actually be able to come out, probably find a better profession, and it'll probably be a little bit easier to pay off your college loans if you have to take some out. Go ahead, kid.
I'm good. Yeah, you pretty much said it. But yeah, if you yeah, I was gonna say this. Don't apologize. Don't ever apologize. I mean, I may say I'm sorry occasionally, but it's not because I'm apologizing. It's because it's a force of habit. Is if you came off a certain way, you need to stand on it. Period, and you need to face the consequences of said actions. Don't backpedal because we kind of laughing at your ass right now. I mean, you kind of deserved it. So, I mean, I appreciate the fact that you came to a couple of realizations, but I'm not sold yet.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell her this. you do have a bad attitude. Maybe you may think you don't, but when you come into a place where everybody else is pick up on the fact that you have a bad attitude, it's probably you. It's probably not everybody else because don't none of
Ooh,
us know you.
how dare
Okay,
you?
okay. So at the end of the day, now that you are 18 and you're in the adult world now, you're not in the kid world. You're in the adult world now because you're 18. What you're gonna have to do is do something about your bad attitude. And I'm giving you some advice to help you. Okay. One of the best things that can help a woman is being beautiful. One of the next best things that can help a woman is having a good attitude. Okay. And you're already failing at the attitude state. If you can get that cleaned up, it'll probably put you in a much better position. And if you are going to go to college and you're going to be around a bunch of guys who are in college, if you're smart, you can grab your husband before you graduate because you're already going to be around a bunch of people that's showing a lot of potential right then and there. Don't come out of college, especially over a bad attitude, without having a husband. And you don't necessarily have to be married at that point, but you can end up being with the guy you're going to marry, shortly after college if you play your cards right.
Hey,
Uh, Gerald,
and
I just want to say, you ain't shit for watching. Go ahead.
yeah, no, but I am Cleo. I mean, you should be trying to like. I'm sure you make a little bit of money off revenue just on the amount of views and subs you got, but you could turn that into a cash cow if you wanted to, if you played it smart. I mean, I'm not the one that knocks anyone's hustle. When you come around here shining your shit, though, I mean, I don't care about flesh and blood human beings, whether it's in this space or in the other expansion of Black YouTube. You're one person to me, no matter what your subs are. But pretty piece of advice is if you got that many subs, you should be trying to sell products and make a little cash off of it. There are people that do support you despite anything we say.
Right. Instead of using your free time trying to find people to insult, you should be using that base that you've already set yourself up with, because if you wasn't being so silly, if you wasn't acting so stupid right now, I would assume you were closer to a brilliant person than a dumb person because you already got 100,000 subs and you're 18 years old. So you already started taking advantage of certain technology that was in place while you were a child. But what's the point in wasting that by going around looking for people to insult when you could be doing something positive with what you've already accomplished? And if
And
you were doing something positive and had a better attitude, your view count would be a lot higher.
and I know you probably got some sorry examples on social media too, because there are people that are older than you that act dumber. And that's just the reality. Don't follow those people. You'll be miserable for the rest of your life. You don't have kids. You don't. So don't screw that up. Like, there's those types out there. I know you're gonna have your desires, and I can't tell you what to do with your box or whatever, but hey, check out some of our other stuff and see what we say about people like that. I mean, you can call it bashing all you want, but fact is fact. This is how some of us feel. We feel like that's not very smart. So but anyway, let me check on my likes. Hopefully, whatever my likes are at, I hope one of them is yours. Thanks for watching. We got 48 people. Hopefully, everybody is subbed. Because I come to you guys every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Dunny had a broadcast, two broadcasts yesterday, by the way. I put them both in my community chat, so check him out and go sub him too. And Roger, he just got off the air, but he's on every Monday through Friday morning. Around in the nine-ish type. Well, nine-ish.
Roger's on from Sunday to Sunday.
Roger about to be likely to be on like 7 days a week. Brothers always got something to say, and that's how I Am Cleo found him because he's on. We're on. So yeah, so great,
Yeah.
great audience. We got good viewership going. Like I said, I got the greatest chat on social media, and you too, I Am Cleo, can be a part of the greatest chat on social media. So anyway, the subject matter is a good man is hard to acknowledge. Okay, Now, nobody has any problem, I'd say, acknowledging black women as being good, even if they are bad. We do that. We know how to do that as men. The men on this panel, uh, we know how to do that. But whenever you hear of a good man doing a good thing being spoken of, what is the usual reaction? Like, from critical thinking black men and from some celebratory black women. Yeah, we do get positive reactions from that. But for the most part, you'll have these old, I don't know, these broken Negroes, these guys, like, it's like I described one guy like a long time ago, kind of a simpish type. It's like you want to come off like you're the last good black man left. Like defending every bad, bitter ass female is going to make you look like you love black women so much. And that's usually the game with these guys. And the fact of the matter is, they give guys like us more attention, productive attention, than they give guys like them. So, let me ask y'all this. Let me ask the chat this, and let me ask the other two habitual line stepper brothers this. What is the reaction when someone says a black man is good? How is it talked about? What kind of narratives? I'll give you a narrative. These dudes always talking about they good black man and they think they deserve a good woman and blah blah blah. They wanted it, but that kind of thing. What do y'all think?
Yeah, it's utter disbelief. 9 times out of 10, they've chosen some horrible people, some dudes to be with, to fool around with. So therefore, anytime they hear the legend of a good man, it's automatically struck down as a fake fable. They just don't know how to react to it. They have daddy issues. They have all kind of issues with men that run it down to when somebody says, you should have chose a good man. They don't exist. They lying, and it's tragic.
Yeah, shout out to War Child Games. It says hashtag long live the habitual alliance steppers, but it said teeth sucking into echoes. Yeah.
Now, I say,
Twisted Grenade Sucker, one of the good one that's like one of the best screen names I ever seen. He said good equals submissive. Meaning that, when those women describe a good man, it seems like it's only to their benefit alone.
I'd agree with that. I say that a lot of them ain't looking for a good man; they're looking for a good sucker. So
Yeah.
I'd agree. Sucker submission, same, pretty much falls into the same thing. Yeah, they're looking for a good sucker, but their reaction to a actual good man usually is gonna be something negative. For the most part, if you're a good black man, you will be viewed in a negative light, and that's in the black community in America, and that's outside of the black community in America. You're usually viewed with a negative light.
Do you think it's a form of self-hate?
For black people, yeah, because I mean, at the end of the day, the culture of America is to hate black men. So if you're a black man that hates other black men, then it's part of the. You could say self-hate if you want. That's not the worst description to use. But women teach boys to hate black men on a regular basis. You see a lot of single mothers who will say things like, this other guy said I was on Dennis Burton the other day, and he mentioned this, but it is something that's very real. Women who have custody of their kids will threaten their kid by saying, "I'm gonna send you to your daddy's house," to make them build up something in their head about daddy's house, a terrible place. And then you have, what I'm saying, you have a lot of women who say certain things about men, especially a child's father, and it just goes into you hating black men because the woman's trying to become the authority figure. So you will see women as authority figures. And if you can't stand your father, if you've been taught that even your own father was a bad person, then you're going to already look at black men in general as bad people because you love your father more than the rest of them anyway. So it's hate training at the end of the day. A lot of black women give their kids hate training toward black men.
Mm. Yeah, that is true. Sometimes, like, black men didn't help it by being very, but you got to be oppositional to opposition. Sometimes those black men weren't left a choice because, the kid would come around and, have a messed up attitude. And I mean, if he was anything like my pops would snap on him and cuss him out in a second. Like, in his younger days, when I was growing up, there used to be young people, because the Alabama State University was right down the street, you know. So we had college kids coming through throwing parties all the time. My dad didn't care. Like, he was like, if he was trying to sleep or he was trying to go to church next morning, he was cussing folks out. One thing I wish he did do, and I love my pops, but I wish he would have tried to at least, if somebody didn't initially show you attitude, at least try to talk to them or, try to offer them some cool advice or something like that. And that's what I try to do. But, once they start getting snapped, once they start snapping off, getting disrespectful, with me, I turn into that old nigga they talk about, you know. It's don't come at me, disrespect me, and then then turn around and tell me, but you supposed to be offering me some advice or something. Like, no, because you already crossed that line. I mean, I can understand if you 12 or something, but if you're I would say 18 and up, it's enough of that shit. But we do understand that kind of training comes from the resentfulness that came from your mother. Your mother's maybe your mother was single or something, and she had a bad experience with a man, or and not saying that I don't factor in all the bad experiences, but your strength is your strength is based upon how you're able to deal with life. It's not your strength is not your ability to have a fucked up attitude. And when you had a fucked up attitude, you pass it on to your child. And the fact that a lot of men would rather that's probably fucking your mother would rather not put her in check, that validates her bullshit feelings to you. So you go out there in your lives resenting the one authority that maybe you should have followed in the first place. Yeah. Instead of ending up with that chip on your shoulder. And we see it all the time. We see it all the time. We see it all the time on social media too. It's every time you mention somebody, a black man or something like that, it's like, if it's not, like I said earlier, if it's not to people like your mother's benefit, then people don't want to hear it. When it comes from a black man, they will love hearing it coming from white men, and it may be on some, some of that on some petty shit, but that's that bullshit that we talk about. But yeah, it's like Roger said, and I do believe this. Y'all being trained to do this shit. Like, seriously, it's like this mentality just doesn't come about just by waking up one day and deciding that, hey, you know what, black men ain't shit. Or they're not leaders, or I will never submit to a black man. And that's another conversation. They think submission equals slavery, and they think that men are supposed to submit. Like, who's that guy, Aquaman, talking about he's scared of his wife? Yeah, but that women with that mindset. Go ahead, somebody about
Well,
to
to them, submission is slavery, because when you look at how they view men, they do view men as slaves. They want men to submit to them, so therefore we should be slaves to them. So there is some truth to them viewing submission as slavery, because they sure trying to make us slaves at all costs. They'll even destroy their whole family trying to make us a slave, which is sad. Now, my thing is this though: when you start talking about black women talking about men being good, the context that I normally see it in, outside of my own family, because I have admitted that I come from two pretty good families. I'm very, lucky to have a father I do and a mother I do. I'm very blessed to come from those lines. But when you see women saying a man is good, usually he just performs some service to a woman that he doesn't really know or doesn't know at all. You know, it might just be he helped change her tire or whatever. You know what I'm saying? She had a bad tire, he helped her change it or something like that. It might have been like an older woman and he helped take the groceries to the car or something like that. Some gesture like that. But outside of that, a man is usually called good when he's dead. Okay. They'll recognize you for being good if you die. But if you ain't dead, you know, you don't really get good men.
Oh yeah. Take for instance, Black Lives Matter, and black men who die from police brutality. Although a few of them might have been of questionable character when they're alive, when they die, they uplift them as like these Jesus figures. Like, oh my God, they and I'm not. And there was, at the end of the day, it was police brutality. I believe that shit was based on white supremacy, and that shit was wrong. But at the same time, all these guys, like in their lives, not for the circumstances of which they died upon. A lot of these guys weren't spring chickens, but when they're dead, it's their, all of a sudden you uplift these guys as the beacon of the black community, and then they're used for political. Then they're used for political gain
for other people besides black men.
Besides black men and black people, really, because when they do that, they serve against our own interests.
And I'm gonna say this: now, if you pay attention, there are some women who will call men good, and they basically call men good for being multimillionaires. It doesn't make a difference what their character is. If they're a multimillionaire, they'll say they're good, but they're talking about a man that usually they don't feel like they'll ever be able to reach.
All right, Brian Tober, thanks once again for a super chat. He said there's a video clip about a black woman saying hood dudes be better than good dudes. The show is called Ask a Black Woman or something. Of course, yeah, it'll be something that straight up involves a black woman speaking. We don't have very many, and I'm not saying that we need this to happen or something like that, but still, I can say this: we don't have very many campaigns that we see out front of black women actually trying to uplift black men. I understand that, like I said, I don't really feel like I need that because I can stand on my own too. I don't need somebody to come up here and say, "Hey, Kev, why don't you just pick yourself up and you can put one foot in front of the other and you can keep going." I mean, I don't feel like we should have to need that. But the opposition that we face is annoying as fuck, and we can talk about it. But Pimp G, welcome to the panel. We got Jerry.
What's happening, y'all? What's going on? Hey, hey, Donnie, you ain't shit for saying it about the armor all. I'm like, wow, dog, the armor all, man, really do. You got me over here hurting. Like, wait, armor all? That's for my damn tires. But anyway, Roger, this was my question to you, but I think you missed it. And who gave her that attitude when you stated what you said? Now, Bianca say she got it from her mother. Bianca is absolutely partially correct. But honestly, y'all, where did they get all of this shit from? Because I will say it again. They ain't that fucking smart. They're not brilliant people. They're not. They're like led slaves. So who gave them this attitude, this feminist shit? And I read the chat about the two chicks that's in the chat room, and you know what? It's good that Tommy said they shouldn't have never gave you that, because in a real society, somebody gonna hunt you down at your front door, and they gonna come. You have to understand, men, we even got our ass beat to the point of now we're talking. See, you lucky we're talking. And this really is not your fault if you're 18. You need to take a look at your aunties, your mama. You need to take a look at your damn mama's friends. You need to look at them idiots. For y'all to come up there like that, but let's push that aside. I'm still going to fall back. Roger, I need that answer for what you stated. Where did they get this shit from, bro?
I mean, white men are their leader. That's where they got it from.
Ooh, okay. A system of demonic bullshit. Very so, man. Because I remember when it wasn't like this, Raj. It was cool, man. It was cool to be around sisters. I remember it. And I also saw the transition of stupidity and arrogance and feminism. So, for her to come up there and come on y'all show like that, it's the avatars, the shows like on Facebook, they know how to link this chaos to each other. So, for a woman to have that many views, she might have bought them views, man. It's a possibility.
It was only one that came to cause trouble with the young 18-year-old. But at the end of the day, if you come to a channel and nobody knows who you are, and the first thing you do is insult the host of the channel, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Come on now. Ain't nobody even talking about you. Nobody even knows you exist. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, but here's the thing. Here's the thing also. Like, people in her realm, whenever anyone comes to their channel with that, they are blocked immediately. Then they pay them no mind. They put them in that you're nothing category and just Thanos snap. So
Right.
they'll come to these platforms and they act like they're important or big shit, because they got this and they got that. So I mean, it's something that I feel like across the board to a certain degree that we all do, but it was for her to come at us like that. Our message is resonating. Period. Period. I don't, go ahead.
Well, Kev, I was going to say, I have to support what Roger says, because I've read some things. And one of the things that the powers that be, they got to make sure that they keep the chaos going between amongst each other. And in my own mindset, I wonder why they do that. And then I begin to look at the economics, and I just heard last night, I thought it was over $1 trillion that we consume in America. I've now found out it's at the moment $3 trillion. So they got to make sure they turn this heat up so they can make sure that this, even half of that, doesn't come back to us. Because if half of that $3 trillion, which is 1.5, comes back to the hood, do you know within 24 hours we change? See, that's the fear of them in the ignorance of these women. I stick with Kamala Harris. That's when I figured they should have stepped up, because her ass ain't part of our culture. She's a fucking foreigner, and there should be bricks flying at her ass right now. I said that. Habitual line steppers didn't say that. So don't go at them for saying that. I said that. So we got to stop letting these infiltrators come in like Barry. That came in because all of this confusion, we're turning on each other. But again, this system has supported them, and that young 18-year-old girl ain't nothing but a fucking fool who's full of herself and don't even know she's a fool.
Hey, one second, I gotta acknowledge. Anu 219, thank you for the cash app, much appreciated. Go ahead.
No. I'm saying that's cool. I also like this platform, but like I said, I had to come up and throw it at Raj, and of course, Raj threw that jab back at me. She got it from a white zaddy, which basically is that system, and it's sad because he's teaching her about trying to push her in a positive way. I mean, Roger literally, even with the insults, he is pushing her in a positive way. And I'm on the side trying to kick his ass like, man, give me this life jacket. You are not going to try to save her. And he pushed me back and took the life jacket from me. And as a leader, he said, we're going to try to save her. And I'm pouting like an old man. And I'm walking to the back of the line because I'm like, we need to save that life jacket for a good person. But at least this brother still has that love. So I commend you, Raj, on that. Can't hate you for that, bro. Can't hate you. I just hopefully around them in 10 more years and hear you change over the years, because it's going to change. It's without a doubt it's going to change. It's going to change.
Well, I'm gonna put it to you like this, Gerald.
Okay.
My thing is, we're trying. Now I can't tell you how they gonna end up, but when it's all said and done, if it's all messed up and it's all bad, they can't say we didn't make an effort to do something. Now it's on them 100%. We was telling them, we was pointing it out. And for a young lady like that to only be 18 years old, you know what I'm saying? Now, the thing is, she wants to be on negative stuff, because when we started trying to tell her suggestions on what to do better, not just up here, I saw in the comments too. It was other people giving her suggestions in the comments too. As soon as people started trying to tell her things that's going to help her, she was like, okay, I'm out of here, y'all. Peace. See what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So when it became positive, she wanted to leave. You see what I'm saying? When we stopped cracking the jokes and got serious and like, okay, let's do something for this 18-year-old that needs to know better. Oh, these niggas trying to show me love. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
You know, so that tell you something about them as well and how they've been trained, because she only 18. She's in her rookie year as an adult. You know, of course she gonna make mistakes, but to already want to dip just because people start trying to tell you what you could do to help yourself, that says something about how, you know what I'm saying, what she's accepted up to this point.
Okay. Hey, I would like to ask Pretty Killer a question, since y'all say she got so many subs. So just because you got subs, does that mean YouTube gives you a paycheck?
I have a little bit of knowledge on how that works. If they watch her ads and she gets a decent amount of views, yeah, she can get some change from that. Even if that's not her main income, it's supplemental enough. So I mean, I figure, hey, she does get something.
Okay, I still would say sooner or later when you come up, Kev, the habitual line steppers, y'all gonna have to move to Patreon, because you gotta understand that YouTube is ran by one of them females too, and she full of shit. Yeah, I hope you hear it. So I'm saying it about you because I did a little research on you, and I know you full of shit. That's why she monitors a lot of black male channels, a lot, and I was like, wow. That's why a few channels had to move over from her, because she was cutting them off, because a lot of the brothers thought, once they got off, like Roger doing, once they got off the fact that, you can't love them because they really have no clue what love is. So let's talk economics and doing a whole lot of things. And then you seen how channels were cut and men were speaking positive to each other. And it's like, wow, it really threw some salt on YouTube and what they were doing. And it's soon gonna happen over here. Watch out, say Gerald's vengeance for Gerald. Yeah, it is. I like my vengeance, but I also know that you can't walk into a yard where her dog has bitten you one time. You try to walk back into that yard again and allow that dog to bite you again. And this is why I say brothers gonna have to move on. I kind of agree with what Roger says, but if we was a tribe and we had a camp, yo man, I have a lot of guns pointed at them. I'm down for protecting the children. I just have to go back with it. I don't think Western culture women as a whole are not good people. I didn't say black or white, fuck the crayon shit. I say as a culture, because single-handedly they have destroyed our culture. Our culture just get up, work, try to live a good life, go to church, just do what you do. But they have, with their penis envy, they have really hated who we are. They go.
Sorry about that. Sorry.
Okay, cool. And that's what I'm saying, that I kind of see that. We are men, we just get up, we do our thing, we smile, we get along. That's almost too much kindness for them. They can't stand it. Like, why they smiling? Why they doing this? See, I remember those days, Rod. Why, white man see you smiling. What y'all smiling for? Man, none of your goddamn business. What you all up in our shit for? Like, I remember them days. Like, damn, like we just can't be left alone. So now, maybe I just don't want to put on that Captain Save a whole cape, even though I got 2 daughters. If they shit on me and spit on me, if they don't want to be saved, they don't want to be saved.
Hey! Did Pretty Kelly get timed out in the chat?
I didn't time her out.
I didn't time her out either.
Well, Pretty Kelly, you got your own show. Why don't you come up and take my place and let me back off so I can wait? She's saying, so I make between 30, 50K a month off app. Girl, then you know what? You should come up here. Teach. Come up and teach. I mean, the platform's yours. You're one of the pretty ones, so come on up. Hell, I want to fall back and listen.
Well, she actually came on my panel.
Well, I mean,
she's not. She don't seem to be as aggressive as some of these other folks.
Yeah. I would say, it's we got different points of view. You know, I mean, I wouldn't say like I said earlier. I treat anybody like a human being. You know, first.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
Cortez.
she was able. I'm gonna say she was able to talk with us and have a civil conversation.
But at the same time, you know, I'm not gonna start a war with everybody.
Right.
You know, it's you know, I'll give you a couple chances first, and a couple chances with me is stretching it. But but that's the kind of person I am. I give you the rope to hang yourself.
Okay.
And,
Miss
and
Kit-
So my aggression, you know, I make sure my aggression is never misplaced.
Okay.
and I want to say, so far, Pretty Kelly hasn't done anything that I know of that would make me be like really apprehensive of her. I mean, she came on my show. She told a story. You know, we dealt with what she said, but she didn't come like trying to destroy. Like the other young lady, she came on some, I'm trying to destroy you. You know what I'm saying? Coming
Yeah.
through with insults and all that. Like,
And trust me, it's like I've had experience with a range of females on social media, and 97% of them have always disappointed me. Not like I'm somebody or something like that, you know. I mean, but I am someone who's been very observant, and you know, and knowing how how to react to being treated a certain way. And I would say 97% of these females on social media do not respect black men willfully. You know, they're all together on it. They're all together on it. And any woman that really outright stands up and puts up a good affront for the brothers, like somebody like an Amara Negra, they are constantly attacked. Period.
And Kev, I will always ask this question again. They don't like us. Why they don't like us? I mean, why? Just because? There's got to be a reason.
No, we know the reason. The white man told them not to.
That's notice where I'm going at. I'm always going to go back to the nucleus. So they were told this like a slave, like go pick that goddamn cotton. So now the cotton is us. Like, okay, and you ain't got to pick it. You just got to hate them. I hope people understand this is about economics. The bottom line of this algebra problem is economics, and they don't want us to build. Because if we build with each other, that money now does not go to different cultures. The Asians, Indians, it comes back to us.
But I'm gonna say this to y'all, even to everybody listening. When women come around, one of the main reasons I don't shoo them away, they actually need to hear men talking, and they need to hear men talking that ain't trying to have sex with them. They need to hear what men's thoughts really are. Men will talk to women. A lot of them won't listen to their own daddy, or their mama already done trained them to not listen to their daddy. And then other men they deal with, it's a sexual situation where he's not going to say anything where he loses the potential of having sex with her later. A lot of women are in that. And if you a lot of them are basically in a bubble of information because nobody wants to say anything where he's going to risk. Well, if I say this to her today, she may never have sex with me one day, even if it were to become available. Guys think like that, and we all know guys think like that. So a lot of women don't really get to hear men talk for real. So my thing is, when they come to these spaces, let them listen because they need to hear. You know, we can't make them listen, but you know, now the only thing that I know is the young lady that left. She's already been so thoroughly trained to hate black men. As soon as we got positive, she was out of here. When it was drama, and it wasn't drama, but when we was cracking jokes, she was there and she was cool with that part. And she was trying to put on this front like y'all jokes don't hurt me or whatever, or these jokes don't matter. But as soon as we got positive, she quickly decided it was time to leave.
Yeah, and also when I dropped,
thank you, Kev, because I was going to ask about that.
No. Hear me out first. When I drop links, it's for anybody to come up. You know, you come up, you want to. You know, I'm pretty much a person that opens the floor. So you know, as far as asking people, but it's but
I'm guilty, Kev. I'm guilty of that, Kev.
I understand, but you know, I understand. That's what you do. Okay. But it's like with me, it's like if you want to hit that link, feel free. You know, there are people that are in that chat right now that hit that link before, and Gerald, you've hit that link plenty of times. So
Yep.
I'm making it free choice. You know, now I did tell some guy that was overly critical one time, try to start a fire in the chat. I was like, look, come on up, bro. Let's see what you got to say. You know,
He didn't come.
just like, but here we go. But somebody did come.
Okay.
Absalon, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, Kev? What's going on, y'all?
What's up, Absalon?
What's happening? What's happening?
Hanging in there, man.
Yeah. So Absalon, hey, promote your channel, man. Tell us about your channel.
Well, I'm trying to do a little bit of everything. You know, I've actually started my YouTube page about 6 years ago, but I kind of fell away from the content, doing a lot of other things. Because I'm also a cook too, so I started getting back into the.
You cook. What is your primary? What is your primary cuisine?
Mostly pasta.
Really?
Yeah, I love pasta, man. I'm a big kind of Italian pasta kind of guy. So, you know, Alfredo, lasagna. My favorite is baked ziti though.
Really? You be going down like that, brother? Shit, you got your look at you.
So I kind of want to start. I want to start getting into that. You know, later down, I'm gonna start trying to do some things with my dad. We're gonna be working on a food club, so I can start implementing that into the channel too. You know, because showing my skills. But I do music. You know, I'm a writer, so I do rap, hip hop music. Definitely, music, you know, clothes, entertainment, things of that nature. So I'm trying to incorporate it all. I don't know how much I'm gonna do it, you know, as well as I can, but I figured it'll work somehow, some way.
Okay, brother, a cooking channel. You know what I'm saying? Well, I mean, I ain't gonna tell you what to do, but if you're going to do cooking, I mean, that's a much needed thing. There's a lot of folks out here that can't cook, bruh.
That's true. That's true. That is true. That is true, Rod. That's true.
Yeah. I mean, that it's just the ideal in my head to add a cooking channel to the Black Manosphere because we don't have one of those yet. You know, that would be nice. You know,
yeah.
There's a lot of folks who can't cook.
Yeah. Especially, I was thinking like going different avenues, like with the vegan. You know, because that's kind of big now too. So
yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And like the juice bars and things that I need, kind of incorporate the health concept to it, like you say, to the manosphere and bring something different to the table. Because I am a millennial, so I want to bring something in there for us, for our group too. And then we're also learning from other guys, you know, other athletes too.
So you lead of the new school with a name like Pianke. I was like,
exactly.
Okay.
That's where I get my name from. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, I want to bring those two, you know, divisions together. You know, like the king did. You know, bring Nubia and Kemet together.
Yeah,
you know, we one kingdom.
They don't want to talk.
Be careful, man. You need to be careful. Cause
why you say that, Raj?
Cause you know, it's starting to sound like he might be a good man.
Oh, Kev, Raj is the Chuck Willery of our show, man. Of this show, man. We'll be back in 2 and 2.
But Joe had me laughing, man. You was going in on that girl. I said, no, man.
but it's sad because it's all learned behavior. It's like riding a bike, and the fact that I'm older. So when I listen to Kev is like the general manager. When I listen to Raj, he's like that first class pitcher. And Raj always has this hope. And that's what we're supposed to have. I had it when I was his age, but I got bit so much, I capped that shit up and threw it away and sold it at the pawn shop for a penny. And that's all I got for it. So when it's like nice guys, man, they literally dog out nice guys. They literally have murdered, put nice men in the grave, and we still trying to save these motherfuckers. And it's sad because they always talk about God. Man, I think they hate this creator. And I don't think the creator particularly cares for them. I don't. I really don't, because of what they do, you know. And they follow this beast. They follow this beast to the ends of the earth, and it's going to get worse, especially when you got a vice president now want to legalize prostitution. If that's true, like, really? We're doing this now? So it's like, man, this is a crazy world. Sometimes you have to keep a joint or blunt or whatever. You want whatever you smoke. It's like you got to keep it. Just to like, am I crazy? Am I fucking losing my mind? Or what's going on?
Well, let me say this real quick since you mentioned legalizing prostitution.
Mm-hmm.
If they legalize prostitution, y'all better make sure before y'all partake in anything like that,
Yes,
that they make it legal for you as a man to have sex with a prostitute. Because you know the type of stuff they do, they'll make it legal for a woman to perform the act, but they won't make it legal for a man to partake in the act.
Ain't that something? That's true.
Like, big shout out to the brothers, man. I like what you're saying about that cooking thing because I'm be doing my vegetable thing and growing and gardening. What Roger said was so true. Because in Colorado right now, you can smoke weed, but they ain't take off the drug panel. You can still get fired for it. No, marijuana is still on the drug panel, brother. So you can smoke weed, but it's still on the drug panel. Still get fired for it.
Yeah. They don't necessarily have to. They don't necessarily have to take it off the whole drug test thing. They can still pop you for it.
Yeah.
Wow.
But you know, it's always been legal to use drugs. The illegal part, which doesn't even make sense for it to be legal, but the illegal part has always been the possession. So they play with certain things and they play with certain rules on purpose. But truth be told, we're supposed to be a free country. So how can you tell a person who's free what he can or can't possess? That don't even make sense.
And do you know how much money the government makes off the transportation of narcotics? I haven't used that word in a very long time. Narcotics. They make lots of money. Matter of fact, William Cooper, who wrote a book called Behold the Pale Horse, was taken out because he said the number one drug pusher on the planet was George Bush. He said that.
Yeah, I did hear about that.
Yeah, he got erased for that. And he told the truth. He said, I'm going down with the truth. So, you know, they have, I think Umar Johnson has said it also, that if America hadn't dealt with that, the economy would fall. So let's go back to what you said, Kev, about being a good man. I still remember when men wasn't doing this, and then women started saying, well, my child needs this and my child needs that. And men ended up taking chances just to help the family. I say it again, Rod, you could save them. I just seen the process that makes me say, nah, man, I say that life jacket. People say, well, you got two daughters. They also end up like pit bulls, wouldn't fucking listen. So what? I'm supposed to care about somebody that don't want to listen and that talks down to me? My grandmother told me some very wise words. Some things are better left alone. You don't want that rage to come in because you can't control rage. And when a person is rageful and got that gun in his hand, he's going to erase and eliminate anything that's in his way. The word is rage. So,
well, hopefully they're not. You know, hopefully hopefully nobody has to freak out like that in order to get anything across. You know, put down the gun and let's be reasonable.
Now that sounds right. That sounds good, Kev.
Yeah.
It sounds good.
Yeah, it does. It sounds like it keep you out of prison.
Yes, that's true too.
Yeah, but I gotta welcome Irv Gotti to the panel, and also welcome Pretty Kelly to the panel as well. You know, how y'all
going on?
What's going on, man?
Yeah.
And young lady.
What's going on, Irv?
Hey, glad to be
Pretty
here.
Kelly. How you doing?
All right.
I'm doing well. How are you?
All right. Well, all right, Irv Gotti, you got the floor for a second.
Yeah, I just came over from the, I go to I'll be over at the Roger Report quite often, man. He said they were heading over here, so I'm gonna head over here and see what they do. So I wouldn't win and subscribe to you, my brother, because you know what I'm saying. It's like you keep the good conversation and the good idea going, and that's pretty much all I want to say for my opening statement, because that's pretty much all I got right now.
All right, preach.
Hey, Kev, I was gonna say, in what Rod said, Irv, you and Pianke, man, yo, by him being a cook and by you being a farmer, I see a 1-2 punch, man. That's a 1-2 punch, bro.
Absolutely.
I was in the chat and I was hearing that, and he wanted to go vegan. Like, I don't really agree 100% with a vegan thing, but just hearing the brother say, okay, he got the cook in, and I'm thinking about the vegetables. I'm like, yeah, like the brothers is like making moves, like doing stuff.
Yep.
you know. And then Roger was saying, you need to get that cooking report. Like Roger told me, like, you need to show these people about this growing. So like we really trying to show we try to show improve more or less.
Yeah, so we're gonna definitely have to link up because like I was saying, me and my dad starting the food club soon. We already been doing like doing some things where we buying produce straight from the farmers and stuff like that, you know, doing like COVID been going on, and a lot of the programs been giving a lot of the canned processed foods and stuff, which is high in sodium. So we've been trying to balance it out, getting the produce straight from the farmers and stuff like that. And but since all the COVID started coming back into play, they talking about a lot of the programs I've been hearing has been cut down. So it's been hard for us to get a lot of the fresh produce. We've been getting stuff like sweet potatoes and like collard greens and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Oh, you said a collard green. That's my favorite one.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah. I'm loving that.
But it's hard to get seeds right now. So I'm working on seeds of worms. I'm trying to get that right now. A lot of it.
And guess who controls the seeds? Some of the bitches. Boy. Yeah. All right. I had to throw that 1-2 punch, a connection on this show. So
all right. Well, welcome Roguish to the panel. I want to let Pretty Kelly get in. You know, she came up here, so she got something she want to say, and then we'll get Roguish in. So welcome Roguish once again. Cool people, go check out his channel, Roguish the Build Monger.
Hi, Kelly.
Hi, how are you?
We're doing good, Kelly. We were waiting on you, so you up here and you got the floor, as Kev say. Go for it.
So I heard you guys said that you wanted to know pretty much about, like, you had questions about YouTube or how AdSense worked, or, you know, generating revenue or different revenue streams and sources. So it's better probably if you ask me your questions, and whatever I know I'll share, and whatever I don't, then
okay. Okay, I can ask questions. What region are you in the States? East Coast, West Coast, Midwest, or what?
I'm in the Midwest. I mean, I'm in Oklahoma right now.
Okay. Wait, didn't we talk? But you're from New York, right?
Yes.
Yes, you was the one with the Tulsa, Oklahoma situation.
Exactly.
How you doing?
Yes. What you doing at tea time? You must be on the south side. You definitely ain't on the north.
Definitely not.
Okay. So what's going on in your life as far as the sub? So you're doing that great as far as economics when it comes to your channel, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said the last time I talked to you, we all communicated with you. You said you was opening up a barbershop.
Yes, Rich Cuts. My friend owns Rich Cuts, and he started to franchise the business. And what it is it's a barbershop. And he gives pretty much like kids different entrepreneurship books and stuff to read while they're in the chair. Different products and services he has. It's just really, really dope for communities. And with you guys knowing what happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma, I just think bringing something like that here can definitely help and inspire this community. So that's my mission.
You know what? And I just found this out last week about Tulsa, Oklahoma, because I knew it was a big thing. But then that's also most of those people that were in Tulsa were Republicans. That's right. They was about that money. And all of a sudden, a lot of things transpired as they bombed Tulsa, Oklahoma, because it was the last, what I want to say, let's just say the last group economics as far as culture wise, which is us, because they took down Asheville, North Carolina, and all the other places that linked, because Tulsa, Oklahoma was an underground to an economical network that went throughout the United States. So basically we was being hunted down like they did in Iraq. Now you starting this up again. Do you think it's possible that from Tulsa, Oklahoma, which next probably be Texas, do you think y'all gonna be able to franchise it out like that though?
Oh, it currently is. So I would now, mind you, this isn't my initial business. This is his business.
Right.
Yeah. So he has a couple different locations, Philadelphia, Miami, He started one in New York, Atlanta, Phoenix, Arizona. He has about like 8 different locations. So I would be the first in Tulsa. So that's like, yeah, that was just my goal here. But I'm doing a bunch of things here. But as soon as I heard about what happened with Black Wall Street, there's no way I couldn't do anything, you know what I mean? Or just talk about it or just feel bad. So I had to, you know what I mean, invest and make something happen. So that's how I feel I'm doing my part.
Oh, yo, salute on that, because it's definitely needed. I mean, maybe you make your way out to the north side once you get established. North side of Tulsa look like Detroit.
Oh no, but that's where I'm putting Rich Cuts. Rich Cuts will be on the north side. It's not going to be. I'm in Brookside currently. That's where I live. So, but yeah, if it's not on the north side, then I'm not really helping. You know what I mean? The blacks of Tulsa. So yeah, it's definitely going to be on the north side.
Okay, educate us, both of y'all. Y'all both have to educate us about this north south. What's going on in the north of Tulsa?
North Tulsa is the area where Black Wall Street was, and and it really hasn't recovered since then. Like I live like probably a 5-minute walk away from Black Wall Street. Grew up there or whatever, and like just actually came from visiting my dad about a week ago, and it just looks like the land that time forgot. You know what I'm saying?
Really?
A lot of dilapidated buildings. The businesses definitely not black owned. You know what I'm saying? You still got your hood corner store owned by Arabs or some Asians like that. Black people ain't owning too much out there. And the thing is, yeah, barbershops actually, used to be, pretty popular out there, but not anymore. So it'd be good. It's good to hear. I mean, you taking the risk, but that's some love that you got for your people if you want to really plan out there, because that shit can get, heart achingly desolate at times.
What's the attitude of Tulsa, man? What's the attitude of Tulsa?
Really,
either one of y'all.
There's a lot of black people that just really want to be left alone and do their thing. As far as building, the younger generations are looking to build, but they don't have that old money. And, the older generation ain't trying to spend that old money with the younger generations.
So they still got the plant. So the old generation still got that plantation Biden-Harris attitude, huh? What happened?
We might have lost Rogish for a second.
Okay, yeah,
I just wanted to say real quick to the people in the chat, please do me a favor. Don't take anything, because I could get on here and say I'm the Queen of England. You know what I'm saying? Don't take anything I'm saying for gold. Please do your research and find out. Rich Cuts is on Facebook, right? You can actually go to his official page and see that he's literally just announced the franchise in Phoenix. You can message that man directly and ask him if he knows who Pretty Kelly is. Ask him if Pretty Kelly's starting the franchise in Tulsa. So, like I said, I could get on here and say anything and make up all kind of make-believe stuff, but that's the beauty of the internet. You can reach out and confirm anything and everything I'm saying, and I highly suggest that you do, because that's what's going to bring validation, and that's what's going to stop a lot of the negativity that's given my way because of what previous females have come on these platforms and done.
What the hell? I'm gonna say this real quick because I see that's D Miller L, and he's come to my show multiple times. He's asking just so he can help support the location because he's out in Phoenix too. So if there's one in Phoenix, he's gonna try to help show some support, which is a beautiful thing. That's what we do around here. We try to support.
I told you, Rod, you a good guy, man. You good. You like a virgin when it comes to a lot of shit that didn't happen to people. It's like it didn't happen to you. It's like you still got that hope. You a version of Martin Luther King, dog. I'm an MLK. Martin Luther. I'm telling you.
My thing is we all got a sob story. Cause you know what I'm saying? I was in a situation where, you know what I'm saying, I got jumped on almost 40 people and I was in the hospital with a coma. You know what I'm saying? With my family praying on me just to even live. I don't talk about it because I don't need to push a sob story to get anything done. We all got one at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't say nothing about it. But like if people try to get this, we gonna compare sob story thing. Well, about 40 niggas tried to kill me for no reason. I was just having to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. You know what I'm saying? Who gonna beat me on sob stories? You know what I'm saying? But my thing is,
did anybody get arrested?
no, I was out. I couldn't report.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? And the cops is about the last people I'm gonna call. You know what I'm saying? when it come down to it, if you, I mean, I'm in Chicago, so you know, to need police help, they will come after you already beaten up, already killed, or already stolen from. That's when they show up. They ain't gonna come stop. I've never seen a black person saved by police. I ain't gonna say it ain't never happened, but I ain't never seen a police officer show up in time enough to save anybody.
Yeah.
To me, police is for insurance purposes. You fill out a report for your insurance so you can, you know, make your proper claim or whatever case. But other than that, you know, police and for me have been basically useless.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
You stunned me on that one, but I'm not shocked. But yeah, it's deep when your own kind is your enemy. Now, by you saying that, I don't know if I said it because I'm getting old, but I said it again. I saw something on the internet that said the 20 worst black cities in America. Do you know that Chicago, California, and DC was not, nothing of New York was not on that list? Everything was on that list in the South, including where you at, Kevin, Montgomery, which we did talk about this. And I'm still reeling from this. All of those states are freaking Democratic states.
Where I'm from, and Alabama is a Republican state. Kay Ivey, although the Democratic, they're just a Democratic mayor that was just elected, Stephen Reed, which he was the first black mayor ever of the city.
Mhm.
But you know, you can't fix things overnight. I understand that city has issues, and the reason why I feel like there was a focused effort to fuck that city up and the people to fuck it up as well is because we had such a tremendous history down there.
Mm-hmm. Actually,
You know,
I was gonna say, Kev, before Atlanta was supposed to be Atlanta, do you know that first choice of the growth of Atlanta was supposed to be Montgomery, Alabama, but something happened to where it went to Atlanta instead of going to Montgomery?
They missing
probably
down
the history, right?
Say it again.
I said probably the history of Alabama being, you think, played a part in that?
Most likely, because I still think from the Bible Belt all the way from Texas, all the way to Louisiana, coming up through Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and South Carolina, I got a funny feeling, man, that land was belonged to us. Even though they say they bought us here on slave ships, it's like hearing what my dad said and then what my relatives said, like, wait, so we're the original natives. Yeah. Well, they old, like, why the fuck you just not telling me this? And I say it like that because I'm so angry. Why are you telling me this now? Why you didn't tell me this when I was young? Why now?
They told me that they said we were the Gullah Warriors and we were the Indigo people.
Yes. See, I've heard that.
That's what I'm hearing too.
So it's like, well, why y'all telling us now? Like, damn, you should be telling us this in the 70s, all these years. Like, why tell us now when they damn near got the rope around our necks and we're fighting for our basic survival? I mean, I don't get it. Like I said, I've had something that most people would like Pretty Careless trying to bring back. My money used to go to people who look like me hands. My change came from them. But they always had this one Jew in there who had the local store. That used to blow me away. In fact, let me take that back. 3 Jews. That neighborhood, it was in walking distance. So these things I've always asked as questions. I've always been beat up too, Kay, about what's wrong with us linking together. For at least 20 years, I was called a nigga and said I needed Jesus. For what? So we can build our own? Until now, with that love that Raj got, I lost that love. In fact, I don't have it. That's why I don't put up a channel, because I know that maybe I've been consumed with a little hate, that maybe I don't need to spread the hate. Let me just put on my Ray-Ban and keep it moving and come talk to you and come talk to you guys and encourage you guys, because y'all that young generation and the world is yours, man. The world is y'all's, man, for real.
Well, yeah, you have to, but yeah, I've learned to deal with the rage I've had, and like I said, I just want to make sure that all of it isn't misplaced because it took a while. Right. I mean, it messes with me as a person sometimes, but I can contain it like a motherfucker. But please don't be the one to cross anybody I'm cool with. So it's because it's like that with me. I mean, I don't feel like that I should sit down or shut up when someone crosses me or people I care about. So, I mean, it's just there. But in the meantime, we're gonna have some good civil conversations and see what we can come up with. So, okay, now that more people are here, you can tell me what you think. Why is the good man trope not associated with being a black man? Why is there always pushback? Why is there always resistance? Why do people basically hate the idea?
Somebody.
Somebody. What I think it is when you in the presence of a good brother, it's kind of like in the movie The Wiz. One of the producers said he enjoyed Michael Jackson being there, but he also hated that he was there because you could easily see where everybody else was off because he was so good. And
kind of like Simone Biles.
Like who that?
Simone Biles.
Well, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's like you are so on with how you perform that everyone else around you knows that they're not at your level. You know what I'm saying? I call it a snooze kicking. You're so real in your realness that people can't stay asleep around you, or they're constantly reminded of their illusion in your presence because it's so clear that you don't operate from that perspective.
Wow. Okay.
Can I share my take?
Sure.
Honestly, I think one of the major problems is there's too many women defining what it means to be a good man who know nothing about what it means to be a man at all. And when we do that, we have all different types of levels of expectations and wants and thoughts and ideals, etc. So whenever that word, term, or phrase is used, if it's not in alignment with what that woman believes a good man is, it's instantly not associated with the black man. Instantly. And they're constantly comparing to previous exes, the negative side. So once that's done, how can you associate the two? You can't. So until it's defined clearly by a man, by someone who a community of men acknowledges as a good man, and that's looked at as the standard instead of individual definitions, it'll never be associated with black men in the majority.
Why is that though?
Interesting answer, but I'm gonna take it a little bit different way. At the end of the day, I think black men are the only people capable of determining what a good black man is. There's no benefit in this country for anybody else to acknowledge a good black man. Now, I always say you got about 15 to 20% of black women that's somewhere between good and great. Now they benefit from good black men because they marry them, they have real relationships with them. You know what I'm saying? They have kids that are raised functional in functional situation rather than dysfunctional situation. But outside of that 15 to 20% of women who are actually dealing with good black men, who else is benefiting from a good black man? So the average black woman cannot see a black man as being good because he's not white. You know what I'm saying? And it's an issue that a lot of guys just don't want to accept. A lot of black women are just raised to be white supremacists. We got a good shot, and I ain't gonna even say a good shot. We have a shot due to social media, because at this point, everything a person here is not going to be white supremacy approved. And as I said on my channel many times, when you start thinking about people who had a public education, magazines, books, movies, television, you know what I'm saying? Unless white supremacy approved, it wasn't even on air, or wasn't taught in the classroom, or wasn't in a magazine of any kind. You know, we've had a brief things owned by black people but that thing that was owned by black people did not affect the majority of black people. It dealt with pockets of black people. So we've all been taught to be white supremacists. The question is, will you shake it off when you become an adult? Now, for black men, I think the reason they shake it off because white supremacy affects us in a much different way than it affects black women. And when it comes to everybody else, even outside of white folks, they have no reason to be against white supremacy because it leaves everything for black men to bear the brunt of, not them. So why say something about it? It ain't hurting you. You know what I mean? Even if you don't participate in it, it's not hurting you either. So why even voice anything against it?
But a good black man is received as competition by everyone else. You know, that's the thing. What makes a good black man? Let's just take it to the degrees. You know, just the basics. A brother that is of his word, good diligence. You know what I'm saying? Good principles, and so just a basic cat. If he follows just the basic laws of what America has presented to him, he's going to get to a certain level, what I'm saying, within society. Now, to him, that level is going to be comfortable, but to everyone else, that level is going to be competitive. What are you doing? What are you doing here? What do you the fact that it's received as an anomaly as opposed to the standard, when in all actuality, based off of our perspective towards how we view our value and our worth, it's actually a standard. Like our fathers from the past had standards, and there was certain perspectives of standards of being a good man. Like when I put out my video, you're a good man, quotation, somebody saying that shit. I neglected to say that I learned that from my uncles and my father, especially my uncles. My father wasn't really there like that, but my uncles, they pimping asses, they was there. And when it came to directed me to develop good character and becoming someone of your word, and actually standing on your work as opposed to your word, standing on your work. That was something that was instilled into all of them, and it's something that their father instilled in them. But perhaps, not perhaps, but definitely that value system has definitely changed. And in the aspect of receiving a good man, a good black man, I don't really think that, the community can receive it as such anymore.
They definitely are doing stuff they can to avoid it. Because if you look at, even with content creators, you know what I'm saying, just wait a little bit. You ain't got to wait that long. Somebody's going to attack a content creator for saying what he's saying, and then they're going to say you're just talking. Now, the thing is, what type of thought process does a person have to do something like that? People ain't stupid. People know that being a content creator is creating a source of income if you're being serious about it. They know this. Folks don't even want you to talk about things and spread good propaganda about black men. And they definitely don't want you to make no money off of it. And they definitely don't want you to take that money and start doing things to better the community, because they don't want you doing anything that's going to create a better image for black men. They are very anti that. That's why black men get attacked so much. You know what I'm saying? Black men, people especially use income to attack black men, even more than even physical harm. They rather attack a black man's income, because everybody knows that's how you can do a whole lot of damage. Because you can jump on a person, but if you don't kill them, eventually they're gonna get back up.
Right. True.
So they try to make it where you can never really make money, so you can't improve the community the way you would want.
So you're saying you're hunted from the womb to the grave, huh?
I mean, pretty much, yeah. That's just what it is. As positive as y'all have seen me be, trust me, make no mistake, I understand the world I live in. You know what I'm saying? I knew they was after me. Once I made 18, I knew they was coming after me. You see what I'm saying? Whether it be a traffic stop that it can escalate into something else, whether it be something very minor like jaywalking that they can escalate into something else. I already know the game. The game is just to get a record, period. They don't care how your record starts. They just want you to have one, period. And then if they can get you to have a record, then they can build upon that record. And then one day somebody can make an accusation that you may not have even done, but they can convince a jury that you just might do it. It may be in your character. But you know what? Because you have this record of nonsense that you didn't even pay much attention to, that's good enough to convince somebody. Let's just lock him up anyway. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But he black. Screw giving him benefit of the doubt. Screw the fact that nobody really proved the case. I just don't like his character. Let's just lock him up anyway. And that happens to black men on a regular basis.
That has been happening before you was even here, and we still under that pressure. We still under that foot. This is why they infeminizing the men. This is why it blows me away, Raj, to see in panel, to see what I see on television. When anytime I see men, I'm seeing you slip that little homosexual bullshit in. Every time I'm like, wow, the show was going perfect. But when I saw that, they also just put a woman. Once they put a woman in our lane as football this past weekend, I'm not knocking it. I'm just not approving it because there's no way you finna get out there with a 250-pound man and try to get your feminine ass in the way and tackle a man. Yeah. I just wish people stay in their lane. Now I'm serious. A dude that put Alabama football team to me on the map. Ain't no way that I could be 6'2", 210. I'm not gonna try to tackle Henry from the Titans. That's like a life experience. Like, do I really want to cut my life off like that? 250 pounds.
See, but based off what Roger was saying in an aspect of the and Eric brought it up, Peace Eric, talking about the narrative, then that means that the narrative is still being defined by not us. And in an aspect of us taking over the definition of that narrative, it's been tried in the past, but I think it's been tried too diplomatically. You know what I'm saying? I think we try to adhere to the rules of the system as opposed to, you know what I'm saying, bum rushing them shits, you know, at time when need be. You know what I'm saying? I can understand having, you know, some gentility with it here and there, but sometimes you need a blitz. And, you know what I'm saying, especially in this day and age, you're looking at 2020, all black men can tell what their value is to the system by now. Right. I mean, I'm pretty sure you know, got some lost blind, you know what I'm saying, stragglers or whatever, but pretty much across the board, brothers have.
It's more than that.
Work.
What up, baby? I think I'd agree with Edward. A lot of them don't know. I'm just glad that there's a place where brothers can find out. Because keep in mind, when I started my channel, I had no idea the Black Manosphere was what it was. And you know what I'm saying, I give Edward credit for bringing us over to the Black Manosphere. But, you know what I'm saying, it was nice for me to know that there was other brothers working to do all the different things that we do. And even though we put in the work that we're doing, and we're having a propaganda that's positive toward black men, a lot of people are just anti that because it's a positive message about black men. And you know, so I really don't get when people don't get why they're being attacked. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, I say on a regular basis, if people found out, especially even the sisters, if they found out a black man built a sandcastle, they have it kicked over within the hour. Because they don't want you to show any progress.
But check this, it's probably by design. Because check this stuff. So we the second most sought after men still. Like with all that, we still the second most sought after men. So
who's the first? Who's the first?
They say white guys, but I don't believe
that. Okay. Time out. Because that is starting. I mean,
let me finish real quick. But even if we are second, I think we're first. But then I'm gonna say what they say. I'm gonna say what they say. Even with us being second, with all that stacked against us, we're still second. So imagine if we had the money. They have to do what they're doing. Because if we ever get our money right, bro, we're gonna take this country. We're gonna take this country in Africa.
Well, fuck the money if we ever get our power right, cuz.
There is no power without economics. They're just not in the way this world works. That may not be money like fiat currency, but it's money in like land and stuff like that. No, absolutely. And as far as the thing, yes, we are second. So a lot of folks got to have reality as to where they are. The reality of the situation is when you look at black men, when you look at men globally, and as well as the United States of America, yes, sexually, because that's what you all are referring to. But the truth is, most women if they could have their cake and eat it too, they would probably have a white dude and then they would have a black dude on the side giving it up. But still, it's still, I mean, even white women. Jane Fonda even said something similar to that a while ago. She said she regretted not sleeping with Marvin Gaye, but she said it's the same thing like 3 weeks ago. But she would never have gotten with him. And a lot of white women are like that. Now here's the thing: black men don't really give a. Black men, if we can get sexual access, yes, we are cool with being a family man as well. It's not that we don't want that, but we're perfectly fine getting sexual access and then throwing that chick back to whoever she wants to go to. If she don't want to be in a long-term relationship, black men are not going to feel any kind of way about it if they're getting sexual access. And that's true for all men to a certain extent, by the way. That's not something unique. And so we're winning. So where a lot of black men are winning is in the quote-unquote, since we're speaking on propaganda, is the black men benefit from the byproducts of harming us. So when you put out all this negative propaganda, there's something psychological in women, and even white men have not been able to eliminate this from their own women, that creates like a bad boy image, even in black men that will otherwise be squares, because what they see in the overall media and propaganda. So we benefit as a byproduct of that. Then you add in stuff like sports and stuff like that, and they haven't been able to control that. That's kind of something that they've accepted has to be there in order for the stuff to be how it is, and this is why they try to take control over it. But the thing that I wanted to add, that stresses that. But what's up, everybody? The thing I wanted to add is the manosphere is not about propaganda. We're about putting all the cards on the table and then where it is. Well, black men are fucking up, where we have no problem talking about that. And you've seen that in the black manosphere when you have the quote unquote educated lane versus street dude wars. That's us going at each other. And those battles have been had versus without women prompting any of that versus, the point is we're about putting all cards on the table. We're not out here about saying, okay, if black men were horrible fathers, we're not about saying, well, they're good fathers because the image may convince them to be good fathers. No, the truth is the statistics show that black men care about being in their children's lives, and that can be proven by how many hoops we have to jump through more so than other men typically have to for cultural reasons to even be in our kids' lives. That's number one. Number two, this idea of black men hate black women. Well, if that was true, then you wouldn't even have the 85% marriage rates, because black men are more married than black women. You wouldn't have the 85% marriage rates, and also the 80% divorce rates are activated by women, not the men. So women can say men do all this bullshit, but the truth is women get fat, women stop fucking. There's a lot of things women stop doing, and the worst thing black men do is cheat. Versus white boys who just come wash your hands of it and just bounce. And they've demonstrated they'll do that. By the way, that's why a lot of these welfare laws and stuff was initially activated, because in the Depression, when white men could not raise their children, they leave everything. They say, fuck it, I'm done. Right. And then the white women, so that didn't have nothing to do with black men. So my overall point, because y'all know I can go, is we are about what the truth is. And the friction that we get is because people don't want to hear the truth, because they have been so bought into the lies, they don't even know what the truth is. Exactly. The same women will be complaining about their own outcomes. Think about it. Like I just saw that Yavanna Van Zam with Lisa Ray. Now, this is a light-skinned female, so she can't pull the color card, but has an attitude is probably up there with one of the worst. And then, you put her with nothing but women, and then you see how her mom, now she was a daddy's girl, but what did her mom say? Her dad was a hoe, and da-da-da. And at the end, but here's the thing, at the end of the day, she chose her father. So the same things that made him a hoe was the same thing as to why she was attracted to him, which means I'm not saying she deserves most of the blame, but she deserves some of that. And then you see that reflected in her daughters and how they choose men, but it's never their fault. Same thing with Summer Walker, where she want to jump on black men because she want to choose a nigga called London on I don't know what the fuck that is. London on what? What the fuck is that? But it's like she say my grandmother, my mother, and me, and I'm like, okay, so you got 3 generations of chicks that you all are picking the same type of nigga. So at what point is it the niggas you picking? Like, I don't know what else to say. Yeah, them niggas ain't shit. For real. They ain't shit. Okay, so do you know what a nigga that's about some shit looks like? Better yet, are you sexually attracted to a nigga that's about some shit? Because truth be told, you got women talking about, I don't know if I got a good man because other women don't want him. Which means you're attracted to dudes that cheat. Long story short. But see, you would never have this truth, them pulling this out, if the manosphere wasn't there to catch it. I'm going to end it with this. B. Simone. I don't want a 9-to-5 guy, which is not the first time we've heard that. We've had women in the sphere, manosphere, say that. Women that are good women. They Ashley W. I don't want a 9-to-5 man. And this is way before all of this fucking entrepreneurial level up bullshit came around.
Yeah.
Well, that shows you.
And the thing about, but what did B. Simone do? B. Simone's talk about, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm this, I'm that. Well, you got 5 million Instagram followers. So you telling me and I've seen her on internet marketing ads for like dudes like the dude that was in Pretty Ricky selling courses and stuff. So I know she knows other parts of the market. So you're telling me that at the end of the day, you got to show your chest just because almost every bitch is doing it. Hell, you got Brie Kelly on here right now. If y'all been over there, you've seen her channels of what she does. So it's not like and the B. Simone is not an ugly female. So the point is, there's many ways to monetize stuff without bearing it all out. So that crap I don't have issues with women on OnlyFans, so to speak, where I'm like, don't slut shame them and shit. But my thing is, don't try to I'm going to say it just like this. Don't try to say you're as good as a business person as like her when she built her following without showing her shit. Don't try to say you're the equivalent when at the end of the day, all you did was jump around being comedic. By the way, she got help from a dude when it came to that Desi. And then when shit get hard, and then by Nick Cannon too. But when shit get hard, F it, I'm going to be on OnlyFans. And then you want to say you're an entrepreneur at the level of some of the internet marketers out here? That's bullshit. But you don't hear no women calling that out, though.
But
they just going to be quiet on that. I got my shit.
You got to take into consideration that in the aspect of a good man, most squares are actually good dudes. They're solid.
Very
cats.
smart. Very smart.
The only thing is they're not dynamic. And not saying that a cat has to be dynamic, especially in how this current society is going, something like that. But these women stay into that junior high mentality well up until their 60s and 70s, and they never shift their value system towards the type of man that excites them and what they're excited about.
There's degrees to being a square, and that's another thing. But like, you got to look at it like a spectrum. That's the one thing we put black people. See, black women always hate getting categorized, but they love to put us in these binary spectrums. Street dude, lame. It like look at the dudes that's in the geekdom community. Those dudes, if you actually know a lot of them, they're not like the black nerd or like necessarily what's his Family Matters Urkel. Even Urkel wasn't Urkel. They love putting us in these binary spectrums, and that does them a disservice because at the end of the day, they limit their own choices in men. This is why I'm gonna keep it real. I tell brothers in the sphere all the time, if you having these conversations, you shouldn't. But if you in real life where women are trying to talk about what black men are doing, I tell them straight up, okay, I'm not gonna argue with you. Go get you a white man or a Latin man and go be happy. And they always look at me like I'm fucking stupid. I'm like, we're not intimidated by them. We know what they're about and what they're going to be about when it comes to you. So if you believe you can do better, then why aren't you hopping? Because, when our women are loved at like black men are the reason they don't hop the fence, and they're trying to stay with black men so bad. I say, no, go find your own store, or you got Africans or you got Afro Latin to go date them. See what's about, well, what about black love? What about it? Niggas ain't shit according to you.
I'm gonna say this. One thing I'm gonna have to
you got a point, man.
Yeah, one thing I'm gonna have to draw down on is a woman being with the man she was with. I'm sorry, but that is 100% her fault. Nobody's forcing her to be in a relationship. This is not one of these places where you have arranged marriage and stuff like that. Who you with is 100% your fault. That's just something black people gonna have to accept. You know what I'm saying? I've been with some women who ain't been such great women. Got rid of them quickly. That's on me. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never had a long relationship with a woman that was nuts, crazy, anything like that. And I'm not going to do it. and because that's 100% my control. I don't have to be there. So any woman who's with some dude and she talking about how terrible she is, that is 100% her fault. That's what she likes. At the end of the day, you are with the person you like being with. And once your relationship, especially get to like a 6-month time frame, you can't tell me you don't like that. You can say that, you know, I didn't peep everything out if it's a first month, second month, third month, maybe fourth or fifth. But you've been with a person 6 months. No, you
Can you hear me, Roger?
Exactly what you like. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
Can you hear me, Roger?
I hear you. Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, I know if I cut out. All right, my bad.
No,
yeah, and we said the same things to dudes too, by the way. If dudes say crazy pussy is the best pussy, I'm like, okay, after that you deserve everything that happens to you. Like, I'm actually a lot more forceful with that. That's a trigger thing for me. I tell niggas, I'm like, I don't want to hear shit. She let airs out of your tire, she run your ass over, which has happened, you know.
That's
crazy pussy was a good pussy. Yeah, like I don't like that's your fault. And yeah, like you like to deal with thoughts because that's cool when you got set up. Yeah, that's fucked up. But you like that shit. So we hold dudes to the same standard. It's not like we give dudes like this standard about, well, that's fucked up what she did. Like, nigga, you know what you want. I call it the Paul George rule. You know who you were fucking with. And you mad because she kept the money? Nah, nigga, you stupid. Dude,
I'm done.
You niggas know. They don't like, you think like they don't come in a like women will try to act like they dudes are coming to manosphere and we give these niggas a pat. I just got on a dude on BVS's shit. Well, no, Art of Idmore shit, where he's a dude's been in Spirit for a minute, and he called in talking about like what is the mother of his children, because they all living together, and he's got this thing where it's like it's just nothing but women where he's dealing with, and he's a dynamic guy. He's one of those dudes, but you know he'll call in the vent. And I was saying something. I said, yeah, there was this dude like 4 or 5 years ago. And it turned out that was the same dude. Because his daughter, when she was 16, she was trying to wear short shorts. She's in Philly. And he said no. And then she went to her mom. They all live in the same house. And she vetoed his ass. And it's like, okay. And that was a big thing about, okay, now if something happens where she talk about all these niggas a cat calling her all of a sudden. Yeah. Okay, yeah, them niggas ain't shit. But that's on you too, because you wanted to go out there like that and your fucking mama let you do it. And see, that's the thing that a lot of these women don't talk about. They try to they act like, oh, I can do what the fuck I want to do, but where's my protection? Hell, Dennis was just doing the thing on protection earlier today, you know? And it's the thing is, the point is, you can't say you want a man to come when there's an emergency, when we're in the ready room stage, you want to say, I want to do what the fuck I want to do. And we just got too much of that shit. So again, we are about what the truth is. And if it's our fault, it will be corrected and we will advertise to correct that. If it is not our fault, then it's like playing a tape. When you play the fucking tape, who's at fault? Don't look at who made the last minute shot. The game was 48 minutes. That was one shot. And women don't want to do that. And to be fair, most dudes don't want to do that. Most dudes don't want to have this conversation because it forces them to think in ways they were not trained. So going back to that last statement, it's not just the women. The women get away with what they get away with as easy as they do because you got a majority of dudes they so bad want to go along with it. It's kind of like that Mario Winans song that I don't want to know if you playing me, keep it on the low. It's like them niggas. You got niggas like that.
He come up with this stuff.
And then they get mad at you for bringing that shit out. This is why I got niggas following me talk about fuck me and they want to get at me because that trigger them. They don't want to hear the truth. So I want to be clear. This ain't no just men versus women. And you got like 20% of females. I always say 20% of black women operate in a parameter of common sense. And then the rest of them, it's like degrees to the bullshit. All of them ain't like level DEFCON 1 full of shit. But if they get around women, they'll be full of shit. So you got to get some of them. You got to get away from some of these chicks, and then they'll act right. So it's degrees to it. That's all I mean.
I got a question.
Kev, you are right. This is the best show, bro. This is a hell of a show, dog. It's a hell of a show.
Pretty Kelly put something in the comments, so I want to hear her speak about from her perspective, because we got a woman up here. Let we don't want to look like we ain't let the woman talk.
We still talking about Paul George? What we talking?
No. The comment you just the paragraph comment you made, Pretty Kelly. Would you mind expounding on that, please?
Yeah, pretty much. Just to make it as simple as possible, the whole 9 to 5 thing. I don't know what she was talking about or what she was referring to, but I'm just going to speak for me. It's a mentality. The mentality of that is a problem. Like, honestly, our people do too many things for free that they could be getting paid a lot of money for. So, for example, Facebook is the #1 social media platform used by African Americans. And just by a show of hands, please type a #1 in the chat or say the #1. How many of you have monetized your Facebook? 0.
Nah.
You see what I'm saying? There has to be a mentality shift in our community. But then you ask, how many times do they post on Facebook? How many times do they use Facebook? At the end of the day, Facebook is going to show an ad after your post, whether you like it or not. So you could either allow them to take 100% of the revenue or take 50% because they're taking up a majority of your time.
Whoa.
There's so many different ways to make money, and to not utilize them and to be doing things for free that we could be making money off of. It's honestly, it's just because of a lack of education and like us wanting to keep everything hush hush and not help each other, which is, like I said, this is why I'm here. If there's something that I know that I can help you with, I would be very glad to do that. I have no problem doing that. And I want to help my people. I want to see you guys succeed. Even this platform, there's too much money on this platform to let it just sit there or let it go to the people who had somebody to tell them or who researched it themselves and found out. But you guys could be making money hand over fist, even with a small amount of subscribers. It's about, or views. It's just about utilizing these different revenue streams and, you know what I mean, generating that income. That's all.
So as far as and I understand what you're saying, but one thing too is that's also another way of putting dudes in a binary category. Like when I am referring to B Simone, here's the truth about B Simone. She was saying that, but the truth is she wants a rapper. That's what she wants. So it was more what she said. It was interesting what Saweetie said like later on down the road as far as the bag stuff. So a lot of what she's talking about, the mentality, what she said is true, but there's also another truth behind that she's not really revealing. And people remember them Chicago chicks too that are not famous. They said the same thing, but they were like, I want to do the 9 to 5. Another thing, too, is a lot of that stuff has to do with drug dealers, too, because technically that's business, even though that's illegal. What's my point? My point is most black men are not on some straight cookie cutter. If it ain't a 9 to 5, I don't want it. Like to the point where they may not be willing to make sales calls and be mainly do sales. But when it comes to stuff like flipping stuff, when it comes to stuff, let's say, you go on Craigslist and you can buy something at a discount. You got to pull up a truck and stuff like that, or do like a lot of black men. I'll admit, black women kind of got black men when it comes to business stuff as far as getting into it, because they're more open-minded to it, and that's part of that feeds into a lot of that independent mentality they've been given versus dudes haven't been given that. But at the same time, it's not that it's a mentality of people that they are pure entrepreneurs, and then it's people that like are just completely averse to it. I think like anything, there's a spectrum. There's a spectrum.
Let me get in there real quick, Edward, because my thing is I can't agree with that last part about women are just more open to it. In reality, men got bills to pay. Women don't. That's what the reality is. It's a lot of men who would prefer to go in business, but they haven't necessarily found a way that's going to go into business. If they are already attached to a wife or children and things like that, they have to make a certain amount of money to clear that first. Women are more available to go into business because they have more people that will take care of them. Women are in this society.
Yeah, there's also more consequences to men. Yeah. There's other. You're right. There's other considerations, and that's not into. And that can sound like it's an excuse. It could, but the thing about it is that is true, and that's also another thing. As to a lot of times we live in different worlds as well. And again, you see, because like perfect example, like I just said it when it comes to the OnlyFans shit. Those will be women. They just because they making money don't mean they may be being enterprising. but that doesn't mean they're like straight up entrepreneurs. It's just a virtual way of doing stuff versus a dudes can't just jump and do that. Now, to be fair, there are a lot of things dudes could do. I'm in sales, so I don't have a 9-to-5 mentality. Case in point, I don't. And I'm all about there's ways for dudes to get in when it comes to investing. There's dudes getting flipped. So Kelly, I'm with you with all of that. But at the same time, I think when they talk about the men, because keep in mind, we're talking about the men they're choosing. And here's the thing. Women have a right to want what they want for whatever reason. But then what happens is now we start complaining about not being able to get what they want. And now that becomes everybody's fault when in actuality, they want what they want. And I know plenty of black women that are in like the Mary Kay shit, the network marketing shit that makes a lot of money. And they got dudes
but those are MLMs.
that are hold on. Yeah, I'm talking about dudes that do a lot of different stuff. And that's the thing. Reason why I love cities like Atlanta, because there's a lot of different shit that intercross. When you come to like church money, when you come to other money, and a lot of that stuff is merging a lot more than what people would say. But so even in the enterprising stuff, we're actually selling things. I know people that do the truck stuff too. But at the end, they got dudes that are like mortgage brokers so technically what they have could be a 9-to-5, but at the same time, they're in insurance and stuff like that. And the thing about it is you got folks out here talking about shit. Most of the damn chicks on Instagram shit, that's Fashion Nova shit. There's very few difference between MLMs and affiliate marketing. It's very little difference. It's just slightly different models. And most of the people you see, a lot of people don't know this. Most of these Instagram thoughts are really powered by Fashion Nova, which is essentially affiliate marketing. So when you look at most of the internet shit, all of that shit is just different business models. As far as the concepts of what it takes to make it work, a lot of that is similar. So when people try to say, well, something is this or something is that, so this is more real or not real. If it's legal, it's legal. If it's not, it's not. And even if it's not, we'll see. But
my point is, business is a lot more expensive for black men than it is for black women. Because even if you have something at the same price, men are expected to take care of themselves and other people. Women usually get money from other places. You may have a job, but you will have other places that you get money from. Women get money from their parents. Then women get money from boyfriends, fiancés, and husbands. And then the black women are their culture is to be against businesses owned by black men. So if you let them find out that you own the business, you run into a problem right there in itself. There's a lot of black men that has had a problem with the business because people figured out they own it. And black men regularly had the fact that they own the business. You see what I'm saying? So our world is totally different. Now, I'm not making an excuse for black men. I'm just calling out it is what it is. If nobody wants to support black male businesses, nobody needs to be talking about there ain't enough. If you want them to be there, you have to support them. And many times I've said stuff about, even from a customer standpoint, if I see a black person owns it, I go there because they're black. What do black people normally say when you start talking about shopping at black business? They start making a bunch of excuses about how they didn't get this service or this product, something wasn't right, whatever the case is. Now, what do they do when they run into the same problem with a white person's store or somebody or Chinese or whatever the case is? They just simply go back. They don't say nothing. They just go back. They shop with all the people they're dissatisfied with. They talk about the people they're dissatisfied with. But as long as you're not black, they continue to shop there. Black people say, I had one bad experience at this one black person's business. I ain't shopping at black businesses no more. I ain't never heard somebody say, I had one bad experience at a Chinese business, so I ain't shopping at no Chinese business. I ain't never had.
And to be fair, Roger, that's gender neutral too, because I've seen, because if you want to get women talking, the fastest way to get our women talking shit about other women is talking about business. They'll start saying a lot of the same shit we say. If you ask, well, why don't you deal with like a black-owned nail salon or a hair place there? You'll start hearing the same shit we hear about attitude and stuff like that, even though you would think that's So I just wanted to point that out because I've seen that.
Because all these black women selling the same shea butter and be hating on each other. And and I
it's
remember.
true. It's true.
Yeah, because when you hear about like the Asians whooping their ass and shit, and then you'll hear women like this was on Fox, so this is on other places. I've seen this in real life too, where they'll say, "Well, we need to start dealing with each other," and then the dudes don't care because there's a lot of money in the hair business. The dudes will be in the background on the financial side of it, but even if it's just women, they will start to make excuses as to the customer service that other black women have. Like you'll hear it, it'll percolate, like it comes up. It's like, wow. So this is why you go to the Asian folks. So you take, and this is with men not even in the room. So I just wanted to add that in there, so we're not. But it's still, you're right. We do live in two different worlds where we don't pull from as much stuff, and I think that's where that propaganda comes in too.
Go ahead, kid. I was gonna say something. Go ahead.
Okay,
kid.
no, go ahead, Gerald.
Well, I was gonna say this. Because what Roger said. Roger, what you said is what I always recognize, and you too, Ed, what I recognize in the South. Now, where she's from, which is New York, every time I went to New York, it was a different attitude when it comes to money, because I've seen money cross black hands in New York like it wasn't nothing. But when it comes to the South, Louisiana and Georgia, and that shitty attitude, I seen a lot of that, what you just said, Roger, in the South. Well, I ain't gonna do this. I ain't gonna do this. And this would say, well, you need Jesus. You know, that's when you say, fuck you. Well, you know what I'm gonna say. But
it's also in the Midwest.
So, but to me, that's the South, though, Ed, because there's a lot of Southern people up there in the Midwest. This Southern plantation attitude, you cannot imagine living with that for 30 years. It's like, you know, I didn't say the word nigga till I was around 30, and I realized, man, y'all a bunch of dumbass niggas. Your mama too. I used to have to say that because they wouldn't break bread. I'm serious. I had my own line of clothing. I had a woman from Kansas City say, "Why you got your own line of eat?" Right during the time of FUBU and what's this fact? The Russell Simmons punk ass. And that's when this woman from Kansas City say, what kind of person what kind of man are you? You just need to go to the white man job. I'm like, wow.
Oh, well, that's let me say this because when I said what I said, I wasn't presenting something with a gender dynamic. Because at the end of the day, if it comes to a gender dynamic, even though you can't find it in the book, but if you look at the world around you, you see plenty of evidence for it. The older people in my family taught me that black women went on this campaign to make sure to say, do not shop at black male businesses. This was being taught, especially right after they had integration. You know what I'm saying? Once the Montgomery,
I don't know that. So
I'm not saying you can find proof of it, but I'm just saying if you just look at the world around you, you'll see plenty of evidence of it. So people were taught not people. I'm just saying people. It wasn't just they taught girls only. They taught this to men too. There was a section of them teaching do not shop at a black male business. And that attitude still is very strong in the black community today, to not shop at a black male business. Now, when black women have to go get their hair done and their nails done, a lot of them want to stick to the same person. So they'll start with with a non-black person. They're going to stay with that non-black person. But if they're selling something where they're in competition with each other, they'll somewhat catfight. But if they're selling different things that don't affect each other, they seem to have no problem shopping from another black-owned woman's business because it's all part of that feminist agenda stuff. But if you let them know it's owned by a black man, people go out of their way to not shop there. That's why black men hide the fact that they own businesses, which is a shame that multi-millionaire black men can't even put their name on their business. You know what I'm saying? That's ridiculous.
But see, I look at this like if you look at like even Johnson & Johnson, they can't even put their face on the front of that. And like I think it has a very historical context to it because black women have a very old argument. Like they argued the old Ku Klux Klan, you left us and you left our family. They argued that argument. So they honestly arguing an argument for when we used to get beaten. Our barbecue shacks, all that used to get beaten and taken from us. And they arguing that point. That's an old point. You ain't got to protect us no more because
well, that's propaganda.
Yeah, you ain't got to. You know what that is?
Because half of them ain't even experienced that shit to that extent. They just regurgitate some shit they were told, and they don't even know why they were told it until it comes in. But I know Kelly wanted to jump in on something, and then.
Let me just say one quick thing before she jump in. And all that talk about the Ku Klux Klan, they was busy having sex with them. Go ahead, Kelly.
Kelly. Okay.
Yeah, I'm coming in after that.
No, go. Okay.
It's all good. I just wanted to say a couple of things. The main thing is our people. There has to be a mind shift in our community. That's the main issue. If that happens, then the money will flow, right? So one of the main problems is we have the word "can't" instilled in us. I can't tell you. Oh, that's the problem, right? I just said it. Anyway, Edward said "can't" so many times during his conversation. Oh, we can't make an OnlyFans. Yes, you can. Remember niggas pimping bitches on Hunts Point in the Bronx? All they have to do is shift their mind to digital. Pimp bitches on OnlyFans. Wow. So now we see 100% revenue. Now we see 100% revenue. Instead of a woman sleeping with one guy for $80 a pop and they're only being 24 hours a day. So that means she can only sleep with but so many dudes. You're talking about she has access to millions? Do you know how much money is out there?
You're dangerous. Wow, you're a dangerous woman.
I'm trying to tell you. So this is what happens.
Yeah, you know.
I mean, but no, let me finish. This is what happens when you shift your mentality to digital. This is what happens when our people start focusing on the possibilities of what we can do instead of conversing about what we can't do, because anything's possible. Another thing too, as far as the OnlyFans thing, that's a character flaw. Something deep inside you is fucked up for you as a woman to think it's okay to have an OnlyFans. That's a problem, because just like a man can put women on OnlyFans, because mind you, some of the clubs in Atlanta have OnlyFans accounts, right? And they put their girls on there. So just like they did that, why can't they put the girls that they know on there? These girls that are on Section 8 and not doing a damn thing with their life, that don't have a penny to their name and are sending niggas nudes on a daily basis, making $0. Why not take some of those nudes and turn it into profit? It don't gotta be you. Don't nobody. People catfishing every day. Right? If you want catfish, why don't you catfish to generate revenue? And now let's talk about that. Let's get into the catfishing, right? Here's the problem. This is a digital age. This is 2020. There's no more excuse of the white man holding you back, because you ready? Listen closely. You can be a white man online. That's what they do.
You said that before. You said that before.
Yeah,
So now feel me. So now here's what we do, right? If we're gonna make how to save, let's just say how to save $1,000, whatever. And we're going to put the ebook online. The problem is our people have been taught stuff backwards. We've been taught that it takes money. You have to have so much money to invest to start a business. I'm here to tell you, I don't care. Almost any business you could think of, I could tell you how to get into it for $0 and start generating profit tomorrow. So now let's get into that. Let's play the white man game. Ready? Okay. If you're a black man or black woman, anything, and you genuinely believe that the white man is what's keeping you behind, great. You got a friend named Greg, Bob, Tom, awesome. Talk to Bob, Tom, or Greg, and they just want to be down with you anyway, willing to do anything you fucking say. So why not say, hey, Greg, Bob, Tom, can you do me a favor? Can I license your name? How much would you charge me to license your name and your image? Most of them would sign that contract and do it for free. So now here's what you do. You want to make how to make $1,000 or how to save $1,000, right? And make the ebook and put it on Amazon. You don't make one of them. You make 10 of them. One of them by Tom Gregory, another one by Bob Johnson, another one by Malik Wright, another, and it's all the same book. The only thing that changes is the price structure and the title and the author. So now what happens is then you learn SEO, you implement SEO, and now what happens when people look at how to save money or how to save money ebooks, imagine books number 1 through 10, you all own. And nobody would ever know because you licensed multiple names and named the same book, multiple titles. It's about having a mind shift. That's how we become billionaires. Let's even talk about Kevin Samuels. Y'all put me on to him. And this just goes to show you how our people are so messed up mentally and so behind the times and why everybody's passing us. This man is doing everything digitally, right? He has 2 different webcams to show 2 different angles, overlays, this and that. And this man has a physical soundboard. Huh? You have access to millions of sound effects online at the click of any key on your keyboard, and you actually purchased a physical soundboard? You are highlighting a product that goes round and round and round and round and round and round and round, and you're not selling it in your description? You wear suits. You don't start your own suit line? But wait a minute, not invest money into your own suit line. Fellas, let me let you know something. You can start your own suit line tonight. Let me tell you how. Go to Google, type in private. Nope, not even. You don't got to put a penny up. You
okay,
go to
hold up. I'm going
to
Google. I'm there.
Okay, you want to check out private labeling, whatever company. You can start your own tech security company tonight and have your own tech software. The thing is, you sell first, then you buy inventory. We've been taught buy inventory and then you sell. And that's why we go out of business. That's why so many Black businesses fail, because we say, oh, okay, I'm going to buy shirts and I'm going to buy 10 small Black, 10 medium Black, 10 large Black, 10 XL Black, and somebody comes along and buys 20 medium. Now, what do? We're left with a bunch of inventory and negative in the hole with no profit. But if we would have sold first, like they do, and they don't tell us, and say takes 1 to 2 days for shipping and handling, right? That buys you time to gather up sales in order to say, okay, Sally bought 2 mediums, John bought 1 small, and buy the exact amount. So 1, you get the profit up front. 2, you never have a bunch of inventory. How beautiful is that? But that's what they don't teach us.
But
hey, she had the floor, and I'm listening, and I'm clicking and writing too. Good job, good fucking job.
And see, but you know what I'm saying. That does go along with what I say. You have to basically have the fact that you're a Black man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying people don't do it because there's multimillionaires.
Well, I'm not. You know what? Hold on, Roger, because that's the I can't thing. So I'm gonna go into another.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying anything as far as.
Understand that shout out to Kevin, but as Roger even said, like I'm the one that kind of really I'm not taking credit for nothing because I know y'all was on Facebook. So let me be very clear about that. But y'all's in Facebook heavy, so I don't want nobody to think that I'm like insinuating that y'all didn't have nobody looking at y'all. Because I know y'all had we all know how Facebook is, But as far as seeing y'all stuff, I saw y'all was having a great conversation, and then I got some people to follow me for whatever fucking reason. So I said, let me come up here, let me run my mouth, and then people came up here with Roger shit, and then I'm on here. So, but this is still like a very, very like outer edge of like what the manosphere is. The truth is, everything you talking about, Kelly, I can show you about 4 or 5, like multiple people already doing that. Now, yeah, I hear what I appreciate for instance, like shout out to Erica. Who's doing all of that, so the thing is because I'm excited about the same stuff. Like people will tell you. So when I say I can't, it's not meant the same way that people that don't know about this stuff say it. The thing is, we always have to look at as Black men, and this is where bringing in what Roger's talking about. We have to look at. There's a lot of different vectors you have to look at up. Yes, the stuff that you're talking about, I can show you people doing it. Shout out to Ramil. He sells a lot of different stuff, even the vegan stuff, a lot of different stuff in the sphere. And when you see those links on there, and there's multiple people. Hell, there's people in Sub-Zero. Sub-Zero does the same thing you talk about, except teaching people how to get an IT. And he made like $60,000, and he didn't even do that like for real. He really does real estate, and that's something he does for his people, but it happened to blow up, and his sites are ugly as crap, and he said just tells you how good his information is, getting people higher in the IT field. So we have that. So it's not like we can't, like we're being binary about it, but at the same time, a lot of times in the manosphere, what I found, the internet stuff people are interested in, but the biggest thing with Black men that are probably interested in is how to take the service industry, which is pick what they may want to do, and how to take online and merge that into accelerating that. That's what I found I get the least amount of pushback on, and that people are interested in. And then when it comes to the investment stuff, but as far as our people, it's deeper than that. Like again, the culture, the economics, when you look at like economics, area of activity, economics, law, media, education, labor, all that stuff. Culture operates under all of that. And at the end of the day, if we're talking about black wealth, it's one thing. We're talking about selling to everybody. I can show you a lot of geekdom, a lot of different people that sell to everybody and they can make money. But when you look at the internal wealth that's in internal community and what it needs to be to get that rotating amongst each other, and even with what's called said about the New York shit, if you understand the ADOS piece, you can then understand a lot of them are selling amongst each other. It ain't necessarily a lot of cross sales as much as you think. So,
but you're still talking about small scale. That's the problem. That's what I need you to understand. Even see, that's the problem.
But you have to look at it at its important parts, because see what happens is it's like, okay, let's skip all this and let's go back to it. But see, if it was that easy, then it's not. It's more than just a mind shift. It's not as like clickety clack, everything works, because then somebody would have figured it out how to make it work by then.
We were taught that it was hard. Do you know how easy it is to monetize your Facebook right now?
But I'm talking about macro industry. You're talking about individual. If you talk about like, let me be very clear. I want to create a separation here. If you're talking about an individual, let me be very clear here. An individual, it's not you. We all have cell phones. Every one of y'all niggas got cell phones. It ain't nothing with a cell phone alone, and then you paying for some leads that I can show you get for $1. You can make money. Yeah, so I get what you're saying. I'm talking about $10 with 1,000 leads. So you can make money at the individual level. So I get what you're saying. When we have these conversations though, they're not really about what is an individual doing. It's really about what are folks doing at the macro level, because that is really where the problem is. So if we want to talk about like what individuals can do, yeah, that's fine. And just know we have individuals doing that. But when we're talking about the macro level, which it's a different situation. Yeah, and it is. And that's what people tend to get tripped up about. But go ahead.
But that's what I'm saying. Our people idolize bullshit, right? So our people are like, hey, she's into real estate. She buys and flips homes. She's doing great. Bullshit. She's an idiot, right? Because at the end of the day, tell me this. Who makes more money? The man who buys homes and flips homes, the man who owns a real estate agency, or the motherfucker who owns Zillow? Why don't our people think on that level? Why don't our people come? No. But here's the thing, though. This is my desire. My desire is to get our people in that digital thinking space, right? So that we can dominate there. Because guess what? There is no Zillow currently for funeral homes. How big is that business? If a couple of us got together and put that together, we would be in the stratosphere.
But see, that's not free. That requires now I'm glad you said that. Like there's stuff that I pay. Like for instance, there's a website called Ebotomy, where pretty much the idea of the website, and these were two brothers that were in the construction industry, by the way, and they had some money on their own, but the idea of the site was to create a search engine for Black businesses. So it's a search engine with areas, and it also would serve as like a social media network kind of as well. It was actually a great concept. Now, I don't know what's going on with it now. It looks like it's not as popping as what it was when they were getting initial investment. But when you're doing stuff like that, this is where you have to get investment. Now, you don't have to get investment from banks. You don't have to. You don't have to. No, I'm not finished. I'm not finished. You don't have to get investment for big things, but you have to have people. The problem with Black people is Black people don't want to aggregate their money. And you're talking about doing a macro thing, not an individual thing at that point, a macro thing that requires an aggregation of dollars. And this is, and take the women off the table. Even amongst Black men, it's easier to get Black women to trust each other on this actually than it is getting Black men to trust each other when it comes to aggregating money, because then it becomes what I call a Highlander method when it comes to every dude want to be a chef rather than everybody plays their lane. The women are actually better at this than the dudes. I'm actually going to say that straight up. So when you're starting to talk about macro things and investment and stuff like that, now you start to get into more psychological group things. Like, and I hear what you're saying. Like, everybody will tell you, I'm the positive person.
You're focused on the can't. Let me tell you something.
That's
how do you get our people to come together and to focus? You put out a motherfucking contract. You make all however many people that's involved sign it, and that shit says that if you don't do this, you lose your motherfucking house. I bet you then there'll be no pushback.
Yeah,
I bet you then niggas.
Jay Morrison.
Now what? You gotta make shit happen by any means. We're black. We don't knock on doors. We knock them the fuck down. That's the only way we get in the door.
And I'll give you an example. Jay Morrison with his real estate investment trust. And what people did was when they wanted to pull his money out, and he started doing dumb shit with the money, like having parties and shit. And I still defend him. What people did is they start wrecking his reputation. Same thing with Umar. You know.
Let's use examples of people that we know, and let's just go off of that. First of all, that idea that you just said that they wanted to come together and have a search engine for black people, that was very stupid. At the end of the day, Google is the #1 search engine in the world, and number 2, which is Microsoft, is owned by Bing.
Educate me. Give me an example of somebody that has done it.
Okay, no. Let's watch this. Let's go over this. I'll tell you somebody who has done something, right? So what I have done, I have Googled black, right? Just to see what showed up in the search engine. And the demeaning, disgusting things that shows up for what is black is horrific. With me mastering SEO, I said, I know what I'll do. I'll put together a website and it'll be all about black education. And I'm going to get a bunch of black authors to come together and add content to it. And we're all going to sell to our people and da-da-da-da-da. But what's going to happen is when people go to search for what is black, it's going to say black is intelligent. And I'm going to kill so many birds with one stone. Ask me how many ebooks I got from our people. But the site's up there. Ask me how much it costs for me to make the site. $1. How? Because I know WordPress inside and out from start to finish. I know coding inside and out from start to finish. I know graphic design and created the logo, created the design, created the concept, put out the press releases, do all of that. So it's not about the money, it's about the resources and who you know and who's willing to come together. So when you find somebody that's willing to come together with you, you come together. It's not about money. It's really not, because you could do so many things out here for free. Right now, you can buy a website.
I mean, I understand what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing from you, but what I'm hearing from you is I. And the man is typically, I'm talking about again. I separated the individual from the macro thing. So I agree with everything you're saying on the individual level. You know, I know Elementor, I know WordPress. Canva for anybody that don't want to do the Photoshop shit when it comes to graphics, but still get something to look good. So I'm talking about the macro level, because that's really where the here's the thing with black people in America, and this is where a lot of people when they start completely talking shit about America, it's kind of like, let's be honest, we're not gonna. Even because shout out to people that go to Africa and start talking shit about Africa too once they get there, because they forget that the going there is the opportunity is in the fact it needs to be built up, you know, or there's things that here because things are already built up here. So people don't appreciate what they have here. So everything that you're saying is absolutely correct at the end. And when I say individual, I'm not talking about necessarily one-on-one, but the issue you hear black people complain about, the individual shit is knocked out. You're right. But when you talk about group stuff, like us buying from each other, the black thing in general, that's what I'm speaking on. You're right. In America, with the technology here, yes, you have options. You have a lot of options. It's not about what you can't do. It's about what you don't want to do. And anybody will tell you I'm one of the main ones saying that. But what I'm also saying, though, is the problems are very different. You have to think of them very different at a macro level. That's all I'm saying. Individually, you're right. And I'm not disagreeing with that. I want to be clear about that.
She did say digital. She did say digital, and I gotta agree. Digital ain't got no color. The only color is the money.
Even with digital has very, very small costs. I mean, very, very small costs. It's insignificant. You absolutely. But even with the real estate thing, like honestly, like with the chick that was flipping real estate, there's value there. Like owning Zillow, yes, you have investors that have a site that owns stuff, and that's great, and they're doing well. But at the level of actually doing things, you know, I have respect for that, because you got a lot of people that what they will do is they will try to bypass doing stuff and then try to sell themselves as experts when they ain't done it themselves.
Master in, because at the end of the day, there's no real argument here. This is an agreement.
There isn't.
The black manosphere already knows the mindset of our people need to change. That's why the black manosphere exists, so it can change. But unless you're gonna have propaganda, and unless you're gonna have somebody else outside of the people that we depend on for information, we ain't gonna get it. So we're doing it ourselves. So there's no real argument here. That's why you have people in the black manosphere who deal with different things. You know what I'm saying? That's like the purpose of the Black Brain Trust. There's so many people talking about so many different things, but we can't force somebody to take advantage of it. That's really what it comes down to.
Yeah, because the biggest issue that I see at the individual level, if we're gonna talk about that, is black people's relationship with sales. Niggas will talk about game, and I'm talking particularly black men now, because again, the women, it's easier to get on board with this. When it comes to niggas will talk about game all day, every day, but when it's time to turn the mouthpiece and to get some money out of another dude, now all of a sudden the white man and white supremacy comes up. And I know probably more about white supremacy than they do.
Okay, you know, so why not meet them where they are? Why not say, hey, okay, so what don't you want to do? You are scared of cold calling? Okay, you are scared of this bothers you? Why not give your brother other options, except for when you say something and he doesn't want to do it or feels uncomfortable, it's automatically fuck him. Why is that the case?
Let me give it because part of sales is understanding when to qualify people out. But just to answer your question, there's a technology called slide dial that, just to give you an example, that I do that sometimes. Let's say somebody doesn't want to make a cold call, and it's like, oh my God, they don't want to make a cold call. It's like, if I think the issue really is they need to ease into it, and I think they can, this is something I will present to them. Slide dial basically allows you to call directly, bypass somebody's phone number, and do voicemail. So if you do a certain amount of voicemails, then obviously you'll get a certain amount of pings. And these are not cold leads. These obviously lead to people that have demonstrated they want to talk to somebody. It's just for some reason people don't want to make a call. But also that's a waste of time. Like trying to change, and that's one thing that I tell people too. You know, if part of sales is people think sales is a matter of convincing someone. Really, with sales, you're a teacher, you're educating people, and they are demonstrated if they're actually qualified to even be educated and be for your products and services. If you sit there and you're trying to convince people because they don't want to do something, it's going to be a lot more stressful and painful. And this is what people typically attribute to sales. See, the thing about it is, especially, and that's another thing too, when you're dealing with another dude, it's the same thing like on the job. You know, black men are logical. We know we're and when I say logical, I know women can be logical, but men have a lot less of the emotional thing you got to deal with. At the end of the day, it either is or it isn't. When it comes to the hill, you're either going to do it or not going to do it. All the like arm twisting and jockeying, they don't do it, man, because you're not, if a man has set that he's not going to do something, it's either he doesn't know how or he's really set that he's not going to do it. If it's that he don't know how, that can be dealt with easily. But once he knows how, if he still chooses not to do it, that's a decision that he is making. And it's almost disrespectful to a man to sit there and constantly badger him to do something that he already knows he's not doing. He's not going to do. This is why these men tend to respond very hostilely to doing that. You know, so
Ed, do you understand that this is, once again, this is 2020? I hear the way that you market, and that's fine. But that one game, that's wasting your time. Do you not realize?
So me personally, hold on. Me personally, I have technology that allows me not to do that. Like I mainly do text message marketing. I have stuff called phone burner that I have things that no, I'm not doing stuff one-on-one, but I'm talking in a coaching and consultant sense. So for instance, I'll give you an example with the lane you deal with. You deal with fitness. So at some point, if somebody's paying you for one-on-one attention, I'm sure that's not cheap. And they're not, and then you know what you're talking about is right. And then they're giving you pushback. Eventually you're gonna recognize they don't want your help. And another thing people will say about clients too is if you get people to pay you money and then they don't want to do what you're trying to do, then they start to hold you accountable because they feel like they gave you money. So qualifying people matters, even if I'm not talking about doing it with one-on-one. I'm talking about people that ask for help, but they don't want to do what the help is. But go ahead.
But that's all I'm saying. I'm saying you're focusing on the 1. You're focusing on individual people and what they don't like. Do you realize how many people are in this world? There are better ways. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Forget text messaging, forget calling. Just SEO. For example, if you learn SEO, right? And you can target, you know for sure that if you knew SEO, you wouldn't be doing what you're doing. But let's just go off of that. If you do SEO, and let's just say you're a life coach, or let's go with fitness. You want to do personal training online, right? And personal training online, affordable personal training online gets 10 million searches per month. If you put yourself in that number one spot, you're going to get 75% of those views. That's 7.5 million views. Do you think you got time to worry about what a motherfucker don't like?
Okay,
Hell
so
no.
part of
Customers come to you, and then you'll never have to worry about it.
Everything you are saying always comes back to what. When I say you, I mean what one person can do for themselves.
Not true.
The things that I'm thinking of, what I'm thinking of, the things that I think about from the things that I do also has to be something that can be necessarily replicated. So as far as SEO, I know how to write spin tags. I know all of that. What I'm talking about is not just about what I do. And that's the thing. So
exactly.
even
And
with
what
SEO,
I do for my people. Do you understand that? Like in a majority. So for example, and I don't teach SEO. Let me be very clear on that. Because when you master something, okay, but when you master something and you develop it and you're getting for free what people pay millions to do, that's not information you just give away, right? You can help a person, but you don't just give that. But let me just say this. What I will do, the difference between me and others, I don't take the information that I know and just hog it to myself or just use it to benefit me. I will make a site for personal trainers. I will have all Black personal trainers, and I will have us all together standing hand in hand, ranking number one in the search engines, getting 7.5 million of that traffic. That's what I do. That's the difference. So to say that that's done on a small scale, it's not. It's all about where your mind can take you. If you choose to think small, you will get small results. I'm just trying to have us think larger. And just because I'm one person doesn't mean it's on an individual level, because this one person is multifaceted. This isn't my only 600,000 people YouTube.
But I'm not. Hold on. The thing about it is, and see, this is where stuff becomes different, because the thing about it is, it's kind of like the way you're presenting it is, well, if you just will your way through it.
No, I didn't say
everybody, and see, this is where the lack of the information about like what people do and who people are and what, like, this is where this stuff comes in, because it's like it's only a certain amount of stuff that I'm going to start like disclosing and stuff like that. At the end of the day, we know what the statistics are. We know what the facts are as far as what our people deal with, as far as what our women deal with, what our men deal with. Even if you take all them away and you just start looking into Black businesses themselves and just start talking about Black people that are entrepreneurs, because it ain't all pie in the sky, even if you just filter for them. Whether it's service industry, whether it's the internet even, we know what it is. And the thing about it is, I'm not talking about what can't be done, but at the same time, the stuff is there for a reason. And it's not just a matter of, well, if you flip this way, then everything but if it was that easy, then it would already be done. I'm talking about at a bigger level than just one-on-one.
Okay, I just want to say this and then I'll leave, because I gotta go. Is that okay? If I just say the last point?
That's cool.
Okay.
Kelly. That's cool.
All I wanted to say was this. I'm not saying will or even pray, right? Because all of that's bullshit with no action, right? I'm saying you have to at least start with the basic mindset, and can't instantly eliminate you from even thinking it's possible, which means you won't search, which means you won't look, which means somebody can come to you with the opportunity and you'll say impossible and turn away. So the step number one is belief. Step number one is eliminating that word can't. Then you master the ways and the possibilities of, before you think of what you can't do, how is this possible? What can I do? Let me try this. That fails, let me try that. That fails, let me try. Let me go to this person. and you make it happen by any means necessary, because the name of this game called life is win. Period.
So,
it ain't
so
about how you
people,
play the game. It's about winning this motherfucker. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
But
So two people I'll throw at you. It's the kind of in the space, but not really, is Erica Shauna Williams and Glendon Cameron. And, you know, both of them, I believe Erica's a millionaire, but Glendon definitely is. He was homeless. And yeah, Dennis is a lawyer. But yeah, those two people, just so you can kind of understand what I'm talking about. And he's and for instance, Glendon's got a video, we're talking about creating. He got a big video, but he's got a video creating courses. One of his video in the crucible about creating courses. So understand when we say can't, I know the type of people you're talking about when they say that's not what's going on here. But sometimes, you know, I get like the responses as well, so it is what it is. But I know you got to go, but that's what I'm gonna leave it at, because it'll be like a circular thing.
Yes,
So,
we will continue this conversation in the future. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. It was fun.
All right, Kelly.
Appreciate you, Pretty Kelly. Thank you for coming by, and you are welcome anytime.
No shit.
To spit.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Hey, and also this super chat. Thank you, Black Ronin. Thank you for supporting the channel. Yeah, that was very, very interesting. And what I can say is, for any platform, this is my vision for it. You know, several intelligent perspectives going at it. You know, and you know, different point of views are interesting. You know, it's just that's what it is, and it doesn't always have to be a meltdown or some fuckery dig or whatever. So,
no, absolutely, and it wasn't a meltdown. And I mean, the thing about it is like a conversation. Yeah, let you get it out.
No. That wasn't exactly what I was saying. Is like, it was a great conversation. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But, it was a great conversation. So, you know, let's go ahead and get Sheed in. Sheed, we hear is
because I do want to debrief on that. But go ahead. I know because other people talk. So.
Yeah, Sheed, we here. Welcome to the panel.
Sheed.
Well, he'll come in when he get ready. You know?
Okay, so here's the thing. That, like, great conversation, but at the same time, you know, that's like one of those things that it'd be good to get business, like a lot of business folks in here. I mean, you got to think about it. We've got O'Shea, Angry Man, Kevin Samuels, Ron Wells, you know, as far as, you know, people, it's a lot of stuff he does behind the scenes people don't know. The point is, when you're in a conversation, and it's only a certain amount of stuff I'm willing to disclose. First of all, you don't need like 500, 600,000. That is impressive, but that is not necessary to make money on YouTube. And I'm not saying she was saying that, but what I'm saying is, for instance, Glendon barely has 100 on his main channel, but he's a millionaire, and his millions of dollars are made off his courses. Back then, as far as me personally, I make money behind the scenes. The YouTube shit that I do in the manosphere is not where I initially press my money, and my focus is not necessarily building necessarily a YouTube channel. So one of the things that I wanted to point out here is, number one, I'm a digital guy, you know, but everything is not going to be digital necessarily. Everything is not going to be digital. So it's kind of like this thing that, like, for instance, the thing with MLM. Okay, I already know people have certain predispositions on MLM. The truth is, if you tell somebody that you're a YouTuber in real life, they will usually give you kind of the same kind of attitude that if you talk to somebody you was in, because they'll be like, that's not a real job.
Kind of a sneer, kind of like you're wasting your life.
Exactly.
Bullshit.
So my thing is, the way I look at network marketing and MLM in particular, those are just sales jobs and business models. Anybody that's had a sales job, anybody that's worked for telecommunications company like AT&T or something like that, or cable selling, is not necessarily an MLM model. But when you understand what the compensation plan is on volume, you tend, or if you do because people don't forget, Dynas was in sales too. Dynas Demir, search for Uhuru, who does the Afro Pan-African Global, and he makes money. He did corporate sales. So he did actually client stuff like that, and Kevin Samuels did that too, which is a completely different level than what I'm necessarily talking about as far as, you know, the individual stuff. So there's different vectors here. So my point is, when you understand that, you tend to not have a saying. I sold Cutco, by the way, and I did get to the past the 30,000 thing, to the point where I get half of what I do, you know, and those things are like $1,500 for one homemaker set. So
Yeah,
my point is,
she's saying the same thing you saying. You diverse.
well, I'm not. This is not about me. Like, and well, I'm saying this so I can get what I want to get out. My objective here is not to sit there and dismiss what she's saying, because I've been on the other side of that conversation, you know, when it comes to different things. So I understand that. So this is not what my objective is. My objective is just to get out what I want to get out. My point though is, the things that I will say I do disagree with is kind of like, okay, well, the person, first of all, the person is not one person if you create Zillow. It's usually a whole team and group behind that. And I actually met the guy that you know, it's blanking. You know, the websites that you use to like get hotels and shit. And get flights, cheap flights.
Trivago, something like that. Trivago.
Those sites, and and like the first one before Google Flights started doing it, the first one that did it to where you could pick the day, and depending on what day you did, the flight would change. I actually met that guy. Yeah, no, not Expedia. It's the one after Expedia. It's not big, but I actually met that guy. I actually had a very long conversation with him one time. It wasn't a conference. I actually met him, and in one of the conversations we had, I guess I intrigued him for some reason, but he looks a lot like Dave Ramsey, and he said that a lot of times he created his own stuff. It's like the third website. It's not Expedia, but it's like the third when it first started doing it. But they all have their hands in everything. So a lot of that is just investing, entrepreneurship with a little bit of investing where they're creating companies and stuff like that. My point is, you know, when it comes down to like somebody flipping real estate versus somebody in a real estate investment trust versus somebody that owns a website, you know, the people flipping real estate or doing wholesale real estate, that is great work, and that is great entrepreneurship, because at the end of the day, there is wealth in understanding and controlling real estate. So everything here's the problem with everything being digital. If everything, the wealth is still in the land. The wealth is in the land. It's in real estate. It's in owning property. It's in commodities. I'm a digital person, but one thing that Black people don't want to do is jump all the digital, and then you got money that's digital, but your money isn't anchored in like things like property, houses, stuff like that, or whatever, gold, commodities, whatever the fuck you want to do, because there's a reason why people still invest in those things. The stock market, for instance, which is investing in companies. And again, I'm not saying she doesn't know any of that, and she probably does, but my point is, you know, Erica is a real estate person / truck person, and she's selling a course when it comes to doing YouTube. Now, as far as what I know everything she's talking about when it comes to SEO. Like I can tell you that right now. Just because I haven't produced like $100,000 channel or something like 100 doesn't mean that. But when it comes to like, it's deep. If we want to have a conversation specifically on SEO and the levels of it, I even have software to design. In fact, there's a software called RankSwap that I'm actually about to use to accelerate my channel and accelerate that Classic Men Mag channel, which I'm going to use for that. So, but my point is, in the things that I do, everybody ain't going to do the same thing. Like, I understand. Here's the thing. I understand that, let's say I did do network marketing. Everybody's not going to do that. They're just not. I understand that, but that doesn't mean because you don't do what the fuck I think you should do, that you don't want to do shit. You know, certain people are be more likely to get into the service industry, and you help them. This is to help them where they are thing. So a lot of that shit was paternalistic. So it is what it is. It's not that it was wrong, but it was making a lot of assumptions about what we don't know. And like I said, it was making a lot of assumptions about what we don't know. And I get being on your channel, show subscribers.
Okay, but
She did say if one door don't work well with you, just go to another door till you find yourself comfortable.
Yeah, like but you have but again, and I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna be done. This is because this is a very conversation killer. If I were to ask you, and this is not a I can't, this is a fact. How many black men are in prison in the United States? It's about, I'm going somewhere here. It's about 740,000. How many women are in prison on the planet? It's 720,000. Now, what the fuck does that have to do with business? Well, when you look at marijuana, you got white boys that are able to sell marijuana for what niggas are locked up for when it comes to possession. So my thing is, I'm all about. So my point is, again, y'all know me. I'm the first one when niggas want to get on that conspiracy shit when it comes to black people that's made money. I get hostile to that conversation. So I'm all about what you can do, but at the same time, I'm not about to act like these landmines are not here. I'm not about to pretend they are not here. And the thing is, that's a luxury of a female to do that. You know, men don't have that luxury. And by the way, it's more men in business than women. Black men have more wealth than black women. So this idea of as a group, yes, when it comes to coming into it, it is easier to talk to women about it. But as far as who's actually doing it, black men are. So it's not about, you know, it just is what it is. And like I said, I understand the exuberance because I've been exuberant like that and I've responded the same way. But what I've had to done is take a step back and really hear what people are saying and not just making assumptions. And ironically, it sounded like I was saying fuck people if they don't do what I want to do. It's not about saying fuck them. It's more like saying, okay, when you get ready, then you come back to me. But that's kind of like what she was saying. It's like, you know, and I can see that in saying, well, if people are doing this or this, it's stupid because they can do digital. Where they are. You know, it's kind of like what Kuda does with the mic shit, where he basically says, well, fuck y'all for not getting equipment and getting mics and shit. And I'm like, well, we do what the fuck we want to do. If you want to do something different, you're more than happy to do so. But stop coming with the, you know what I'm saying? It's a, you know,
well, as far as those guys, I think we're dealing with dynamically different personalities. I'll just say that. You know, at least one didn't compare us to a bullshit publication, but I'll leave it at that.
Mike, here's the thing, with the mics, he's not wrong, but at the same time, you have to understand why people come into YouTube. Everybody's not coming into YouTube for a business. Everybody's not coming, and a lot of what we do, when it comes to the monetization of it, that is being debated because the truth is some people are there's not a lot of monetization. Advocating for black men, there is no fucking business for advocating for black men. There is no, I don't care what nobody want to say. Like, you see how Ice Cube got hit. This is not a big market to make money off of. We don't do it to make money. You have to approach this from a non-profit kind of political kind of standpoint, where you have to look at other things that you can monetize to bring money into this, because we don't even have a critical market of our men to be like on point to even value the information. So you have to look at it from a different mindset.
What she was saying though is simple.
My bad. I know I'm getting away from Kevin. Yeah, Kevin. You know,
it's kind of simpler than what you're kind of going on this big circle about. She was just saying was starting with the basics. When you start with the basics and kind of get things going, I always tell people, stop trying to do this we shit and go by yourself. Just like what she was talking about, building her platform, doing fitness and bringing people on. Once she built her platform, people join in, come up under her wing, and she pushed them to be on the level she's on. It's just simple as that. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, but even then, and see, the problem, here's the problem. The problem is, it's like, this is like a trap, not what you're doing, but like if I give pushback to anything, it's seen as, well, I'm being anti. When the problem is when black people do the shit, and then when black people do the shit and then they get the arms chopped the fuck off, everybody, well, just try again. Like we understand in multiple different areas of activity that, and I've had this conversation, by the way, with BGS years ago, when this is where we even determined the culture was the issue. about why black men don't work together. We had these debates on 8 hours at a time with multiple different people that are in business that do it, that are not. So it's not, you know, that I'm kind of being it. It's that, well, really people are not where I am. People just want to say, let's take all of the minds and let's put them to the side and pretend they don't exist to do it. At the individual level, anybody can do anything. But when you start talking about bringing other people in, now you got to deal with people hating on you. Nipsey Hussle's a perfect example of that. And there's other examples. It's not just, I'm just making this up as a negative.
That's a bigger picture. I don't believe the media.
Well, I'm giving you examples, but even when you look at hip hop, where people have done, like, people have helped people. The point is this. This is my main point. You're not going to get around the fucking culture. Individually, you can. But as a group, you will not get around it, and you are not going to just, I'm going to wish my way past it, or I'm just going to say, by helping people, you do it. Because if that was the case, it would have already happened. And people can try to say what I'm saying is bullshit all they want to. That's cool, but the shit ain't gonna change. Nothing changes. Nothing changes. You address what needs to be addressed.
Speak for itself. Look at Glendon. Look at Erica. Glendon
will tell you the same shit I'm saying.
Erica's putting out good content so the people follow.
Have you actually listened to Erica? Like, because Erica will agree with what I'm saying. Erica puts the information out there, but she puts it there for the people that want it and that are raising their hand for it, and they support her with it. But at the same time, but that is a very niche people that follow her, and she's doing what she can. Glendon will tell you this too. But at the end of the day, the stuff that I'm talking about is bigger than just that. It's not a matter of individuals one at a time. You need a complete sea change. Like when we talk about black people don't buy from other black people, if we could start saying, well, let's solve that problem by not really selling to black people, well, at that point, we're not talking about group economics anymore. We're talking about, at that point, there's no difference between what Anthony Brian Logan does. Hell, ironically, you know what's ironic? Nicole Michelle was on O'Shea shit. Nicole Michelle was on O'Shea shit, and Nicole said that she sells to other races because, quite frankly, a lot of black women don't want what she got to sell. So at that point, we're not talking about black stuff.
That's the whole point. You got something. If your people don't want to buy it, somebody else will. She's not pushing the whole thing. She's just showing that other people in this culture can deal with you or not. That's the end. Everybody's not going to go along with what you're dealing with.
Then we're having a different conversation. Then, because understand when we're talking about amongst black people, there is a difference between saying, okay, I want to get in business. I'm doing business. I'm not saying when you're in business, you should do business with everybody in general. But when we're in this space, because in this space, it's like, well, why are even black people talking about with just black people? At that point, we might as well just bring everybody in, since that's what we're going to be about as far as interacting. Because I do business, like, as far as mastermind with non-black people as well. But then if I were to bring that in, then motherfuckers start testing, am I real or not real? Because I ain't waiting for niggas to get on. But what I'm saying is, if you're going to have the conversation with the pretext of black people getting in business together, that is a different conversation, and that requires certain parameters than just saying, "Okay, well, we gonna do it."
Can I ask you a question? Yeah, can I ask you one question, brother? So when I get my farming going up, and I get my herbs and my vegetables going up, and let's say a white farmer's market wants to do business with me, and I do the business, but I show brothers, look, we can do business with them, but all my funds come back to the brothers and teaching them how to farm. Yes, I'm gonna do business with them, but the teaching and how to get the business going and who they can work with, ourselves and others, doesn't matter as long as the bread comes home. The bread comes home.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the same thing with China. And China needed a whole bunch of cows and shit, and they had a collective of, I forget the farmers market when it came to that, and they said no because they were afraid. I mean, I hear what you're saying in practice, but like in theory, but in practice, for some reason, niggas make different decisions when they're actually presented with that. And the thing is, to ignore that is to just doom to repeat it. But go ahead, Roger, because the problem is everybody's focusing on me. Roger, you go ahead.
No, we not. Hey, look.
No, because what it is, because I know I'm not the only person with this opinion. So I want y'all to understand it ain't getting in my bullshit.
Let Roger get in though. Hey, you the man. That's the question, brother.
This what the thing is, y'all. Honestly, they really didn't disagree. If you really listen to what they were saying, they didn't even have a disagreement.
That's what I'm saying. It was 2 points of view. Yeah.
Yeah, they did not have a disagreement. And the thing is that we have to remember when it comes down to it, people got to do with what they're okay with doing. And the only, you know what I'm saying, the point is when you're a man, you got to take things into consideration that women just don't have to take into consideration.
Yeah, exactly. And then when you look at that one point, Roger, it was, well, you can just convince them to do it. Or what you can do is do a scale so big where that doesn't matter, which, yes, I'm a marketer. Like, so, but I'm not about to get, because I'm not trying to sit there and argue with somebody and try to be right. You know, I know what I'm talking about. And it's like, if that's her perspective, that's her perspective. But see, the problem is, and this is where you start to understand about how to deal with us. The problem, women have a certain point of view, and their point of view, they believe is the thing, because it's like maybe their own personal situation has reflected that. Versus a lot of times you have to think bigger than that if we're having a market, a macro issue, and that doesn't get addressed. So what happens is it becomes, okay, you right, and then nothing never really changes. And then the same people will then wonder why nothing never changes, because the things that people are trying to address never fucking gets addressed. My bad, go ahead.
Well, my thing is at the end of the day, neither one of them was against black people making money. Neither one of them was against black people making money on a large scale. Kelly is talking about certain stuff because that's what she knows, and I'm glad she knows it, and I'm glad she shared the amount that she did share, because you know at the end of the day, that's a good thing no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Edward sharing what he knows, which is still a good thing. But at the end of the day, if you're talking about the black community, yes, we are going to have to get to a point where black people actually value the black community. It has to be done, because if we just make money as black individuals, we won't have a black community.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. So to me, that was the main important piece. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm don't get me wrong. I'm glad she dropped the science she dropped.
She did.
And it's not like we don't have people who are doing certain things. But you know what I'm saying? When you drop information, it's always good. But the thing is, we all got to be realistic. Everybody ain't gonna do the same thing. Just because I can be comfortable carrying 200 pounds, but that's not gonna make me comfortable carrying 300 pounds. See what I'm saying? Now, if I carry 200 for a while, maybe I'll try 220, then maybe I'll move up to 250, eventually getting to 300. But that's how it is in life and in business. People can only do what they're comfortable with, because one of the main business killers is overexpansion, or people getting into something they don't have a passion for.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we got to do what we know we're good at.
It's the difference between the thing. Here's the thing. You're only going individual business stuff is only going to go so far. It's not going to be like a firestorm sweep. You have to, and shout out to SWP, because he's the first person where I really heard this from and really put it in context. So I will give him that credit. And he said this like 8 years ago, literally. You got to think industry as well. And yes, you got to take your steps, but you got to kind of know where you're going. And black people have an industry problem. And see, the thing about women, and yeah, people can take this whatever the way they want to take it, is women don't think in industry. Women think in like the business stuff. So this is why when you look at the businesses, when you look at no, I understand that. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm not saying that. And I'm not trying to discount anything she said. But what I'm saying is our problem as a community is an industry issue. It's not just business. It's also the black consumer has an issue with the black owner, because again, the Shea Moisture dude tried to do the same shit. And I'm giving examples not to be negative, because for Shea Moisture, you've got hell, even when you look at hip hop, when you look at all of the vectors, fuck the music for a second. When you look at people like DJ Academics, because in fact, let's meet her where she was talking about, because she was talking about technology, SEO, and all that. So I'm going to take all the other bullshit aside, because that's not what she was talking about. So when you look at digital assets, you got a couple of things. Obviously, you don't need to be a coder to know how to basically be able to put things together to create an idea. Hell, Tariq Nasheed proved that when he made that damn game. He's not a coder. Or when he tried to do that thing with that More Us website that didn't work. But I respect the fact that he tried, because that's something that you can build on. The ebotomy thing. My point is, when you look at, like, for instance, even the advertising of like our stuff, and you look at some of these non-ADOS people that occupy shit like the Shade Room and stuff like that, that's stuff that people are going to do. When you look at aggregating, even when you look at Our Space, one thing that's unique about Our Space that we do have is we are able, even if you take Kevin Samuels out of it and you take O'Shea out of it, we're able to get people to actually watch something in bigger levels than people that have 130 times our size are able to do. Most Geekdom channels that have 100,000 people are not able to pull like 200, 300, or maybe 100 people watch live at random. Usually they have a set time they come in and people can recognize that. Very few can do what fucking Kevin or Jason Black or even Angry Man and them can do when it comes to 1,000 and 2,000. So my point is, we have so there's a lot of assets that we have as far as our ability to aggregate. I'm very much aware of things that you can do to expand, and I'm all cool with talking about that. But at the same time, we could talk idea. I talk solutions, but I talk the other side as well. So my point is, there are things that can be done. And yes, there are basic SEO, because she kept talking about SEO. Of course, there is basic SEO things that can be done. As far as one-page SEO, as far as titles, names, tags, as far as websites that help you with that for free, like TubeBuddy, as far as YouTube channel, as far as keyword research. This is another reason why I said we need to expand into some of the topics that we talk about, because if we know what our market is and you start talking about sports, we know sports keyword, it should be a keyword list of sports that maybe we can share. Like, maybe that's something I can do, which is develop a keyword list. And keywords are not just one word. You have a keyword phrase as well. Like, for instance, this Nate Robinson thing, or we do a lot of trending news where we're uniquely, I think, qualified to deal with that and get in front of that to the point where we can be boosted in the algorithm. Hashtag research. These are things we definitely could do better in the sphere. And maybe it's on me to do that because I deal with that, to like, just like how y'all did the directory of the manosphere, start coming up with some kind of Google Doc or something that we can give the links out that people can access even though they can't edit it. So there's definitely stuff. When it comes to WordPress and a website, there's reason for us to have a WordPress, and it's not expensive at all. But at the end of the day, people like Roger knows this more than most. Roger wants to build his channel. He's putting his focus there. So I can say, okay, well, Roger's doing that, but fuck that. You need to do this that I want to do. It's something to be said about Roger understanding what he needs to focus on and focus on getting those results. Then he expands to other things as he gets the results that he's looking for. O'Shea did that, and is very wise. So again, I hear it and it's great, and I'm not knocking any of it. But the thing about it, the thing about it is, again, we're talking about two different things, and that's really where the friction was coming from. I'm not talking about how to take individuals or take a small group and actually get them to make money. I'm talking about when I come to this conversation, I'm coming how to help black men, and I'm not talking about all black men, but even 10% or 20% of black men in this new reality that we will be going into, which, by the way, you will need to get into sales. You will need to get into business. But this conversation started with B. Simone, me talk about B. Simone and talk about that mentality. And let's keep it all the way real. Take her off the table, because again, y'all know who Erica is. So she's not the first person to come with receipts, because Erica has just as many receipts. So we understand that. So we're not saying all black women, but B. Simone and a lot of people that represent that, that's not what even if they're not on OnlyFans, we know the type. That's not what the fuck they're talking about. They don't want the mentality, because if you're an entrepreneur, I'll add you another person. Butterfly Shauna has her husband is an entrepreneur, and she talks about the goods and the bads of it, with the money coming fast and sometimes going slow, and how she had to accept that and not struggle with that. Most of these women, they want fast money so they can spend. So when they come at me with the mentality shit, they're not coming from what Kelly's talking about. They want somebody, they know a 9-to-5 dude ain't gonna have enough money to trick off on their ass. And that's really what the fuck they're looking for. And we know most women are operating like that. Most of these females are not sitting here talking about, I want an entrepreneur because they just understand. That's bullshit. That's not what they're on. Because if they're really on that, they know how to split the difference with a lot of that too. And I've seen it. And I mentioned MLM because I can show you plenty of motherfuckers making money in it, just like women, men, just like I can show you plenty of black people, just like I can show you plenty of people making money in wholesale real estate. I look at it industry by industry. Shit, Ramil was telling you can show you people making money in the adult industry, which he's talked about that. So again, it wasn't a lot of stuff you were saying we didn't know. It's just, again, if she was deeper in the manosphere, she would know what we know. But anyway, that's what I want to say. It's not me being negative. It's that I'm thinking about this from an industry standpoint. And you have to think about this in a different way than just, oh, you can just get individuals to get on. Because if it was that easy, we would already did it. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, let's not act like we're smarter than the generations that's come before us, because we're not. We just have different technology.
Yeah, pretty much. And
all right, so yeah, I know I've been on my high horse, so
I guess Edward, but you're Edward Anderson, so I take it as such.
I thought all of it was amazing, man. This was a good stream.
Yeah, and thank you for that. But I want Edward to understand something. When I say dissent in the fuckery, when I say stuff like that, I mean that I've seen plenty of streams that they may masquerade as intelligent conversations, but they descend into the kind of things that's repulsive to, guys with our mindset. I didn't mean that as a slight to you in any way, because you're not on that fuckery tip.
Oh, no, absolutely. No, I didn't take it that way at all. I mean, if you want to be truthful, I don't know if she left because she just got tired of me giving pushback or if she really had to go, but I'm going to assume take her at her word and she really had to go because she was on here for a minute. So
yeah. And I mean, I'm like Roger, in a couple ways. Like, I do welcome, different perspectives. And, if people come on this panel and they say, they say certain things that is open to pushback, whether people agree with it or not, that's what it is. So, I'm not.
Yeah, just like people are pushing back against me. And and people can tell you, I'm not what you can't do, but I'm also about understanding the environment in its totality. I'm not about, black people getting magical on shit either. And then because black men, that can be detrimental to your fucking health.
Okay. All right.
So, I agree with you on that because I'm from New York as well. And that's kind of how, we interact with each other. And that passion is there. You can tell her drive is there. You can tell, like, her with her numbers and stuff. She sounds like she knows what she's doing. But like you said, the logic of it is that, everybody's not going to be able to jump on that type of wave. And that's why I guess sometimes too, the market seems like it's cluttered all the time. It seems like you got a lot of people always trying to do the same thing. Like, if I'm not mistaken, in my opinion.
Yeah. And I deal with niggas with Bitcoin all the time, and they come at me the same way. And I think the shit she doing is a lot more solid than Bitcoin. And I'm not against Bitcoin at all. I got Tron. But my thing is, and by the way, she gave more examples than what a lot of Bitcoin motherfuckers will do. But again, Glennon will jump that shit. People invest in Bitcoin. I don't understand why black people understand Bitcoin. And then what happens is now the shit's crashing again because I understand it goes up, it goes down. And so, we gotta sometimes hear what people are saying. Everybody's not gonna want to do tech, but people may be open to do a food truck, be a barber, be this, getting nails, and then there's where understanding how to use Instagram, understanding SEO, because you also have hashtag research can definitely help. There's definitely basic things that people can use. And that, like, at least at the level she wanted to talk about, that you can do it. So I'm not denying that, but at the same time, if we're gonna have an industry conversation, we're gonna have it. And like I said, in New York, like what's called said about it's black people changing hands. Yes, it is, but at the same time, there is cliques. You got a lot of different kinds of black people in New York, just like you have it in DC. So a lot of times you may see black people changing hands, but a lot of times that's their own culture and their own community. Not saying it never crosses over. Of course it does. But that's not all that's what's going on. And I just want people to see everything, not necessarily make excuses to not do something. Because nigga, you're gonna have to do something. Like this 9 to 5 shit where you working 2 jobs. That's another thing. People forget that. You got niggas working 2 jobs like that shit is normal. Like even when I had a 9 to 5, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do something where I can get overtime. I'm not gonna do something where I gotta work 2 jobs and then say that's normal. And then when I say you need to do this, you don't want to do it, you know. But niggas think it's and women think it's normal to work 2 jobs and going and this is before all the automation and shit. So
Right.
we already know.
Right. And I'm in South Carolina now, so it's like I've been out here like 5 years because most of my family's down here. So when I talk like that to them, like the innovative stuff and getting on different paths and stuff, it's like some of them already are privy to it. You know, they might have their own businesses and came up like that. But a lot of them, like you said, they're used to these jobs where it's just like, you know, working at 9 to 5 and they're not thinking on a digital scale. Like even right now with the phones, to have Cash App and be able to, you know, to be able to invest in like Bitcoin and stock and shit like that. And I'm like,
Half
yo,
of them don't even like Cash App.
Yeah, it's like this is crazy.
Yeah, you're right. In South Carolina, and the thing, you know, I'm in North Carolina. I've been in South Carolina a couple of times, and it's like it's not in the middle. It's like either they on point or it's like they on some slave shit. Like for example, Columbia, South Carolina. You go in there, you can go in the mall. Some of the malls in there ain't nothing but black people owning that shit. It's a great thing to see. It ain't, and I'm talking about black people, and maybe a couple of Arabs here or there, but this ain't nothing but black people owning them stores. Every store you go into, but you go in other places, and sometimes it's that old world shit. It just may be on what they own, and that's where sometimes that exuberance and passion, yes, at a smaller scale, what she's talking about, you kind of got to have that to kind of push it through, to kind of push the issue. I'm talking about things on a more national scale, but if you talk about that, then sometimes you got to do that when it's like in your family or stuff like that. But yeah, because the advantage that people in South Carolina have is cost of living is relatively low. Like cost of living is relatively low if you're in the cities and you got good internet, because obviously you ain't in the cities. You know, your fucking cell phone can be dead if you're going from city to city. I've seen that shit. That shit bothers the fuck out of me. I think I'm in KKK land.
Yo, Edward, how you doing, brother?
So,
yeah. Yeah, it's coffee is up here. What's going on?
Yeah, I get where Edward is coming from. I also get where Absalom is coming from as well, because you got some people, man, that are stuck in their old ways. They don't want to learn anything new. They're used to doing things. Oh, I have an aunt who could have stayed longer than what she stayed in nursing, but because they turned everything digital, she's used to doing things on the chart. You know, by writing on the chart instead of doing everything by computer. She just totally, you know, just quit, you know, retired early. You know, so you know, a lot of people.
No, I've seen that. Yeah.
You know, they scared to move further. You know, it's just like most people are used to the old ways of doing things by Microsoft Word and the old Photoshop. They don't like the new one. You know, I can get that to a certain extent, but at some point, you can't just copy and paste and paste shit, you know, and go copy it and run off flyers. It don't work like that no more. You're doing it the hard way.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point you made, because even in a job, like, and here's the thing, there's a difference between a job and a career, right? So in a career, even when you're doing stuff, you're being more innovative within your job and doing stuff more efficient, even within like job duties, you know, like when it comes to like supervisory stuff or stuff like that, because I was a sales manager. That's pretty much what I did when I was doing 9 to 5. That's the level I got to. And so I was able to do things kind of the way I wanted to do it, as long as I created the outcome. And I had things I knew how to do, and then I had things I knew how to communicate down to other people to be able to do. And that's when the duplicative part came into it. It's like I had to think about what are other people do and willing to do in order to affect the outcome. And that's not always the most cutting edge thing, because I'm all for the most cutting edge thing. Like that's why when she was saying SEO, we could have a complete conversation about SEO. And I'm not saying I know more than her. I'm just saying she's not gonna go nowhere that I don't know. I'll say that. And the thing is, though, you have to also look at what can you package and do that, you know, people can do. Like when you look at the ebook and stuff like that she was talking about, you know, you want to the high level. Remember when she said that she wouldn't give her best shit away for free? The game is to be sold, not told. Absolutely. But what you do is you package the basic stuff in an ebook, because that's not just designed to sell shit to people, because it's an ebook. Ebooks is not the most effective way, by the way, to sell shit.
It's to show your skill and to show.
Yeah, and the most important thing is to create a basic duplicatable outcome. So now those people say, okay, if I listen to this person, I get this outcome. And that's true whether it's weight or whether it's whatever you're into. And this is the one thing I will say, because I want to end this by throwing some positivity on it. The truth is, and not to say the truth, because I've been telling the truth. Everybody, when you look at what she was talking about, all of you all, chances are, know some shit to where you all could go on YouTube, and if you say, okay, fuck the black market necessarily kind of audience kind of thing, where it's like, okay, I'm looking at what's the best market to gravitate towards me and what I know. I'll give you a perfect example. I have different YouTube like accounts, because I have a food account, so it's counting nothing but food, and there's quite a few black men. And I'll email it to Kev, or I'll link them in the comment section, where there's black men that they do food channels like on the Cooking Network. And I mean, this is one dude from Compton, and the thing about him is not just he does good shit. You can do the shit that he's talking about the way he does it. And it's very professionally done. And he showed some stuff behind the scenes. He's doing DSLR cameras. And I think a white dude is a videographer. So he's doing it professional. And it's real good shit. He's got 500,000 subscribers. And he does what he does, huh?
I said, which is good, because presentation is everything, man.
Yeah. Absolutely. But his market is everybody. It just happens as black, but black people are gonna gravitate towards him because he's black, right? And because of some of his mannerisms and stuff like that. Because he's a West Coast dude, very cool dude. And the stuff that Kelly was talking about as far as selling things and selling that, he didn't do that at first. But he did that once he got to like 250 subscribers. So now it's like he's got a shirt, he's got the seasonings that he uses. He's doing, because I have New Wave cooktops and he uses New Wave cooktops, and he even has the pans that he uses, because every pan doesn't work on a New Wave induction cooktop. So all the stuff she's talking about, he has that. As far as what Kevin's doing, Kevin just blew up. So Kevin's probably not thinking about the stuff that she's talking about at that level, because again, that's not where he's at yet. But Kevin just started to blow that up over 100,000. So he's not thinking about that yet. Then you also got to think about the fact that his audience is women right now, at least with that show. So suits and shit ain't gonna work, because that's not the majority of what his audience is. But whatever. My point is, with the food thing, I can show you multiple dudes. There's one dude that he ain't doing the cooking thing. What he does, he takes the all that shit that you pay, the sell shit, like the air fryer, the New Wave oven, all that bullshit, right? He buys that shit, and then what he does is he does basic things that like dudes or people are gonna want to do, and he shows you how to do it with that thing to get more out of it. And he has like 100,000. Now his stuff his production values is a lot less than the first one, but it's still really good. And you got dudes doing the barbecue, and these are like normal dudes.
So what he's doing? He's doing more like
it's more like reviews, but it's a combination. It's a combination of reviewing the product, but also with the same products. He'll have, because he has a lot of videos, he'll have how to cook wings, how to cook pizza, how to cook breakfast food. So he'll have like a playlist, each product and a playlist per product, how to smoke stuff, how to do this. So I have a New Wave oven, and I have a like another thing too. So I'm looking and saying, okay, how do I cook certain stuff to use this shit, but to make my life easier, because I want to cook food and stop eating out all the fucking time, right? And he is good for that. Versus the other dude will show you how to legit cook shit, but he does it in a very basic way. It's like super easy, super simple. And then he does fried foods. And I can show you non-black people do that. I'm showing it's black people. It's black women that do that shit too. So the point is, that's one industry. You got another industry when you're doing more of the National Geographic or History Channel. Shout out to Home Team History, where he does videos. If y'all go to him, his channel's over 100,000. His shit is like much better. Look, I like Tarina Sheet and Hill the Colors. His shit is completely much better than that. His shit is much better than Hidden Colors. And this is a dude that's like my age. He's like, what, I think 30. It's another dude called From Nothing. It's another. So there's different channels and different vectors. We can get the comedy side. Everybody, my point is this. All of you all have knowledge that you all could probably package in a certain way with basic things. Because that's what she was talking about. Basic things that doesn't take a lot of time once you get like the templates and stuff down. Because if you all look at O'Shea's like Celebrity Junk, all of that, he does the same thing. It's just like the thumbnails are the same. The way the elements that he uses are the same. A lot of the techniques are the same. And he adds his voice into it. So there's a lot of stuff, and that's really what she's speaking to. And I completely understand that. That's why I made it very clear that at the individual level, I completely agreed with her because I did. But the macro level, that's a little bit different because when you're dealing with collective culture, that's where the origin of this conversation was with the propaganda. It's something more than just pushing it through because you get pushback. Like we would think, why would the fuck would black people support Kamala Harris, knowing what she did and what she did is out here? Joe Biden as well. But people did. Why? Because of propaganda, and everybody doesn't have the same information at the same time. So it's a different way you have to think about it. That is the only thing I was really trying to communicate to her, but it comes off as, and I understand that because I've been on the other side of the conversation. It comes off as I'm talking about what can't be done. So she was responding in kind. I'm like, no. It's just these things have to be understood in order to know how to go at dealing with this at a bigger scale.
Yeah, anyway. You don't want to bite off too much than you can already chew. You know, it's like I kind of felt like she, like I said, it was very informative. Both of y'all going, head to head like that because she made good points. But I kind of thought it was reaching at some level too, as far as like the suits with Kevin. It's like, yeah, he can pay to get suits tailored and made and put it in a different name and things of that nature. But I think that would kind of throw people off as far as where he was already going, where, in the manosphere and his show and stuff like that. I don't think people would want to just buy into that like, because he's customizing suits. That's not what he was doing.
The smarter thing for Kevin to do if he wanted to be an asshole but get some money out of the dudes, because there are still dudes that support him, is get do like a Got Milk. And then it the Got Milk kind of font and a black shirt talking about are you a PhD?
Hold up.
Or some stupid shit like that.
Both
or high value man thing.
Hold up. All she did was throw a pass like a man would throw a pass. Because I know she's telling the truth about Kevin Samuel. Steve Harvey turned around and sold that fucking Zoot suit that was back in the days. He just put that motherfucker on, turned around, and tagged his label on it. All she said was an avenue for economics.
No. And we're not saying she's wrong, but again, like he said, the reaching thing. We're not saying what can. Yeah, go ahead. Again, but she doesn't know his show like we know his show. Like we know the audience that listens to his show. We know it's women and we know the dudes that listen to it. If you gonna sell some shit, you go to Teespring. If we want to talk about shit, bullshit, you got Spreadshirt, you got Teespring. What she was talking about is you don't, for instance, some people would say it's reaching for you to say you gonna do this after you gonna get all this money, then say you gonna do something. Now that shit could sound like you scamming people. The truth is you have dropped made to order websites like Teespring and Spreadshirt. This is what most of these white YouTubers, gamer YouTubers use. And what you can do is kind of like how if you go on Vistaprint and you can design your business cards and then you order them. It's like that. If you got a logo or a symbol, which you can go to Fiverr.com and get, you can go to Canva.com and make yourself. And then you could create a logo or whatever that people may know you for. And then what you do is you can go to this site, upload that logo, put a saying on there, and they will make the shirts as is. Literally, people go to that site and buy the shirt through your link, and they get the shirt to them, and the only thing they're doing is through your link. That's kind of what she was talking about. Now, you can't do that with suits. That requires more of an upfront investment. But, and this is why I'm saying,
not real suits.
Yeah, he just hit 100,000. He's just growing exponentially. Yeah, but what Kevin could do was do the shirts and then come up with sayings based on like, are you a PhD or high value man? Because he's the one that seems to be branded high value man. So we're not. So again, it's not the can't. It's just where he's at. That would make more sense, and then
let me say something real quick now. I get where you coming from, you know, on the marketing part of it. That's good, you know, marketing strategy. But we also talking about quality too. We was just talking last week about your unique selling point. You know, what makes your shit so special to where people want to buy it? You know, you got to know your audience. You know, one thing what I'm good for, you know, what I'm good for is calling out.
What do you want? What?
Somebody's mic is on.
Yeah, it ain't me.
Think it's Gerald.
Oops. My bad.
Yeah, but you just got to know your audience, man. You got to know your unique selling point, and you got to know why, you know, you put the product out. You know, it's more than just marketing. And what I do, I target gimmicks. People that pull gimmicks, I out you for that. That's what Babe Blotter News is about.
Really? Okay.
Yes,
interesting. That's interesting.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I had some, and by the way, I had somebody to email me the other day. I forget his name, but he's talking about, you know, how to monetize the t-shirt business. And the thing is, I pointed him to a chick by the name of Lisa Irby, because that's what she does. And she does what she does, and that's what she does. You taught her about anything, and she does very well. But also, I haven't even gotten a chance to get back to him with kind of a list of resources and stuff like that I can get him, because at first I didn't know if he had an audience. And it looks like he does have an audience. So a little bit of an audience. He has an Instagram channel or whatever. It's like Royal something. So I was like, okay, let me analyze like what his brand is and give him these options as far as basically what he's trying to do with the shirts. Because like I said, Canva, I don't do Photoshop. It's too complicated. I got, my time has to be spent doing other shit. But Canva is a couple of sites like Canva, which will help you put together thumbnails and stuff like that very, very easily. And anyway, my point is, I could go. I'm not trying to act like I know more than her, because it is what it is. She's got channels. I get that. It's not even about her. What it's really about is us having a conversation with the audience right now. Trying to showcase is not, like I said, I'm not trying to say what can't be done. It's just you have to do things in gradients. That's all that is. And I think, you know, again, with men, you know, we are consequence minded, because there are real consequences. And women, a lot of times, it's like they don't. And this is why I said women partially have an advantage and stuff like that, because they are willing to go that level. Part of it is because they can, but part of it is, and you know what? To be fair, let's take the gender out of it. White boys can throw money around because it's easier for them to get money out of banks. It's easier for them to do shit. Like, it just is. And this is not to say
to open up some shit just because they can. But let me say this. I have a problem too with people who, I put it this way. If you was a dope boy and you was out there selling drugs on the street and you want to open up businesses, don't do the same old typical shit that every dope boy do. They go and they open up a barbershop. The furniture inside is all black. You know what I'm saying? Do something totally different. You know what I'm saying? Something totally different. And like you were saying, you know, women, they can do anything and they can do it because they can. But so can people with money, but they haven't been trained like you and I and everybody else that may know about business on this panel. You get what I'm saying?
No, absolutely. And that's why a lot of times you got to meet people where they are. And the goal is creating results for people. The biggest thing, like when it comes to selling anything to somebody, the first thing you want to do is create a result. Even if you're not, let's say you're not selling something. Let's say you're selling a subscribe where you want somebody to get put in their email. Whatever offer you give to them, you want to make sure that it creates an outcome. Because if it creates an outcome, then though, that's going to be somebody that's going to build that trust to be more likely to sell, you know. And the thing is, I'm more of a marketer. But the ironic thing about it is I'm more of a marketer than I'm a salesperson. So I was speaking from a more sales perspective versus she was speaking from a marketing perspective. But at the same time, some of the stuff that I do, I'm forced to have to think as a salesman because I have to think of what can be duplicated as well. And that's just the nature of what I do. And I'm going to tell you something, man. And I got to do this because I think part of the problem, I've seen this too much. And this isn't really, and again, this is not with her. Like I've seen Boyce Watkins do this. I've seen, shout out to Dan Locke, who's more of who's a salesperson. If you want to get in the sale, he does. People always like to shit on MLM. Now I know she just, I could just tell in her tonality, oh well, that's an MLM, like as if that's not real business. The truth is, you got motherfuckers doing OnlyFans right now, and you got folks on here as a YouTube where they're getting super. Like take Kevin for example. Yes, Kevin is a consultant. He is, but you got people getting super chats. Hell, take Kevin off the table. Look at these gamers. These gamers have just as much of a business.
Straight from the A, not talking about straight from the A, not talking about nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, and because Kevin's at least a consultant. I'm talking about dudes that are gamers and stuff like that. You got people that ain't talking about shit, but they getting super chats, and they can still rotate that like a real business. Because at the end of the day, that's people supporting their stuff to the point where Dennis is asking for super chats, even though he's a lawyer. But my point, and that's cool. You should support his stuff, and that's why I gave him a cash out, because he gives credibility to a lot of what we say. Because you can't say shit to him, and that helps all of us, especially since you're willing to be accessible. But this thing about MLM or network marketing doesn't, and MLM doesn't have this stigma outside of the United States. It doesn't.
Well,
it doesn't.
I want to say real quick, MLMs, because I see Kelly's putting in the chat. They're not real business. I'm gonna kind of beg to differ because I was involved in MLM. And I met some incredible people. I was able to sit down and talk with millionaires.
Oh, well, that's something I'll debate the fuck out of somebody on.
Know who I am? Well, I'm just saying, if I ain't gonna say the name of it, but if I name something the MLM I was involved in, if I start telling you the stuff they own, everybody know it. You know what I'm saying? So for me to say no,
and I'm gonna throw some names out here because it ain't gonna put nobody out there. But let me say this: I'm actually glad Kelly said that, because I'm glad she's still listening, and I'm glad I didn't want somebody to say that I was reaching, because she didn't really say that. She gave a tonality to it, so now people can't deny that I'm just reaching on that. So I'm glad she said that. I am. So first of all, let's throw the facts out. Number one, Betsy DeVos, the education secretary under the Trump administration, is the daughter of the DeVos brothers who created Amway. So if something ain't a real, I'm just going to say this. If something ain't a real thing, you had your education. And she did some stupid stuff, but she did some good stuff as well. Remember, she removed that receipt when that letter that had them fucking up men without, you not knowing who the fuck is accusing you and shit. And she was also an advocate for homeschool as well, which is something that you've heard BGS advocate for, that I've advocated for, that because we need to start raising our sons as well as our daughters outside of this Prussian school system. Now, obviously, I don't agree with all her politics and most of her politics at all, but on those things, I will give her credit. So, but the point is, she is the daughter of the DeVos family, who is a very prominent family in Michigan politics. Like Jennifer Granholm, one of the attractive, she was known for being attractive. She kind of looked like Carol Brady. That she was the one that, before the one that started doing all of them damn, taking rights away from cities and shit. She was the one that got that shit passed, even though she never did it. She was a Democrat. She defeated Betsy DeVos's brother, who is the son of the DeVos family. That's Amway's the oldest one. But another thing too, let's talk about a little bit of Black history. This is what I find interesting.
Hold up for a second. But I mean, we can agree to disagree. But I do agree with Kelly about the MLMs. Like the Amway and the pyramid scheme shit, man. We all. I put it this way: we all have choices, but we don't have the same opportunities. You got to really be fit to do that kind of thing, then the people that they're targeting to do this thing with Amway and all these other things, man, they're not the people for that.
Well, I'll say, hold on. This is why I say, because I don't want this conversation to go completely off the rails. I definitely would love. I'm gonna do this probably on my channel, maybe this week, maybe next week. I don't know, but it's definitely a conversation. I'm definitely gonna do something where I'm really gonna get deeper into it. But the thing about it is, when you look at, but here's the truth. The truth is, as far as they target, let me ask you this. I wonder, what do you mean when you say the people that they target are are not for that? What does that mean? And I'm this is not about me trying to prove I'm right and you're wrong. I really want to understand where you're coming from with that, but because I don't want to make a statement and then I'm like saying something that's not really accurate to like what you're talking about.
Okay, first of all, I want to say colorless. It has nothing to do with color. Just people who are just not built for giving that time, you know, because I know people, man, that went into that thing, you know, and was damn near homeless, fooling around with that. You get what I'm saying? So you got to really be fit for that, you know. Like you went to school for marketing. Like me, I have a master's in criminology, and I'm working on the second master's MFA for fashion. So I know business, you know.
So okay, so the one thing I did want to acknowledge to Kelly too is there's a lot of people that would say YouTube is not a real business either, by the way, and they would be just as stupid. And that's the thing. I don't know if she heard that, but
they say
they would be just as. Huh?
They say being a Lyft and an Uber driver is not a fucking business, but look at all the Indian people who drive it out here in San Francisco, and they make over $100,000 to $200,000 a year.
Yeah, now somebody that did Uber for 3 years, that's probably because of I'm gonna tell you something about them Indians. They be doing crazy hours. Number one, they be doing some inhuman shit, and number two, a lot of that has to do with like New York and the cost because they pay different wise for the cost, and so they definitely made that, and that's definitely impressive. And like I said, they be doing some inhuman hours. But there's only a couple of markets. Yeah, so yeah, no, I'm not taking nothing away from what you said. But
And
somebody
DC
that did
too,
10,000
though, I
rides
noticed
as
in
an Uber driver.
DC.
Yeah. So because they pay different depending on different things. But and I made money doing affiliate for Uber as well as driving too, and that's another little thing that they do. So, but absolutely. But the thing about it is, they would say you're right. So I'm glad you acknowledge that. So people's opinion of what a real business is, if you can participate in commerce and it's a 1099 and you're doing tax deductions, it is a real business by legal means. So my point is people are gonna have to do better than that, because people will say the same shit about affiliate marketing, about the Spreadshirt shit, if that's all you do. Because even Glendon said this. Glendon made $1 million. This is what Glendon did. Glendon sold his ebook in his course about the auction thing, and that's where he made his initial $1 million. But YouTube, you could go to videos for him, and he's been on YouTube for 8 years consistently. That is what he does. That is his marketing thing. He's not a YouTuber per se. He is a marketer that uses YouTube to sell his courses. And people will say, and he has said this multiple times, that people say that they don't think he has a real business, even though this motherfucker lives in Sandy Springs. And when he gave the zip code that he was in, and I typed that shit in the Zillow, that shit had nothing but 7-figure places. And it ain't just one. It's like 3-4 million to start with. So I was like, God damn.
He live in Sandy Springs in Georgia?
Yeah, he gave the zip code too. It was 33 something in the video, because he was talking shit to the Bitcoin people.
Yeah. If he out that way, he really lived nice. You know, my house was out that way as well. Well, it's on the northern side of Georgia going towards South Carolina, like Beaufort and Swanee and all that. Yeah. Johns Creek. Yeah,
I'm glad you confirmed that, because he's done videos with BMW. I'm glad you confirmed that, so it's not people thinking I'm caping for him. So my point is, people would say, and they still will say to this day, although it's starting to change more, that it's not a real the YouTube. So my point is, you know, and as far now, let me go back to what you said, because I empathize with shit like that, where you talk about people lose, because I would never have somebody go, like, I would never tell somebody to do some shit like that, like to that point. And there is a cult, like, okay, so going back, you said people weren't built that way. Here's the truth. The truth is, black people, like when you look at when Kelly was on here, Kelly was all, take MLM aside, she was basically like, everybody could do a business. Do you all agree with that? Other than MLM, everybody could do something when it comes to business. Would you agree that that's the kind of thing she was gathering at, or would you all disagree? They could do something. I'm not talking about MLM. She doesn't agree with MLM.
I didn't hear that, but I will tell you, I do agree that everybody could do something that they're good at, but just drifting off into some shit that you just
they could do it. They could do it in a business, like a business frame. They could do it necessarily without working for somebody.
Yeah,
I want to get everybody on the same page. Y'all don't all have to agree. I just want to make sure before I move forward what So we got some people that saying, yeah, they feel like everybody could do something at least at the sole proprietor level, like on like a service thing, and then we got some people that say they don't think that's necessarily what you're saying. That's cool.
Say, as a black person, period, if you don't want to get a fucking degree in some kind of business or something, get some kind of certificate or some kind of training before you jump out there. The same way with the music industry, you know, like reggae and all other genres of music. That's a culture. That's something that should be. You should, before you step into it, you should know it. Like hip hop, they need the fucking.
We don't need it. We don't need it.
You know, we talked about this too on the last podcast as well. But I think everything has a history.
Stop your background.
Am I the only person that hears that?
Whoever background that is.
Everyone has a history of. So I think that a person should learn the 101s of everything, you know. But I have a question for you. Do you think it's possible for a person to do 5 different things at one time and become successful at it?
It's possible. It's not likely, and I would never tell nobody to do it. But it's possible, and I have seen people do that. But I would never tell somebody to do that, and I would shun people away from doing that. I would say you need to pick 1 or 2, and you need to focus on that, and then you expand. It's always better to start in one focal point. And I'm gonna tell you something. I got a bad habit of doing that. So this, I'm speaking from experience. It's always better to start with 1 thing, maybe 2 things, and if you're doing 2, have them the way they work with each other, and then you expand as you get, like, plant 1 tree at a time. But it's definitely possible. I've definitely seen people do it. I've seen people do real estate and then also do an IT thing where they're teaching people how to get into IT and make money with both. I've seen that more than once, but I would never tell somebody to do that. Also, I will say the exception to this rule though is if you're working a job, you should have a side hustle as well. I won't say, well, that job is 1 thing and then a side hustle is 2. No, you need a side hustle for a variety of different reasons. And I
say if you put 80% of your time into your craft or whatever it is that you do, it's safe to say that you really in that shit. But if you just doing it as a hobby, that's a problem. Like, I want to acknowledge something. This guy here, Black King, he stated about, you know, Uber drivers making 6 figures, you know, overseas, you know, and they do it as a business. I mean, I've seen not people do Uber and Lyft and all that out here for, you know, making that much, but they're making better than, you know, somebody that's saying, hey, let me turn on the app and get me a pack of cigarettes and a damn case of beer, you know?
Yeah, and the thing about that though, even with that, like, you have to qualify that to say that's a very small percentage. Usually when they can do that, that's in states, areas where cost of living is kind of boosting that because cost of living is so high. That's also in a situation where the hours.
That's not true at all at times, because I'm out here where everything that you have mentioned is. I'm near Silicon Valley, everything that you mentioned.
So cost of living is already true. What I just said. Go ahead.
It's high, but I don't let that play on me because I lived in Atlanta, living already high. Because the thing is about California.
How many hours do you think an Uber driver works to make 6 figures?
You can make out here shit. I can't say annually, but you can make $100 in 1 hour or less. Out here,
okay.
You know,
let me say this,
because those be the biggest. Because San Francisco be the biggest places where the most Uber drivers do the most bitching. You know, when it comes to like a lot of these laws and stuff.
22, and I really do think that when the pandemic got bad, you know, these people turned their back on.
No, I'm talking about before pandemic. Okay, that would be fair.
Let me tell y'all. Yeah, I mean, Uber is just like everything else. There's a lot of factors that determine how much you're gonna make.
Yeah. And I'm not discounting that because I did it.
I'm going to say when it comes to the different types of driver, it depends on where you're driving, how you know the city. You know what I'm saying? Do you know how to read a map? Do you not know how to read a map? You know what I'm saying? Do you know all of the different shortcuts, or do you go by what the GPS?
Are you willing to take trips long and all of that? You know,
exactly. There's different factors in that. Now, people can make good money doing Uber because I know people that make good money doing Uber. So I already know that's possible. You know what I'm saying? I live in Chicago. You know
but the thing is, when people do have that job full time, man, I think that they should acknowledge that, because a lot of Californians out here, let me tell you, they got jobs out here that you wouldn't think that people made a fucking career out of. I'm talking like,
well, you know, that's where it's kind of like, you know, it's not a job. But
hear me out. Hear me out.
Yeah, my bad.
Dog sitting. I'm like, what's this other one? What's this shit now that's become a big deal now? Well, it's a man salon where they do the manscaping. I'm like, really, y'all make that much money doing this shit? You know, but they do.
Well,
yep. That's a business now. That's a big business now.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, well, my thing is this: people have opinions about business. If it makes money, it's a business. Simple as that. How can you make a bunch of money with zero skill? It's literally people that get on YouTube and they do reaction videos. They're not doing anything. They're using what somebody else did, and they're simply showing their reaction to what somebody else put in work, and
they making money
and don't have a good background or nothing. I mean, just playing.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, that falls into entertainment, and you know that's the show business thing, and there's everything ain't got to be millions of dollars and stuff like that. My point is, you know, you have consultants that use YouTube. You have content marketing where people are taking content as well as people are taking something that they talk about, they know about as an expert. That's definitely valid, and I defend that too. But my thing is, at the end of the day, you know, and people kill me with the opinions of, but bringing it back to the image, because I wanna dive deep into what you said about people losing their homes. Here's the reality: you got people going through some shit with Bitcoin because they keep getting told to invest in Bitcoin, and then when Bitcoin crashes because they're invested at the top of the market, which is something Glenn and Cameron's been railing against, they get fucked. Boyce Watkins telling people to invest in stocks can be tricky, because if you're selling information on how to invest in stocks and you're talking to people that don't necessarily have the money to invest, then they're gonna hate you, because feelings are just gonna hold you accountable. This is why Glendon says you need to start a business. And by the way, Glendon's perspective is you start a service business. Stocks is better. He is not. Yeah, well, Glendon is not a MLM person at all. He says you need to start a service business, and this is why I said when it came to the stuff she was talking about with SEO and stuff like that, that stuff is valid for what she's talking about, but it's also valid knowing those skills when you do a service business, because that helps you understand how to get advertising. But there's also other parts of advertising you got to respect as well, because you got to pound a pavement. You need to know what Craigslist is. You need to know how to reach people. Everything ain't necessarily SEO. I'm not saying she was saying that, but it is what it is. Now, going back to the MLM piece, but going back to the MLM piece and the NM piece, the issue is 90% of businesses fail. So, and they don't just fail. What it is people just either decide to stop doing them, or they just move on to other things. That all gets put into the it failed category. That doesn't mean that 90% of people go bankrupt trying to do a business. Like technically Sprint didn't fail, they got bought out. So the thing about people going home, and people go homeless doing a lot of shit. They go homeless in real estate. They go homeless doing a lot of stuff that doesn't get the same kind of negative connotation that MLM gets. And the reality of the situation is, because I do more affiliate marketing. That's what I do, which is not technically MLM, but it does have sometimes a leverage component to it.
Well, my thing,
go ahead, because I know you wanted to add something.
I think there's a problem with knowing your audience, or you may be not saying you, but the person may just be.
No, say it.
Okay,
because I'm not afraid of anything that you. I want you to. Yeah.
Just listen. I'm not saying you, but just period. You got people out there that just target anything. They just think about that money. They don't care if they could gain, if they're gonna gain customers, even if they cheat somebody. I mean, like this shit they had at the beginning of the year. What is the water loom? Well, a lot of people lost a lot of money. What is that shit?
The water loom?
Yeah, so that bullshit. It's just like that.
Are you talking about a water loom, or are you talking about the Ponzi scheme investment thing?
Both of them.
Okay, so let me tell you something. The truth is, no, you're right. I'm not about to deny anything you're about to say, but understand, because I can show you a Telegram talk through of literally hundreds of chats of people that do that, because I was actually looking into that from a research standpoint to pull some of them people into some of the things that I do, because they obviously have money. Here's the thing about that, and I'm not defending that, but what I will say is, if you listen to the conversation and verbiage amongst that, you can't tell, and there's other people that can attribute to this too. You can't tell them shit. Oh, well, you're gonna get blessed. And to be fair, it's mostly sisters running those boards, by the way.
Yeah,
Well, there's blessings, and you're gonna get blessings. You're gonna get this. These will be some of the same people that'll say that MLM ain't a real business. But when it come to that shit, oh, they perfectly, and I've seen people talk about that shit in real life, even in my barbershop, because they don't want to talk to people. It's easy to flip some money on some hustle flip shit. So they go into that bullshit knowing what they're doing. And when a lot of them get
and close the board when it's not making money. But the thing is, they not letting the other people get watered in there, and that was they had it on the news out here too.
Well, let me say this about all this, because at the end of the day, a lot of that is about the people. You know what I'm saying? Because I've been involved in all that type of stuff, and somebody asked me,
and that ain't MLM, by the way.
Yeah, but I'm saying even with the Susu thing, somebody asked me to do it. A person who asked me to do it, I did it because it was like, just do it like $100. So I gave him $100. Okay, we'll do it, whatever the case is. Then, like, when I did it, I'm trying to recruit a couple of people for it, or whatever the case is. Then they kind of pressing me to recruit some people. I'm like, look, I gotta explain this to people. You know what I'm saying? Now, the women that was talking to me about it, her attitude was, this is nothing. This is no big deal. You should be able to just find somebody like, nah. I'm like, no, that's just not how life works. Maybe just because you're going to do something without really knowing about what it is, other people want to know details. They want to know different things. And then without going into too much in it, if for those who will understand what a leg is or things like that, once I saw a person start reaching out, people that was in, she'll start putting people under different legs and people they didn't even know. So I was like, okay, now if you starting to separate the people who actually know each other, all this is finna fail anyway. So did I put any more money into it? No, because I already saw failure coming because of how they were trying to structure the different legs. You don't deal with people that don't know each other. They don't unless the people want somebody ahead of them.
I think that if you're gonna cry about $100, you ain't got the money. Anyway,
yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
No, I know what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Roger. And I'm not saying that you're saying that. It's just that you have to chuck it up as a loss. Now, I can see if you put $1,000 in that bitch and you ain't got no more money, that's a problem.
Well, I mean, you will fuck. Okay. So absolutely. Let me be very clear here on that board shit. If you doing that, you're a fool. And here's the thing: what a lot of people will do with that, because I actually did market research on that shit, and I still got the chats. Where people would what they would do is they would put money in there, and then they would turn around and they would try to put more money in there, trying to recoup it and trying to recoup their money, and then that's when they would really get bad. And then and I've talked to some of these people. I've got the voice messages to show it. Where I talk to some of these women, as far as I'm not talking about the board people, but I'm talking about people that, like, it was their turn to get it, and then they didn't get it, and then this, that, and the third. And then I've had people that I knew that did it, and that's how I got involved. But I didn't do it, but they did it, and then they were talking to me. They were talking to me about what happened, because now the shit blew up in their fucking face, and because I told them not to do it. And the reason why I got involved in it, because there was people that I was trying to bring in to affiliate marketing, and they were giving me the lukewarm shit. And these are people I know, so it was kind of like they're coming to me talking about they want to quit their job, and then and they know what the fuck I do. So I said, okay, you can do this, this, and this. And they didn't want to do it because at the end of the day, they just wanted money to just come out of a fucking ATM machine without them doing shit. They didn't even want to do like the content piece of creating content, to then find an audience. So I'm not technically just telling them to sell shit. They didn't even want to do that. So I was like, okay, so whatever. And then they came to me with this, and I said, I'll look at it. And then I said, all right, let me follow you on what you're doing. And then I see if I can help at least you make money with that. And then they had already did it on their own. They did it with this was a gay chick, and they did it with a girlfriend, and the shit blew up in their face because the board like failed. And I told her that shit was gonna happen because as soon as the only reason why I told her that is because the same thing Roger's saying. As soon as they started telling people you didn't have to recruit nobody, oh, you don't have to recruit nobody, it's a blessing. I said, what the fuck? I said, that's some bullshit. Ain't no blessing. Like the fuck you talking about? Anything you do with that, you gonna have to bring somebody in. Otherwise, the shit is gonna fall off. It's gonna fall off of its momentum because of the how many boards are being created. And there, that's what they were telling. Go ahead, Roger.
Well, this is my point. The point with that, and I've, you know what I'm saying, and I've done the MLM thing. The problem is people keep trying to take shortcuts. That's what the problem was. That's when I was talking about the person who brought me in, and then I looked at what she was doing. As soon as I seen her take a shortcut, because I had already been involved in MLM, I told her, this is not going to work. You're trying to take a shortcut to get paid faster. You're going to destroy the whole thing. Of course, they ain't listened to me, and it fell apart. Not a big deal for me because, like I said, I only gave $100 anyway because they was trying to do it. You know what I'm saying? But I already knew about MLM, so doing the Susu thing was easy, super easy for me to understand because I'd already basically done it before, except this one was not involved in selling a product or, you know, a service. It's just passing money at the end of the day. But people try to take shortcuts. When it came to the MLM, the whole issue with that was people didn't want to do the work. So so can you say the business itself is not successful? No, the business itself is fine. Yeah. The people that didn't want to do the work was the problem.
And let me be very clear here, because now, hold on, because now we're like merging this like it's the same thing, and it's not the same thing. Because the thing is, real estate has Ponzi schemes. Let's be very clear about that. Like one of my favorite shows is American Greed. So I can tell you, Ponzi schemes come in more forms, and they only one time in like the 5 seasons they got if they pulled the MLM for that. So most of the time when it's Ponzi schemes, it has to do with real estate, because what happens is people are basically saying you can put your stuff in like a REIT, not a REIT. You could put in a REIT. But it's really you, I forget, you take your money out of your 401k and put it into an investment vehicle that allows you to invest what you want to invest in. I'm blanking on what it's called. And then that allows you to invest in other people that flip houses. That is usually, that and corporations is usually how you see the Ponzi schemes come up, because people trust that. The reason why it's hard to do a Ponzi scheme through MLM is because people naturally in America don't trust MLMs. So as soon as they hear that, automatically the purses are going to close. So let's just be clear here about that.
Let me comment on something with Pretty Kelly. She said, but Susu isn't BS when it's done correctly. But how do you do it correctly? Because it's always the fucking person that's running it that fucks it up. So everybody.
My thing is, I don't know. I know what the boards are. What is Susu? Is Susu like those boards or what?
Susu is just a basic structure, just like an MLM, where you will have one person who's like in that sponsor position. You go get a couple of people under you. They go get a couple of people under them. Money is eventually passed up to a particular person.
So what's the difference between Susu and an MLM?
Not
and
much
its model structure. So I don't understand.
The model is the same. The difference is one has a product and service. The Susu has no product and service.
How do you do it?
So what the fuck? I don't understand. So, because here's the thing, even amongst MLM, there are multiple business models. Like, so you have, okay, Unilevel is not MLM. Unilevel is really affiliate, which is basically, I sell you shit, I get a referral fee for it, and you see Unilevels a lot with software. You know, I get a referral fee, but that's it. there's no leverage in that. I just sell you shit, I get a fee for it. They call that Unilevel. Then you have what's called a binary, which binaries are like the ones that I don't like the most, where binaries are built on kind of 2 legs and they kind of grow and that shit, whatever. And then you have the one that's being done now that I'm seeing a lot of companies do, which is the 3 by 10 or 12 matrix. And each of these plans have their own advantages and disadvantages. Some of them use more than one plan. The point is, if that Susu is just another model, especially because here's the thing, people say, oh, well, it's not a service and it's fake. No, you can sell software. Software is digital. So is the software legit? And so, or and it's even like a savings thing where if you're buying into a savings club and something like that, you know, that can have that can actually be valid. It just depends on if something's real. The thing, and I want to come back to this, is MLM and network marketing has been around for 50 and 60 years. The government has investigated the hell out of it. If the government wanted it to not exist, it would not exist. If the government deemed that it was illegal, they would do it. Now, the argument that dude was making
it was a way of life. It was a way of life for people that are not from America, because you got a lot of families that were Asian families, Indian families. That's how they grew their communities. You know, but I guess it's just here in America where some people are not explaining it correctly.
Okay.
And,
what it is, go ahead, because I want to get on that part too. Go ahead.
In the chat, Kelly said what I explained was wrong, that she'll explain it the right way. But based on what I've seen, when it comes down to it, when it comes down to it, the system itself works. It's the people that mess it up. The system is fine. It's the people that mess it up. Everyone that's been messed up was messed up by people trying to take shortcuts.
And I tell you, one in particular, she's from Atlanta. I mean, no, she's from New Jersey. She scammed everybody out of money and bought her a motherfucking house within 1 week. She kept watering herself and kept putting in money where she kept getting, cash apped, And
but that's not an MLM company. You can't do that through an MLM company. Like that's you can't get direct like that. Now I will say this: there are companies like there is a unilevel affiliate offer I'm in, because some of the newer companies, what it does it through licensing, where you cash app somebody and then they actually say that you say that, okay, they paid and then they got to give the company what they got to give in order to get access to the product. But you can't do what you talked about, because if you do that, then the company's going to come for you, because they're going to come. So people do their own shit. And then what happens is they get it. So hell, there's women on Instagram that'll put cash out for fucking pictures. They'll put on their damn stories, cash. They don't even go to OnlyFans. They'll cash out for pictures. And the thing is, with OnlyFans, they've said that they're 18 years old or older. So who knows what the fuck you see what I'm saying? So the thing about it is, if you just giving somebody some shit on Cash App, let me tell you people doing stupid shit. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me tell you something. You got to wake up early in the motherfucking morning to fool me. Now, I've been fooled so much, I ain't no money going nowhere unless I know it has to make sense. Like Roger stated, before I invest anything, because right now everything I do.
Absolutely, you should be skeptical.
May not be smart, but everything I do now, I pay with cash. I'm not in any debt. I know how to treat every $20 like it's $100. So I mean, and I got expensive shit, but it's just. I need to know
what the thing is, if you around, that's another thing too. If you around scam ass motherfuckers, I'm not gonna say that anybody can be scammed, and it can happen. And there's a lot of white collar crime, credit card stuff, all that stuff. But the thing about it is, what happens is MLM gets this thing where it's not there. Your Secretary of Education comes from it's stuff. Hell, the Orlando Magic is owned by the DeVos family, which created Amway. So it's a lot more embedded in shit than people want to act. Like Amway is one of many companies. Also, now here's the biggest thing that I don't often talk about this, but I'm glad you mentioned it, so it don't seem that I'm capping. You said that the Asian communities. You mentioned that. I don't know how much that's true or not, because I don't know. I'm not saying what you're saying is not right, but I don't know. But you said
I investigated it a little bit. Yeah, I they were telling me, well, the way she's doing it, the black girl is doing it, wasn't right, and he explained.
Okay, great. So, because I want people to understand, because I'm the one that's kind of advocating for this the most. So I want people to understand that So the thing about it is, overseas, you will see advertisements for different MLM companies overseas, just normal, because they don't have access to a lot of employment like we do in the United States. It's a different way we came up. So this is one way they can't do, amongst other things. This may not be the most ideal thing. A lot of them, they get a job, but it's a different mindset. So the thing with black people is, black people talk about buying from each other, buying black and stuff like that, everybody getting to like a collective economy that's a different way. My thing is there's a lot of things that I buy from other people. Like for instance, I buy the Nutrilite vitamins. Like I like those vitamins. I've bought them for my parents, you know, and I'm not in the company, but I buy them. I buy the energy drinks. I buy them for my own reasons, but I'm not in the company, you know.
Okay,
and when I say I'm not in the company, I mean that. My point is, you can buy.
I was in it. That's the one I.
Well, hold on. I said when I say I'm not in it, I'm saying I've been in a company before.
What's the name of it again?
It's called Amway. That's its main.
No, I know about Amway. I know all about that. I know two.
You talk about the products?
Yeah, I know 2 people got in that shit. So, but the product you talking about, yeah.
It's called
Excess the energy drink, and Nutrilite is the
is the vitamins.
The vitamins.
And
I have bought that before. What about this other one called NutriBurst?
I don't know nothing about that.
NutriBurst is fucking the one that all the sisters are in. The fuck is it called? It may be
let the lady speak here for a minute.
Something changes.
I want to hear what Pretty Kelly have to say.
Okay, I just wanted to speak on the whole Susu thing. So the thing with the Susu is with Roger, what you was describing was more so like a board, or they have many names for it, a blessing board, all kind of nonsense. Long story short, that's a scam. But a Susu, what it's meant for, now mind you, some ignorant people, you know what I mean, they'll call boards Susu, or they do that intentionally to try to.
Well, that was Ed talking about the boards. I didn't do the boards.
Oh no!
But I don't know what Susu is, by the way. So go ahead.
It was actually a board. So let me explain a Susu, what a Susu is supposed to be. So it's never anybody at the top. This is how it would go, and this is the right way to do a Susu. You want to take at minimum 10 people that you know and trust, whether that's your mother, your father, your sister, your brothers, your best friend, your uncle, whatever. This is how it goes. And you invite these people. This is not something that you do with strangers. This is not something you do with random people you don't know. So let's say you have the minimum, 10 people. Great. Let's say you start with the minimum, $100 a piece. Each of you could put your name in a hat, however you want to do it, or you could pick a certain month. So let's say we're all family right now, and there's another 4 people. I picked January. Everybody gives $100 to me in January. So now that $1,000 I would invest in my business or whatever it is I'm trying to do to generate revenue. Comes February, it's Edward's turn. We all give $100 to Edward. So now instead of us, what we could do alone, this is the point of it. Instead of what we could do alone individually with $100 bill, you're pretty much getting a lump sum of money up front from a group of people that you trust so that you could have a jump start financially on whatever it is you're trying to do to generate revenue. That's the purpose of a Susu. What these people have turned it into has been some scammy nonsense, but that's the right way to do it.
Okay.
I like that.
So the thing I want to add to that is at the end of the day, what people want to do is what people want to do. I mean, the difference is with family and trust, because this is what I was talking about when it comes to people that know each other aggregating. This is why Kevin Samuels, by the way, talks about you can't be a high value man unless you're a part of a network, because there's certain things that you can do as a network that comes into play that, yeah, you can do it as an individual, but it's harder to do as an individual. So, and that's true for when you're dealing with multiple, I've seen it with multiple YouTubers in different markets. I've seen a lot of different stuff. This is where that's not macro, but that's still people working as a group when it comes to subscribers and stuff. You see it with a lot of different categories. So I'm glad you explained that. But my thing is, me personally, I'm going to look at what people want to do. And if people want to do a service industry, if they want to get in tech, I think tech is the fastest way to do shit. So I do agree with that. But I'm going to meet people where they are and where they want to be. But my thing is, when it comes to network marketing, MLM, it's like every scam that's ever happened, it's like Associated said that's what it is. When the truth be told, in order for something to be a scam, people have to trust it. And the truth is, people don't trust MLM enough to be able to be scammed out of it like that. Versus all these boards, a lot of this different shit. Even the fact that like people could call that Susu, I could find it very easily for somebody to say that's the same thing and for somebody to believe that. Because at the end of the day, it's really not that much different, with the exception of you're doing it with people you know you trust. And this is it's not a bit. No, I'm not. I get what you're saying and how that can work. And that's a mindset thing with like other groups. Because you ask black people, who would you do business first with? Your family or no? They're gonna say not your family. But you ask other groups.
I get that, but she just used it as a family. But just people that you can trust, and y'all really trying to come up, y'all on the same wavelength, same mindset. Business wise, but it's always going to be that one that's going to fuck up. So I get, where Roger was coming from in the first place. But I want to comment on something.
You know how black people are when money gets involved.
I feel it, but they still need to be like really hungry and want it.
Even family.
I want to say something to Emin Perry. Not say something. I don't want to address him, but I think the question was to Pretty Kelly where he stated, but what if Ed invests into something else? Y'all would never reach your goal. Pretty Kelly?
I'm sorry, my fault. Yeah, I said pretty much each individual person can invest in anything they want. I mean, and that's another thing you're gonna have to deal with. You're gonna have that family member that doesn't invest in a business and says, you know what, I really want these Jordans. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter what they choose to invest their lump sum with, as long as they're paying that minimum amount per month.
Gotta have
that's
that
all
100.
you care about. Yeah, that's all you care about.
Okay.
And at the end, and that's where and like I said, you got to know who you're dealing with, and even when it comes to family. But absolutely, that can work. I mean, the way people aggregate money, I've seen it work when people got the right collective mindset. I've seen it, but the thing about it is, you cool with that, but it's like, and here's the thing: everybody has a right to have their opinion. Like I said, I vehemently defended when people try to say YouTube ain't no real. I'm like, what are you talking about? Because I'm the one that told people before it was gonna happen. Look at all these apps, watch YouTube get their own TV service, look at AT&T and all these companies that are merging. You're gonna start to see stuff transition in the applications with this TV stuff. It's not gonna just be Netflix, and people call bullshit on that. And what happens? YouTube got DVR, cloud DVR. So all this shit about what YouTube ain't real. And as you start to see these, go ahead.
Yeah, some people are just comfortable, man. Like I was telling you, my aunt, she's just into this. Oh, but I want to just get a job where I can have, she's a nurse, old school. What black nurses had to stand in one line to get paid, and if they ran out of money for the black nurses, they wouldn't get paid. They would say, "Hey, nigga, come back." Excuse me, but they would say that, "Come back next week." So she's used to that. So now when they had a union, and they had this thing where where she got a pension and all that. She's comfortable just with that. When she had talents in other areas. So I get.
But that's understandable. I do the same shit though. I've seen people say certain things, and then when it comes to blessing board, they understand that, because at the end of the day, there's certain things that are not associated with it. As far as MLM, the reality of the situation is, this is what's true about it on the negative front that you are kind of getting to. It's not that the people are not the right people necessarily. What it is you have people, because I never dealt with talking to people I know. I'm the type of person that I'm gonna have success first, then I'll get back to them motherfuckers, because I'm not gonna hear it from them. Because I know how some of the people I deal with are, and even the ones that are in business, they're doing their thing. But at the top of the levels, it's seen as, if you deal with people that networking, these companies choose to invest in the people doing it rather than the advertising, right? And keep in mind, a lot of stuff was before, the internet. So it was before like a lot of stuff like internet advertising, YouTube advertising, Facebook advertising, which is a lot less expensive than getting on TV, by the way. So keep that in mind. But they invested in their people. And then if you do that, if you do warm market and you're warm marketing to people at an individual level, that's not going to yield results. But if you do that at an exponential level, times a factor of 5 or 10, then it's going to create results out of that. And that's the idea from doing that. But the truth is, they don't even explain that. That's number one. Number two, what they do wrong is they try to force you into take all the stuff. Kelly, I completely understand and respect if you don't like MLM. But let's take all the stuff Kelly was talking about before when it comes to all the stuff that you can do like SEO and stuff like that. And she came with all this exuberance saying, okay, let's say I do believe in these products, but I don't really want to do it the way you all are talking about. I have an innovative way that I can do. They're going to say, they're not going to try to argue with you. They're going to say, no, fuck what you talking about. You need to do it the way that we said to do it because this is what we know traditionally works. And the bigger companies are really bad about that. Your Mary Kay's, your Amways, your
and I get that too, but
and that's another hold on. That's another reason it's created a lot of negative atmosphere for it, and that legitimately so, because everybody's not going to want to do it the same way. So but that's not the only reason, but that's a big reason. So what happens is you have newer companies that are not as old that has kind of sprung up. This is where in the 2000s the kind of internet thing kind of took off, and the difference with that on the negative front is stuff moves a lot faster than it used to. So what happens is a lot of the openings for people losing money has kind of happened too, because your downlines and stuff are not as solid because they're not built in a solid way. So it wasn't that they were wrong. It's just that they didn't ever meet people halfway, and they waited till you absolutely had to do it to do some different shit. So there is some legitimate criticism to it. But as far as people losing money, the reality of the situation is this. I tell people very simply, number one, if you are not willing to actually talk to people or communicate with people, and that does not have to be in person, that doesn't have to be the people you know. If you're not willing to pick up a phone and have a conversation with somebody, then it's something that's probably not being for you. And you need to qualify those people out, because here's the thing. If they don't quit now, they're going to quit later anyway. And you have to be thinking about it from the lifetime value of someone versus a individual sale, because the value of it is not in the individual sale. The value of it is keeping people in. But see, they don't teach that. They don't teach that. You have to be lucky enough to get into certain teams amongst certain people that actually teach that. And that's the problem. So there's definitely criticisms. I'm not going to take it away.
And I feel you on that. But what I want to ask you, see, I think you're talking more, like you said, from a salesperson, point of view. Like I said before earlier, everybody's not built to do that. I mean, I have a cousin in New York who's a school teacher. Dude is a good art teacher, but guess what? I mean, he make good money there, but he can get on the phone and cold sell all day and make equal amount of money. So that it takes a whole lot to.
Well, and I'm gonna say this, and then I promise I'll back up. When it comes to, first of all, when it comes to selling, what people do, it's the thing is, look, the question is, you get a list of names of people that say they looking to make some money and be involved in something. It ain't, I look at it like recruiting somebody for a job. Like, for example, if you have a job that you need to fill, when you call somebody, you're not selling them on the job. You're basically asking them a couple of questions. Are they interested? And basically giving them some information as far as either going to a interview, and they either show up or they don't, to get more information. They either do or they don't. There is no selling them on it. If they don't, then boom, ain't no arm twisting. Let's say they go to the interview. You go to the interview, they get information about it. Obviously, it's a different dynamic because people want to make money. I get that. But if they get information about what it is and what's going to be involved, and they make a decision on whether they want to do it or not. It's really sifting and sorting. That's all it is.
I get what you're saying about, being hungry. I get that. And I do also.
Well, I'm not saying being hungry. I'm just saying it's sifting and sorting.
I get your point also about how different companies do different things, and you got to be willing if you're going to be on that. If you're not independent, and you want to go in with, like you say, Avon or Amway or all these different, people, you may know something, you may know your stuff, but there's a certain way they do things that have put everybody on the same wavelength. But
yeah, and they'll penalize you if you try to do it anyway. So the older companies.
But I feel where you're coming from. Then again, if you have a person who's very smart, say for instance, Miss Kelly, she may have a whole lot of experience in doing that, and she could pull that audience who have tried doing what you're talking about and it don't work, and it may work equal the same as where you're trying to take it. You know, now I get where she's coming from. You know, I like things simple, no fast talk, because I'm gonna have you slow up.
Yeah, absolutely. And hold on. And the thing about it is though, my only argument, people can not like certain business models and like certain business. I'm not the biggest fan of cryptocurrency. I'm not gonna say it's fake, but I'm not the biggest fan. I actually have other cryptocurrency other than Bitcoin because Bitcoin is very volatile. And my thing is, I talk about the good. I'm gonna talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly of everything. I'm not gonna say, well, because this is my thing. Like for instance, the biggest issue I have with people talking about investing in forex and cryptocurrency is not necessarily that it doesn't work, but you'll have people that sell you that is your primary way of making money. There's very few people with forex as their primary way of making money. Forex is something that's designed to amplify money that you're already making. So if you're making money in another revenue that's more of a consistent revenue stream, then yes, flipping that into something like forex, if that's something you're passionate about, I wouldn't recommend Bitcoin because it goes up and goes down. So Bitcoin needs to be lower. But if you're willing to look into that, there's stocks, there's commodities, there's other things. Whatever, that's cool. But that stuff is not meant to be your primary income. Speculation should not be your primary way of making money unless you're really, really good at it. And it's very, very few people that can be really, really good at it. So you have dudes in this space talking about going overseas, putting your ass, outside the country. But that's a way that you can make money versus there's things like affiliate marketing. Some of the things that, which is affiliate marketing is not MLM. Some of the things that Kelly talked about that you can do that if you know the skills, you can be more consistent. But then they'll say, fuck that. That requires me doing shit I don't want to do, but I can do this, flip this money. So everybody has their own thing. But my point is this. Yes, there is a right way of doing that. If somebody has lost like that kind of money to the point they went homeless, that means they were constantly throwing money into something. It wasn't that the business didn't work. Like I could promise you that I could show you what wasn't happening. They probably told them just talk to people and they didn't tell nobody to do anything else. And they had faith in that team saying that. And I remember they tried to do that to me. And I said, nah, fuck that. I'm doing it the way I want to do it because I'm not about to blow up the relationships I'm going to blow up, even though I did recruit some people that I knew. And also, here's another thing, and then I'm done. They didn't tell the whole truth about warm marketing. And that wasn't so much the company, because the company's not involved in the marketing part. They're involved in the fulfillment part. That's up to the teams. And that's the thing they don't talk about. Certain teams are better than others. What they don't talk about is the purpose of warm marketing also is not to put people in your business. It's the purpose of getting referrals. Now, I sold Cutco, and that's the main thing they teach you about is getting referrals. So taking leads and creating other leads. So even if you don't get people in a business, you at least get them to refer other people. So when you said you're going to have people slow up, even if you don't join, it's important how I engage with you, because I may ask you for referrals, and that will, if I can take one person to get 10 referrals, I can duplicate. But they don't teach that because a lot of them motherfuckers don't know. And I had to learn that after the fact. So even when it comes to talking to people, and again, it goes back to the teams, but it's not so much it ain't real. It's just how people go about doing it is stupid sometimes. Whatever, I'm done. That's all I have to say.
Well, all I wanted to say is
okay. Hey, hold up. Let me say the super chat. Okay, D Miller.
Kevin's like, I'm getting in this motherfucker.
Like, good. He said, "Good show, sir." All right, Roger, go, and then we're going into final statements. I'm
okay.
Tired.
No, I'm just gonna say that you know what I'm saying, because I was in a successful business when it come down to it. Okay. Now I didn't make $1 million in that business, but did other people I've met make $1 million in the business? Yes, they did. So can I say it's bad? No, I really can't. You know what I'm saying? I learned a lot of good business information out of there. You know what I'm saying? They put me on to a lot of good books to read in that particular endeavor. What they show you how to do, honestly, in my opinion, is so embarrassingly easy that it makes no sense that a lot of black folks didn't gravitate to it. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't have an issue when I came across it, and I was out there basically showing the structures or the plan, as they say, show the plan. I was showing the plan to all kinds of people because it was very easy to do. Didn't take a long time to show people how to do it. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculously easy to understand. So what happened? I had to come to terms with the fact that it wasn't a business. You know what I'm saying? And then I even had a guy who was a multi-millionaire in the business come to town where I could say, okay, look, I understand I ain't been successful in the business. I'm newer to it, whatever the case is. Come talk to the dude that made the million. People wouldn't even get up and go talk to the brother. People wouldn't even go to a certain meet. So was the business bad?
Sometimes. Oh, hold on.
Well, I'm just saying it is either you can say the business is bad, but the business is successful. You know what I'm saying? Period. At the end, and just like Edward mentioned, they do own the Orlando Magic. You know what I'm saying? That alone shows a certain level of success as it is. The business itself is successful. Now, it's the people that I talked to that didn't really want to do it. And that's all it really came down to at the end of the day. Because the stuff was simple. Very simple.
Wait. Sometimes, man, you know, with these companies and these CEOs, it takes, it's like Jesus, you have to go through Jesus to get to God. So you know that you can't just talk to the person like that, you know. So it's like chain of command. And, you know, I guess you just got to have faith in what they're teaching you and telling you and, you know, go by that. I don't know.
Well, but I'm saying in my personal situation, and let's say it was a unique situation. I personally had access to a man who's a multimillionaire because of the business, who would literally come into my city. He'll fly into Chicago, you know what I'm saying, here and there, a few times a year. He literally would have a meeting. All you got to do is come listen. Folks wouldn't even get up and come listen to the man. Now, does that tell me the business is a failure or the people I was addressing didn't really want to do anything?
So what you got out of it, what you said you got out of it was, you know, you learned some, you may not have made $1 million, but did you make some money out of it? And, you know.
Yeah, I made some money and you know what I'm saying, I got a lot of good information out of it, you know, and even for that particular point, because I've met millionaires through other avenues, but to really be able to access a millionaire and really pick his brain and to get different concepts from him was a big blessing to me, and you know that information still helps me to this day. But my thing is, people will say, well, if you didn't make $1 million, then it must not be successful. They're successful, period. The problem is
people don't make money in real estate. Yeah, people don't make money in real estate, but people don't never call real estate fake.
Yeah, so my thing is, it's not the company's fault that, you know, and I hate to say it, but I did talk to a lot of black people. Maybe that was the problem I had.
You stupid. Nah, I mean, you'd be surprised how many black people are actually in that business. You really would be surprised. Black men too. It's you'd be surprised. You would, and it's people like, I'll give you an example. Trina's a part of a network marketing company, the rapper. You'd be surprised, and it ain't just her. You'd be surprised how many people use Instagram chicks.
Okay, and you know, I'm gonna make a correct. Elaine put it in the chat, but yeah. Amway owns the arena the Orlando Magic plays in. That's true. I don't know if they own the team, but they do own the arena. But I'm pretty sure they own the team too.
They own the team. They own the team. But like I said, there's a variety of different ways to make money out here. I'm not trying to promote MLM over anything else. Like, you know, somebody like I said, and a lot of stuff you were talking about with WordPress and stuff like that, you know. There's a lot of different ways to make money out here. So,
are you in what part of North Carolina you in, bro?
I'm in Raleigh.
Oh, okay. I graduated from UNC in Charlotte.
Yeah. My only point is anything that makes money is real business at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it comes. If you can make legal money, you in good shape. You know. Now the question is, people got to look at themselves in the mirror and ask the real ugly questions. Do I really want to make some? And the answer ain't always yes.
Yeah, and I mean that is what it is. I mean, I'll give I don't know, Kelly, because you came back on here, so I don't know if you want to give your final thoughts or wait to the end or what. Or
oh yeah, I don't mind.
No, I didn't want to jump because I know how I am. So you know, you are starting to find out. Yeah.
Yeah, no, my final thoughts are yeah, I don't think it's so much that our people don't want to make money. What I think it is you have to meet people where they are. We have a thing where we find something that's really easy or really dope or makes us a lot of money, and then we tell the next person when they don't jump at the opportunity, we're like, all right, well, fuck you. When at the end of the day, what it should be is, what are you passionate about? What do you love? Okay, now let me help you figure out a way to make money off that. That's how you make millionaires in our community, by meeting them where they are instead of trying to get them to be on the shit you on. Because that, as you see, will 90% of the time fail. So that's my desire. That's what I like doing. I like saying, hey, that's why instead of just volunteering and throwing up information, I'll say, what do you need help with? What would you like to do? If I know how to do it, I'll help you. If I don't, I'll do my best to find someone who does. That's what it's about. That's how we breed successful people in our community, not trying to enforce our beliefs and our success models on them. That's all I'm saying. So that's my final thought. Thank you again for having me. But I just had to pop back in here because, yeah, that was kind of crazy.
No, it's cool, and I didn't like, and if I don't know, I don't know. I didn't know what you was talking about, and I'm not gonna talk like I did. That's why I was asking him questions.
Kelly,
I wasn't getting the right answers.
I like what you had to say, Kelly, because I think that's important. You do have to meet people where they are. Now, I'm not a fan of taking people by the hand and doing it for them. But if I motivate you enough to say, damn, I see how successful he is and where he is gone in his life, I'll help you find what is unique about you. It could, because it's there, and my question all the time is, what are you good for? What are you good for? And that right there will hit you harder than anything.
Yeah, absolutely. My final thoughts is one of the things that shout out to Billy Jean, very powerful marketer, salesperson, overall dude, Billy Jean. Y'all should check out his YouTube channel. Very good stuff. But he has a program that he talks about. He lost all his money. How would he do it again if he just had like a phone and stuff like that? And he walks you through basically using a site called Upwork, which is basically kind of like Fiverr, but more upscale way. And basically you basically take services, whether it could be digital services or whatever, create a menu, and you get people fulfill those services. So let's say you take somebody that knows they want a website. Let's say they sell shoes or whatever, whether it's a company, whether like a mom and pop company, or it's somebody online or whatever. This is a way for you to get involved, and you can make money being a middleman. So just finding people they put it together via Upwork, whether it's overseas and stuff like that. You can and get money off the middleman. So a lot of this stuff is not so much about being smart; it's about being innovative and solving problems. And one of the things that people don't understand about sales in general is sales happens when a want meets a need. And a supply meets demand, whatever. So you just have to get good at. It's not good about selling water to an Eskimo or some dumb shit like that. It's really about getting good at finding problems that need to be solved and then finding ways for you to solve it. So that's part of meeting people where they are. So like, for example, somebody that loves shoes and they buy shoes, part of the black mind is gonna be like, why are you buying these fucking shoes? Or why are you buying this PS5? Well, maybe they want to get into gaming and make that PS5 make money for them. Maybe they want to put all their shoes that they have, because they have some good shoes and they willing to wait 8 hours, to buy the next Jordans. They make a YouTube channel around it. So now those shoes become an asset because, it's stuff like that. And then how you get in front of that is maybe you have a service about making people a website, or maybe you have a company that sells, template size websites that you can sell them and be a part of. There's, that's, you got to have a kind of mind like that. Now, as far as money, yes, I do believe that black people want to make money. The mindset they have as far as how innovative it is, it just depends. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to communicating with people, it's something black people try to act like we're the most social or we're the most cool But when it comes to like using that in a way that can make money, I'm not talking about necessarily telecalling to market, but even if somebody demonstrates they want a product and you just need to talk to them in order to close the deal. Even when it comes to consulting with somebody and charging them for your time, it seems to be this like antsiness to it that, again, the women tend to be a little bit easier to deal with on that than the men. And I think because women are more social than men in general. And this is an observation. This is not me trying to denigrate the dudes, but I call balls and strikes. You know, I don't say, oh, well, you know, the men are good, but the women are this is it. No, where the women seem that they gravitate towards shit better, I'm gonna say that. And I hear dudes talking about mouthpiece and game the most. And that's my thing, why that annoys me. So anyway, it's been a great conversation. This is really example of a way these conversations really should go. And kudos to Kevin for being the host of it. I know he's tired as fuck, and I'm gonna regret waking up tomorrow. But and by the way, like I said with Simone, B Simone, at the end of the day, that bitch lost because we were right. She made it OnlyFans and she ain't shit. Yeah, it is a sexual OnlyFans. It ain't no cookie cutter OnlyFans. I know that because she said that in that article that's what she was gonna do. So
let me ask you something. So do you think OnlyFans could be used in different in other ways other than just sexual or?
No, OnlyFans was originally created to be used in other ways. OnlyFans was originally created to be like Patreon. OnlyFans was not created to be used in the way it was used. It's just a lot. I think they got liberal on the content. So what happened, and they made a lot of money and they ran with it. YouTube was originally created to be a dating website. It happened.
And so, what's her name? Sukihana. I think she's from Love and Hip Hop Miami. Shit, she made over $1 million and some dollars. You know,
well, yeah, because that's how much a lot of people are out there. And yeah, what Kelly said about you, like certain clubs and stuff putting out OnlyFans and stuff like that. No, you can absolutely do that, and dudes can do that. Like honestly, I'm surprised a lot of dudes overseas haven't done that with females that are there. That stuff can be done. So I always understood that could be done. I'm just saying, dudes, and yes, there's some dude porn stars that have OnlyFans sites. And what, you know, I mean, yeah, but I'm talking about, you know, from a law of averages standpoint, it's much easier for women to do that shit than it is dudes. Just like it's much easier for women to sell pussy than it is for dudes to gigolo. The last thing I'm gonna say too, as far as the network marketing thing, is this: at the end of the day, if I'm not trying to. Whatever. If at the end of the day, if you're willing, it's not about selling. If you're willing to get leads and call people, at the end of the day, that's all you need. Now, these older companies tend to require like $500, $600, $700. There's companies out here that really, like for instance, there's a company, a lead vendor that I have that I deal with affiliate marketing. A dude by the name Robert Blackman. He has a company about coffee. That company costs $50 to get involved with, to get samples and coffee and stuff. The way he designed the company was he designed it to where, like, if you can just get like 20 people, you can get $750. Because the way he did it was he pushed the plan in the upfront, because he says that most people in that business are part-timers. So you have to deal with that in order to keep people in it. So if you can put money in people's pockets, they will stay. And that's obvious.
You know, a lot of people make money doing so many different things. There's another one.
Kevin's like, oh Lord.
I was gonna say we are in final thoughts. We not in discussion mode.
My bad. Yeah, you know what? I'm definitely, you know, here's the thing, and I'm gonna promote this and then I am done. I actually have a stream that I'm working on. I'm gonna get Carl on there. I know Kevin, obviously you're invited too. Carl the Tactician, Ramil is definitely gonna be on there. I need to talk. Definitely, Pretty Kelly wants to get on there. That's gonna be cool. And I want to get obviously you, Roger, as well. And we're gonna talk about different business models. And at first, I wasn't really gonna talk about MLM. I was gonna talk about everything but that. But given that, you know, even if people have grievances about it, I want to hear the grievances, because I think a big issue is people will try to dismiss grievances, and I think that shit has to be addressed, because there are some legitimate grievances about it, just like there's legitimate grievances about any business model. And I think I want to create a thing where people can be open about people saying shit and then you knowing that there is an answer to it other than, well, you don't have the right mindset. And I'm not saying that for Kelly, because I believe that too, to a certain extent, but that the question can be answered without just like deflecting to that. So that's as far as I'll go with it, because I know I get being tired. So yeah. All right, I'm done. Peace out. Look out for that.
All right, well, I'm gonna say real quick as my final thoughts. Okay, Alan put in the comments. RDV Sports Incorporated, ran by Dan DeVos, owns the team, and talking about the Orlando Magic. And I know the DeVos family owns Amway, so I think so it's a successful business because one of the people who are part of the family that owns Amway owns the team. So yeah, they are very successful, and they got their name on it. But I'm gonna say this: at the end of the day, a lot of black men are willing to do a lot of stuff to make things better in the black community. Those are good black men. So when we talk all this stuff about making money, we talking about good brothers, because good brothers make money a legal way so we can improve not just ourselves, but our community as a whole. And that needs to be celebrated, because I know when Kev was talking earlier about being a good man is frowned upon in the black community. And if we continue to choose to live that way, we're not supposed to be successful as a group. That's just the reality of it. And I'm going to leave it right there because I'm tired, y'all. I'll holler at y'all in the morning. Yeah, that's it for me.
All right, Roger. Thank you. Absalom. Still awake? Okay. All right. Listen up, guys. Listen up. What a great, interesting conversation. Also great with the chat. I appreciate that. But as far as the topic goes, it's a very interesting topic. We have time to explore it and go into debt. And, no doubt there will be another conversation down the road where it's going to compromise the narrative that there are good men out there. Now, as far as calling yourself a good man and not living up to the label, that's a different story. And I think when these conversations come up, then they have a tendency to go in that direction. You would think that everyone that is called a good man calls himself a good man. You use this label to actually spite people trying to do the right thing, spite black men trying to do the right thing. And it's BS, but it's the adversity that we deal with from day to day as black men. To try to, also I had a thought, is that how black is defined, the literal definition of black is not defined as anything good. Okay, so when you say good black man, your mind is already in conflict. But, that's one of those subconscious level things that people barely have an understanding for. On the surface, people are just taking bullshit doctrines from, other sources. Yes, and we had plenty of good messages that were stated in this broadcast tonight by some very intelligent people. And I hope this trend continues. I mean, really, and if I have anything to do with it, yes, this trend will continue on this channel and within the habitual line steppers. Do I need to remind you who the habitual line steppers are? Again, just about every show, it scrolls across the bottom of the screen. This channel, Black Men Being Brutally Honest, the Roger Report Live, You Ain't Shit for Watching, hosted by Donnie. Darth Skater 7, he's a tech guy. He's also a gamer. And his gaming streams have quite an interesting commentary. And Sister George of the Breakdown, a woman's perspective. It's not necessarily the breakdown of a woman's perspective. They are their own entity, but Sister George is, fam. So anyway, yeah, like I said, I hope this trend continues. I once again thank you to the greatest chat on social media. Thank you again to all the guests that popped by. Thank you for the interesting perspectives once again. And believe it or not, this was actually my vision for the Facebook group that eventually led to me creating this YouTube channel to have interesting conversations on various topics and for them to be helpful to all of our intellects. So as long as I can continue to do that, then I am good with doing this on YouTube. And I would say maybe 3 different kinds of content, just so you know where the amount of subs I have came from. I do news stories, which haven't done too many of those lately, but I promise you I'll pick that back up. Short commentary, pre-recorded videos, which aren't very often. Some of them are hit or miss, but I've been more hit than miss lately. And I do, and I am the weekend warrior of this space and of YouTube and of social media, meaning that I'm coming to you unless by some major event or by an act of God I cannot make it. I will be here every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday around the 9-ish, 10-ish block, unless of course there's certain special circumstances like last night with the Mike Tyson Roy Jones fight. Everybody was on that, and we still had a good show after that, after the fight went off. So okay, that's pretty much it for now. Just wanted to express my gratitude and appreciation for tonight's show and what's been going on with this channel and within the Habitual Alliance Steppers as of late. And there's certainly more to come. So that's pretty much it. Thank you to everyone that visited the panel and always visits my panels. You're great people. And once again, to the greatest chat on social media, this is Kev. This is Black Men Being Brutally Honest. Good man is hard to acknowledge, but that's totally the people's choice who does that kind of shit. But hopefully one day we can get better with that. So as always, like, share, subscribe, and definitely in Kev we trust. See y'all next weekend. Oh, and just kind of keep your eye on the channel for uploads and pre-records. So